Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801. Three Fellow Disciples. After the Death Blade took Qin Wentian and Jiutian away, many people flashed out, including strong men from all sides. They stepped into the ancient Jiutian city and looked at the ancient city with restrained and unpretentious brilliance. It is hard to imagine that when the talisman light shines, this city can exert such a terrifying power. Such a city, for so many years, no one can solve it. Many strong men sighed in their hearts. If they solved this city, they would be recognized by the owner of Jiutian Tower and get a city. Unfortunately, only Qin Wentian had the peerless talent to refine weapons and understand the secret of the 9 immortal bells and get Jiutian city. Pei Yu. At this moment, someone shouted. Pei Yu was still sitting quietly in the city. She raised her head and looked at the person who spoke. He was a strong man from the prince's mansion. However, now, the Prince Pei Xianitun of the prince's mansion has fallen and was killed. Pei Yu, however, is attached to his enemy and helps the owner of Jiutian Tower. Do you know your crime? The strong man from the prince's mansion said coldly, with murderous intent in his voice. Pei Yu looked up at the snowflakes all over the sky. She stretched out her hand and said, "Since I haven't left this city, I don't plan to live." After she finished speaking, Pei Yu lay quietly on the ground. She looked at the snowflakes flying in the air. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then her eyes slowly closed. She was warm and peaceful. She had already put life and death aside, as if she didn't care at all. She was immersed in her own story. In this story, there was the owner of Jiutian Tower and her. You. The strong man had a murderous intent, but someone said, "Forget it." Humph. The man snorted coldly, and finally did not kill Pei Yu. In this sky, snowflakes are still floating. The ancient city is no longer glorious, but it has buried a powerful family, the Zhang family. Is the soul of the owner of Jiutian Tower still in the 9 immortal bell? When will the young genius who left come back and take away the city that belongs to him? Those big forces that have lost many strong men dare to retaliate against the genius taken away by the Death Swordsman? Snowflakes were still falling, and all these questions seemed to be buried in the snow. No one knew. Perhaps only time could prove them. 3 months later, in the Heavenly Talisman realm. In the Heavenly Talisman Palace, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged in the void, feeling the talisman light all over the sky, as if he could see all kinds of magical powers and spells from it. He raised his hand to attack, and every time he attacked, he was using different powers with great power. In the Battle of Jiutian City 3 months ago, he used external forces to gain the power to kill the strong men of the immortal platform. Although that was not his own power, but with the help of Jiutian City, he benefited a lot from it and truly realized how powerful forces can trigger rules. He turned into a giant, and every time he attacked, he was using immortal power with infinite power. However, now, he seemed to have become immortal again. Of course, Qin Wentian would not be shaken by this. He knew that cultivation requires accumulation step by step, steady and steady. Only when the foundation is solid and the strength is improved, the combat power will be stronger. After all, ascending to immortality in one step is only the situation in the ancient Jiutian city. After leaving that weapon city, his strongest reliance is still his own strength. Go out for a walk. Qin Wentian stood up and then walked out of the Xianfu palace. Looking at the terrible statue of the master of the Xianfu realm, Qin Wentian thought of the owner of the Jiutian Tower again, and sighed in his heart. It's a pity that the owner of the Jiutian Tower is peerless, and I don't know if there will be a chance for the owner of the Jiutian Tower to reappear in the world in the future. You are done practicing. At this time, only a voice came, and Qin Wentian walked out. Not long after, he came to a river in the Xianfu realm. The Death Swordsman stood there, constantly swinging his sword, but slashing the river. Time and time again, he did not add any power to the sword, as if he was just simply comprehending the sword method. Behind every strong man, there is unimaginable dedication from others. Who could have thought that the powerful immortal king figure Death Blade Master would use such a shallow method to comprehend his sword? Of course, everyone's cultivation is different. Death Blade Master must have his reasons for doing this. Well, after stabilizing the realm of cultivation, I feel that I have stepped into the peak of the third level of the celestial phenomena. There is not much meaning in staying in it. Qin Wentian said. Last time Senior Bai Wei brought you here, did he take you around except for the Xianfu Palace? Death Blade Master asked. No, I left the Xianfu realm directly after I came out of the Xianfu Palace. Qin Wentian replied. Well, this time I will take you to a place, the War Realm in the Xianfu realm, where you can temper your own combat power. Death Blade Master said, and then he stopped the action in his hand, and flashed with Qin Wentian. Not long after, Death Blade Master brought Qin Wentian to a towering palace. This palace seemed to reach the sky, extremely huge, and it was unknown how vast it was inside. Besides them, there were other people outside the War Realm. 2 women were able to appear in the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Obviously, they were all disciples of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. One of the 2 women was a young lady, with a heroic appearance and a frosty face. The other woman looked very young, in her 20s, very beautiful, with a pair of phoenix eyes, giving people a sense of vigor and vitality. She was wearing tight clothes, which set off her curvy figure very attractively. Is this the person you introduced to the sect? The beautiful woman looked at the Death Swordsman and asked. Only the immortal kings were qualified to introduce. The beautiful woman was obviously also an immortal king, and the young woman was the one she introduced to the sect. The purple gold star soul was the first requirement, and she was also very talented. No. The Death Swordsman shook his head and said, I haven't introduced him yet, but this boy is extraordinary. If I meet him sooner, I will also introduce him to the sect. Really? Do you think so highly of him? The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows, with a hint of sharpness. Outstanding people are naturally valued. The Death Swordsman smiled and said, how about the junior sister recommended by Fairy Sue? My vision is naturally better than yours. The beautiful woman seemed to have some disagreements with the Death Swordsman, and her tone was a little unfriendly. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, there are many outstanding people in the Xianfu realm. This person happened to meet Qingxun when he came to the War Realm. It can be said that he is lucky. It's a good time for comparison. The Death Swordsman's eyes flashed, and there was a gleam of brilliance in his deep eyes. He said to Qin Wentian, boy, you are despised. This Fairy Sue is your senior sister Sue, but senior sister Sue seems to think that you are not as good as the junior sister she introduced to the sect. Don't stir up trouble. Fairy Sue glanced at the Death Blade and said to Qin Wentian, since you have entered the sect, you will also be my junior brother in the future. However, Qingxun is gifted, has a special bloodline, and has a unique physique. It is also a lucky thing for you to enter the war world with her. There is no need to deliberately compare anything. Seeing all kinds of geniuses is also beneficial to your own practice. Did you hear that? Your senior sister Sue said that it would be beneficial for you to see the talent of this junior sister Qingxun. You must learn from her well. The Death Blade seemed a bit cynical. He said to Fairy Sue, by the way, when did she enter the sect? We should also see who entered the sect earlier between the 2 of them. Qingxun has been in the sect for 5 months. Fairy Sue said. Then she has to call Qin Wentian a senior brother, haha. The Death Blade said with a smile. Qingxun's phoenix eyes glanced at Qin Wentian, and then looked away without looking at him anymore. Okay, let them go in. The Death Blade said. Wait, there's another junior fellow coming over. The beautiful woman said, causing the Death Blade Master to look serious. Is he also in the celestial realm? Yes. Strange, this is very rare. If you are in the celestial realm, you will not be introduced unless you have extraordinary abilities. The Death Swordsman whispered, and it seemed like he was talking to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian certainly understood this. First of all, people in the celestial realm must have a purple gold star soul, which is already 1 in a billion people. They are here. At this time, the wind whistled and 2 figures fell. One of them was the recommended immortal king figure, with an immortal look and a Taoist bone. The other looked very young, as if he was only about 20 years old. He was born with a fair complexion and looked very handsome. Senior Sister Sue, Senior Sister Qingxun. The young man shouted, and then looked at the Death Swordsman and Qin Wentian. Hello, 2 senior brothers. Swordsman, this is Jun Mengjian, junior brother Jun. The immortal king introduced. This is Qin Wentian, junior brother Qin. The Death Swordsman also introduced. Qin Wentian nodded to everyone. This was the first time he had seen so many fellow disciples. The Xianfu realm was very strict in recruiting disciples, but after all, It had existed for many years. The Xianfu realm disciples distributed all over the fairyland would probably be a very terrifying force once they gathered together. Okay, all of you go in, the immortal said, and the three nodded and walked towards the gate of the war realm. When the three entered the war realm, the death swordsman and fairy Su looked at the immortal and asked, "Brother, you can recommend disciples. Who is this person? I met him when I was traveling in the particle world. He was extraordinary and had a peerless appearance. I was moved to cherish his talent and brought him to the Xianfu realm," the immortal said. "A person from the particle world actually moved you so much?" Fairy Su was a little surprised. "He is the king of a particle world," the immortal replied calmly, with a smile on his face, as if he remembered the scene when he met Qin Wentian. Even though he had great cultivation, he was still shocked. The young man shouted from a high place, and the whole world prostrated itself. If it weren't for seeing it with one's own eyes, who could have imagined that the seemingly handsome young man had such a deterrent power? "What about you?" the senior brother asked. Qin is an orphan, but her parents must be of extraordinary origin, with strong blood, born with extraordinary physique, and terrifying combat power, Fairy Su said, and then the two looked at the death swordsman. The death swordsman spread his hands and said with a smile, "When I saw him, he was in a city in Yunzhou, one of the 13 Eastern Saint States. He inspired the thoughts of the ancients, refined weapons to become immortals, and used the power of runes to refine immortal weapons. He got a weapon city, and with this city, he stood proudly, fighting against many powerful people with the third level of the celestial realm, and killed many immortal figures. No wonder, just this spirit is extraordinary, no wonder you introduced him to the sect," the immortal said. "I didn't introduce him to the sect, the one who introduced him was Bai Wu Aya." The death swordsman smiled lightly, causing the two people's eyes to stagnate, and their sharpness shone. Chapter 802 War Realm Trial. Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian, and Qin stepped into the war realm together. Walking in the passage leading to the war realm, Qin Wentian asked, "Where are senior brother Qin and senior sister Qin from?" "My hometown is in a particle world." Qin Wentian felt that Qin Wentian was quite friendly, and seemed to be full of energy and spirit. "I wandered around the world and had no home," Qin said. "Like senior brother Qin, I also came from a particle world. Senior brother met me when he was traveling and brought me to the fairyland." Qin Wentian was very straightforward. They walked through the passage and came to the wide war realm. They saw a flash of light in front of them. There, many patterns suspended in the air appeared. These patterns were alive, and each pattern was shining with light, and there was a demon beast inside. "Which war fairy do you choose to challenge?" A voice resounded throughout this vast space, and the same voice came from each pattern. Qin Wentian scanned the patterns in front of him, and his eyes fell on one of the patterns. In this pattern, there was an extremely large and sturdy monster, as if it was a giant beast, 100 feet tall, and made of gold. It seemed to have a terrifying defense. Its head was like a bull monster, breathing heavily, but its huge arms were like human arms, as if it had an extremely terrifying power. "I choose you." Qin Wentian stared at the front and said. Suddenly, a fairy light hit Qin Wentian on the pattern. In just a moment, Qin Wentian was brought to an independent space, as if he had entered the pattern. In front of him, stood a real beast that was 100 feet tall, breathing heavily, with a bull head and a human body, and a terrifying body cast from gold. "You're dead." The monster uttered a voice, then turned around and sat on a golden throne. In an instant, he seemed to be far away from Qin Wentian. He waved his hand, and suddenly a monster that looked very similar to him appeared in front of Qin Wentian, but the aura was the same as Qin Wentian's, which was the aura of the third level of celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian looked around and found that Qin and Qin Wentian had chosen their own war immortals. Qin chose a golden bird with terrifying eyes and golden wings. Qin Wentian chose a monster with a terrifying kingly aura. He sat there, as if it was the king of this world. It was shaped like a lion and tiger, with a huge body, several dozen feet in size. The three people each chose their own war immortals and appeared in different spaces. "Where are you looking?" a cold voice uttered, and the bull monster that appeared strode towards Qin Wentian. Every step he took seemed to shake the earth. "The third level of celestial phenomenon is not good enough," Qin Wentian said indifferently. He rushed out and went straight to the monster. He raised his hand and hid it. The light of the rune flowed in his palm, which contained terrible power that could destroy everything. The huge golden palm of the bull monster also hit out violently, and a terrifying roar came out of its mouth, as if a gorgeous golden light wave was blasting towards Qin Wentian. Boom! The attacks of the two collided with each other. Qin Wentian only felt that his palm hit the copper wall, and the opponent's palm was all golden and shining. So strong. Qin Wentian's eyes trembled. This kind of power was terrible. He asked himself that even if he only relied on strength, he could easily defeat people of the same realm. However, when he hit the bull monster, his arm was numb, which showed how strong the opponent's power was. Is this all the power? The bull monster let out a low roar. Qin Wentian's palm flowed with terrible light, and then raised his hand and blasted again. The bull monster's huge fist blasted out again, as if it could crush the tiny Qin Wentian. Explode! Qin Wentian shouted angrily. When the two attacks collided again, a terrifying force rushed directly into the body of the bull demon, destroying the opponent's huge body. The bull demon warrior sitting on the throne waved his hand again, and 8 powerful bull demons appeared at the same time, holding golden spears, and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Is the war world an unlimited challenge to higher levels? Qin Wentian said inwardly. If these 8 powerful bull demons appeared in the outside world, they could kill people of the same level with one blow. However, this little power was far from enough to deal with him. Change to a stronger one. Qin Wentian said, causing the 8 bull demons to shoot out extremely sharp golden light in their eyes. They ran out at the same time, trampling on the ground, and the golden spears in their hands burst out at the same time, hitting Qin Wentian directly, as if to nail Qin Wentian to death with one blow. 8 golden bodies of 100 feet in size stabbed out spears at the same time. Qin Wentian stood in front of them, giving people a very small feeling. Boom! A terrifying light burst out from Qin Wentian's palm, which contained a terrifying killing force. With one step, his body soared into the sky. He slapped out with one palm, and the huge palm print with shining light collided with the 8 spears, and actually shattered the golden spears. Qin Wentian stepped forward and slapped out with his palm print again, killing everything. There was a constant rumbling sound, and all 8 bull monster bodies were killed. Not bad. The war fairy sitting on the throne spoke indifferently, and waved his palm again. A huge bull monster of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon appeared, holding a spear, giving people a stronger pressure. Qin Wentian stood there, and a brilliant light began to flow on his body, as if he was wearing a layer of terrible fairy and demon armor. It seems that the battle in the war world starts from your own realm, and it will become stronger and stronger with continuous adjustments. In this case, then show a more powerful power to let the bull monster see. With a crackling sound, Qin Wentian's body also became huge, 100 feet in size, as huge as the bull demon. The surface of this huge body was also flowing with brilliant light, which made it even more extraordinary. The stars and celestial phenomena shone in the sky, and Jiutian appeared. It seemed that a dazzling and terrifying sword appeared in the void, exuding infinite sword power. Kill! Qin Wentian's voice fell, and many swords burst out at the same time, rushing straight to the huge body. The spear in the hand of the bull demon stabbed out fiercely, and a dazzling golden pattern flashed in the air, blocking the sword power attack. Qin Wentian trampled on the void, and the sword power became even more terrifying. He raised his palm and punched out, as if there were thousands of sword powers, killing everything. The bull demon's eyes were like golden lightning, and his spear quickly killed out. In just a moment, it seemed to have been blasted countless times, and many golden lights flashed and appeared, blocking all the attacking forces. Awesome! Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then he saw the sword power in the void falling down crazily, constantly suppressing the attack, with a rumbling sound, and finally the golden pattern collapsed, and the sharp sword penetrated the huge body, killing the bull demon of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon on the spot. However, the strength of the bull demon has made Qin Wentian feel a little pressure. Before Qin Wentian recovered from his shock, he heard a rumbling sound, and 8 powerful bull demons of the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon stepped in at the same time, bringing terrible pressure. The stars and celestial phenomena shone again, and the star-destroying stars appeared. A terrifying figure appeared in the void, each of which was as big as Qin Wentian and as high as 100 feet. Destroy them! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the terrifying figures fell down, suppressing and killing, and destroying everything. Each of the terrifying bodies that fell down seemed to have endless power to suppress and destroy. They smashed into those bodies, directly killing the bull monsters on the spot and crushing them into pieces. They were extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, the bull monster war immortal on the throne waved his hand again, and 16 bull monsters appeared and rushed towards Qin Wentian, but they were still suppressed without exception. Boom! A bull monster of the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, which was hundreds of feet tall, trampled through the void, as if constantly challenging Qin Wentian's limits. This bull monster, which was hundreds of feet tall, was still cast from gold. Every step it took gave a feeling of the world collapsing. The golden light flashing on its body hurt people's eyes, and its pupils emitted a compelling luster. This demon beast can definitely crush ordinary people of the 5th level of the celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian felt the opponent's pressure and said inwardly. He controlled the power of the stars and celestial phenomena and crushed them madly. However, he saw the bull demon's eyes shooting into the void. The terrible spear pierced into the void and collided with a falling figure and broke into pieces. The power was terrible. Has the real challenge begun? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He took a step forward and his body rose again, as if to catch up with the opponent's body. Soon he turned into a size of 300 feet. A huge golden rock wing appeared behind him. His body rushed out and used the power of the stars and celestial phenomena that kept falling to blast out the fist of the sky, destroying everything. Not enough. The bull demon roared, and the golden spear wanted to pierce the heavens. When killing, the spear ignored the distance in the void and wanted to penetrate into Qin Wentian's body. Is that so? Qin Wentian shouted coldly. The light of the heaven-suppressing fist he blasted out seemed to evolve into a terrifying and ferocious ancient demon, rushing out to suppress all existence. The two attacks collided and formed a terrible storm. The heaven-suppressing immortal demon Jiu, suppressing immortals and demons, can't kill you. Qin Wentian was proud in his heart, and the immortal and demon luster flowing on his body was also extremely terrifying. He blasted out the heaven-suppressing immortal demon fist again, shaking the world, as if real immortals and demons appeared from his fist, disrupting the world. The long spear in the hand of the bull demon rotated, and a huge golden roulette appeared, with shining patterns and unparalleled defense. It was not broken by the endless attacking force. The skills and magical powers used by this bull demon were also immortal skills. Then let's see who is stronger. Qin Wentian ran away, and the star soul behind him shone. The purple gold star soul, a terrifying figure floated behind him, and the heaven-suppressing immortal demon fist jumped out crazily. Each punch had the power of star soul in astrology. Every attack really seemed to be suppressed by immortals and demons, with a momentum of fighting the heavens. The bull demon was constantly repelled, and finally with a loud bang, its defense was broken, and its huge body of 500 feet was destroyed. Boom! 8 powerful golden bull demons of the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon appeared at the same time, trampling the void, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to burst into an even more terrifying light. Is this going to keep pushing to the limit? P.S. 9 more chapters. I haven't worked so hard for a long time. Brothers, please take a look at the monthly tickets. Chapter 803 2 years. 8 bull monsters, each 500 feet tall, were holding terrifying golden spears. Even if they just stepped forward, it was enough to make people tremble. The pressure was too great. Although the battle had not yet begun, Qin Wentian had already felt a suffocating pressure. Although this 500-foot-tall body cast in gold was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomena, its combat power could definitely easily kill ordinary 5th-level martial life cultivators. Looking at the 8 bodies stepping forward step by step, Qin Wentian burst out with amazing fighting spirit. Since the battle has begun, there is no reason to retreat. He must move forward and break through his own limits. He also wants to see how strong his current limit combat power is without the help of magic weapons and external objects. The starry sky phenomenon derived from the star soul bloomed to the extreme. At the same time, a huge star soul phantom appeared behind Qin Wentian, and a terrifying Jiutian figure appeared behind him, like a god. The power of the starry sky surrounded it, bursting out infinite power forward. Destroy it for me, Qin Wentian said coldly. When he stepped forward, he saw huge suppressing phantoms flashing with dazzling runes, constantly bombarding the golden bodies. With a few roars, the 8 demon bulls were all repelled, and they felt shaking all over. They immediately knew the horror of the star soul. Buzz, buzz! 8 huge figures simultaneously held spears and stirred the wind and clouds. An extremely huge pattern appeared in front of them. The pattern was in an arc shape, with endless golden light shining on it, like a defensive golden ancient shield that could not be broken by any attack. They still pushed forward step by step and walked towards Qin Wentian despite the terrible power of suppression. So strong. Qin Wentian said in shock. The endless killing power rumbled down, but still could not break the huge ancient shield pattern. Although the ancient shield was also cracked, the light blooming on the 8 bull monsters instantly made up for it, as if it was a wonderful shield formation. Rumble. Qin Wentian's body rushed out, his huge body galloping towards the void, endless starlight sprinkled on his body, transforming into a real immortal demon. With a flash of light, many figures of Qin Wentian appeared in the void, all of them huge. At this moment, many huge bodies of Qin Wentian simultaneously rushed towards the air below to kill, and the galloping momentum was enough to destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. One body after another madly suppressed down, smashing on the ancient shield, and finally with a loud bang, the ancient shield broke, and the spears in the hands of the 8 demon bulls pierced into the sky at the same time. The spears intersected, and shot out a divine aura, and everything was shattered and destroyed wherever they passed. Kill. The spears swept out, cutting through the void, tearing apart the bodies of Qin Wentian, with a force that could shake the sky. Buzz! Qin Wentian's wings flapped, and his huge body was as fast as lightning. In just a moment, he appeared in front of one of the terrifying figures, and the palm print of Jiutian blasted out. The terrifying talisman light was enough to destroy everything. A demon bull next to him saw the scene and stabbed at it with a golden spear, but Qin Wentian raised his left hand and slapped it. Endless talisman light appeared in the void, turning into a terrifying shield. There was a click, and the spear pierced into it. However, almost at the same time, Qin Wentian's big palm print was printed on the chest of a demon bull, and the power to destroy everything blasted out. With a loud bang, the body of the demon bull exploded. Qin Wentian flashed and rushed towards the void, but saw 7 demon bulls trampling the ground at the same time, soaring into the air, and the spears in their hands met again, shooting out a divine aura, destroying everything. Trample. Qin Wentian roared, and stomped down with his legs, suppressing the immortals and demons. It seemed that a terrifying phantom came out to kill, collided with a divine light, and was crushed to pieces, but with the help of that momentum, Qin Wentian's body flew directly into the void and hovered there. Not bad. The bull demon king sitting on the throne spoke lightly, and he waved his hand, and another bull demon took over and walked towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and his eyes glanced at the other 2 battlefields. Qingxun's battle speed was slower, and he was still fighting with many fierce birds that were 1 level higher than her. Those fierce birds were as fast as lightning, while Jiutian was fighting against a kingly monster beasts like lions and tigers, and had also crossed 2 levels. At this time, Jiutian seemed to be wearing gorgeous armor, and the whole person exuded an unparalleled majesty, like the king of all living things. Just her look made people tremble. This junior brother Jun is so powerful. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and then he returned to his own battlefield. It seemed that he should not rush to destroy these powerful war beasts, but should enjoy the extreme fighting process and gain enlightenment in the battle. Perhaps this is also the purpose of the war world. Any strong man who comes in can find his own extreme fighting power and finally break through the limit from these war immortals. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's defense relaxed a little. Looking at the 8 huge war monsters below, he flashed and stepped out. His palm slapped towards the air below at the same time, as if 2 terrible angry dragons roared and rushed out. The 8 demon bulls attacked at the same time, and one blow directly broke Qin Wentian's attack power. Then a rumbling sound of shock came out. They went to the 8 directions to encircle Qin Wentian. HMPH. The sword-killing star and the suppressing star appeared at the same time, endless sword lights fell, and there were terrifying suppressing phantoms that smashed out. Qin Wentian flapped his wings and rushed towards one of them. He condensed a spear in his hand and suddenly stabbed it out. This spear was like lightning and thunder, and it had infinite killing power. The golden spear of the demon bull also broke through the air and collided with Qin Wentian. The terrible shock force shook the 2 people at the same time. Qin Wentian took advantage of the situation to retreat and attack in another direction. Although it was a bit urgent, he could still cope with it. This battle lasted for 3 days. Qin Wentian went from being urgent before to being at ease later. It seemed that he was getting better and better at coordinating various combat forces. In the past, he always relied on supreme power to suppress his opponents in battles. The battle time was quite short and he had never tried to fight for a long time. Now in the war world, such tempering is also the perfection of combat magic. If you have exhausted your star power, We can stop fighting and let you replenish it. The Bull Demon King on the throne said. Qin Wentian nodded, but continued to fight until the star power in his body was exhausted. In the process, he killed many bull demons, but new ones appeared when the Bull Demon King waved his hand. Unknowingly, Qin Wentian had been fighting in the war world for several months. His use of star and celestial phenomena has become stronger. The power generated by the fusion of true meaning condensed in the battle and gradually became stronger. On this day, the number of bull demons that surrounded Qin Wentian had increased from 8 to 32. The might of the attack became more and more terrifying. At this time, in the battlefield, Qin Wentian fired a gun, and there was a faint rule force field in that space, which slowed down the movements of the bull demons. With a light bang, the body of a bull demon was directly shattered. Qin Wentian's spear broke apart at the touch, and his body retreated instantly. Behind him was a terrifying phantom of the star soul. One after another, the phantoms with shining runes went directly to suppress the body of another bull demon, heading in different directions, making the bull demon feel like it was being surrounded. At the same time, Qin Wentian's figure also arrived, like a ray of light, and the long spear touched and left, but there was a loud bang, and the bull demon's body exploded again, and his attack speed seemed to have increased. Almost. Qin Wentian said inwardly, his body stood in the void, and stronger starlight bloomed, and his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Kill it for me. Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and suddenly endless suppressing figures and sword lights came down at the same time, and Qin Wentian's wings flapped, like a real lightning. Puff, puff, puff. Spears flashed like lightning, accompanied by the bodies of bull monsters collapsing. After a moment, the void was peaceful. All the bull monsters were killed. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air. Transformation was taking place in his body. The starlight was even more dazzling. He was actually breaking through the realm of cultivation and preparing to enter the fourth level of the celestial phenomena. Yes, after breaking through the realm, you can directly fight against the sixth level of the celestial phenomena. The figure on the throne said, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Moreover, with Qin Wentian's powerful fighting power, he had no pressure to fight against a golden war beast of the sixth level of the celestial phenomena. If he were in the outside world, he might be able to fight against a person of the seventh level of the celestial phenomena. Qin Wentian's body was shining, and there was a faint buzzing sound coming from his body. The stars and celestial phenomena around him were shining. After a long time, his aura became stronger, and his eyes were sharp as he opened and closed. He looked at the Demon King sitting on the throne with a smile on his face. Fight! Qin Wentian shouted, and the bull demon on the throne waved his palm. Suddenly, 4 600-foot bull demons of the sixth level of the celestial phenomena stepped towards Qin Wentian, and their momentum became even more terrifying. Qin Wentian rushed out and started the battle. In the Battle Realm Palace, 3 battles continued. The 3 Xianjiao fellow disciples forgot the passage of time and immersed themselves in the battle, tirelessly. In the outside world, spring has gone and autumn has come. In the blink of an eye, it has been 2 years since the Battle of Piaoxua City. Although the people of Piaoxua City still remember the shocking things Qin Wentian did, they have gradually rarely mentioned it. Only when they walked to the ancient Piaoxua City would they still think of the thrilling battle. In the past 2 years, there has always been a beautiful figure beside the 9 immortal bell in ancient Piaoxua City. It was Peiyu, who made people feel pity. 3 figures walked out of Xianfu Realm and Hanji Palace together. Jun Mengchen did not forget to shout, "It's so refreshing, senior brother, you are so strong." In the end, you made a critical strike. The 64 sixth-level celestial beasts could not stop your attack. It's amazing. Qin Wentian glared at Jun Mengchen and said, "You are even more awesome. In the end, you simply didn't fight." The kingly temperament burst out and all the monsters crawled. "What kind of existence are you? I was really tired of fighting. When I saw my senior brothers and sisters coming out, I was too lazy to continue." The lines on Jun Mengchen's face looked very delicate. It was really hard to imagine his violent scene. It was shocking. P.S. The 10th update is here. I have to go and have a good sleep. Brothers who still have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. Chapter 804 Reject him. Qin Wentian and the other 2 walked out of the battle world. The 3 brothers who led them here were not here. This battle world is really magical. I heard that anyone in any realm can come here to try and fight. The battle immortals in the battle world can constantly adjust according to our strength. Moreover, we can choose different battle immortals. It's really a good place. Qin Wentian whispered. At this time, two figures flashed over. They were Fairy Su and the Death Swordsman. The brother who led Qin Wentian did not come. Now that you're out, how do you feel? Fairy Su looked at Ziking Sun and asked. Well, I have made great progress and my realm has also broken through. Ziking Sun responded. What about you? Fairy Su looked at Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian again. Brother Qin and I have also broken through our original realms. Brother Qin and sister King Sun are both very powerful, which is admirable. Qin Wentian said. Fairy Su looked at him and Qin Wentian deeply. From the two fellow students, she learned that both Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian were extraordinary people with outstanding talents. She was no longer so confident that Ziking Sun could take the lead. Whether it was the immortal brother or Bai Wu Aya, their vision was extremely picky. How could the people they valued be bad? Yes. Fairy Su nodded and said, there are very few tasks in the Xianfu realm that are suitable for the strong in the Xiangxiang realm, but now there happens to be one. Do you want to go and take a look? Sister Su, what task? Ziking Sun asked. In the fairyland, there are the 13 Eastern Saint States. This place is governed by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor lives in the Eastern Saint Palace, and foreign affairs are handled by his subordinates. Under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, there is a transcendent force called the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect handles all matters for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and is controlled by his disciples. Fairy Su opened her mouth slowly and said to everyone, every 100 years, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect will hold a banquet specially for people below the Immortal Platform realm. The celestial geniuses of the 13 Eastern Saint States are invited to gather at the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect in the Eastern Province. The most outstanding group of people will be able to obtain immortal magic and various treasures. The real purpose of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect is naturally to recruit outstanding younger disciples to cultivate reserve forces. The three most outstanding people will directly become honorary disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, and may even be accepted as his personal disciples. This time, the characters are you. You go to this feast, get immortal magic treasures, and refine yourself. It is also a training for you. If you become the best three, you will be considered to have passed this assessment. The Xianfu realm will grant you top-level immortal magic. The voice of Fairy Su made the three people's eyes flash. As long as they succeed, they can not only get the immortal magic and many treasures of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, but also the top-level immortal magic of the Xianfu realm. However, the tasks of the Xianfu realm are really perverted. It is rare to find a task suitable for the celestial figure. You have to become the three most outstanding people in the entire Eastern Saint 13 states to pass the task assessment. Doesn't the Xianfu realm not allow us to worship under others? Qin Wentian asked curiously. He had some resistance to this task because the other party was the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. This Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is really high and mighty. With one command, the entire Eastern Saint 13 states will move together. The three strongest ones are only honorary disciples. No wonder he didn't even look at the geniuses when he came to the particle world last time, because he didn't care at all. It's too easy for him to accept disciples. Countless people come to him to ask for it. All he needs to do is sit in the Eastern Saint Palace and wait. This mission is just to compete for the top 3 spots, not to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The Death Swordsman laughed and said, if you really pass the mission, get the immortal method and treasures, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect will order you to be disciples. At that time, you reject him. After saying this, the Death Swordsman had a playful smile in the corner of his eyes. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. He got the immortal method and treasures, and you reject him. Reject him? Reject the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, and a terrifying sharp light flashed in the corners of his eyes, with a hint of wildness. Although the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and his son gave him a chance to recruit disciples last time, it can be inferred from the words of the Eastern Saint Court that the other party did it deliberately, with a faint intention of humiliating him. He really wanted to settle this account with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but the other party was too strong and high above him. He didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. The entire Eastern Saint 13 states were ruled by him. Ziking Sun looked calm and indifferent. Qin Wentian also flashed a wild smile on his face, shining with brilliance, which made Fairy Su feel a chill in her heart. These three guys are worthy of being the monsters they introduced to the Xianfu realm. Ordinary people would probably be shocked or even panicked when they heard her words. Rejecting the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is not something that ordinary people dare to do, and they also want to take the immortal methods and magic weapons of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, which is simply a naked slap in the face. But the three guys didn't react much. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen's eyes flashed with wildness. As for the consequences of refusing the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, since the Heavenly Talisman Realm has issued a mission, they will naturally protect them. With Qin Wentian and his friends' understanding of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, there is no doubt about this. Do you want to go and see the content of the mission yourself? Fairy Su asked. No need, senior sister. Shall we set off directly to the Duangzhou land where the Eastern Saint Immortal sect is located? Qin Wentian asked. How can it be so fast? The East Saint Immortal sect has just issued this order, and the time for the East Saint Immortal sect to recruit disciples has not yet come. Moreover, it is impossible for all the people in the East Saint 13 states to gather in the East Saint Immortal sect. They must first undergo a preliminary screening. 1,000 geniuses will be selected from each of the 13 states of East Saint, and then go to the East Saint Immortal sect. If you want to participate, the swordsman will send you out from the entrance he came in from, to the land of Yunzhao, to participate in the selection of the land of Yunzhao. With your talents, you must all win, otherwise, you are not worthy of being a disciple of the Xianfu realm. Fairy Su said coldly, causing Zi Qingxun to say, Senior sister, we will live up to your expectations. Well, besides you, there may be other disciples from my Xianfu realm participating, but it is enough for you to know each other's existence, and you don't have to recognize each other, so as not to attract attention. If you die on the way to the assessment mission, the Xianfu realm will not stand up for you. Fairy Su spoke again, and Qin Wentian and the others naturally understood that if they died, it was their own incompetence. Even many big forces in the outside world would not restrict their disciples too much, especially those who went out for training. Death often happened. The Xianfu realm was more relaxed than other sects and forces, and almost did not ask about their affairs. If they died in battle outside, few people in the Xianfu realm would know. Understood. The three nodded. Okay, follow me. The Death Swordsman said, and then waved his hand, taking Qin Wentian and the others away in a flash. There are 81 counties in Yunzhao, and there are endless cities. However, the most prosperous city is of course Yunzhao City. This city is named after Yunzhao in Yunzhao, and it is the main city of Yunzhao. Yunzhao City is an open city, radiating a vast and endless area. Today, countless strong men have set foot in Yunzhao City. In the void outside the city, strong men fly through the air from time to time, all of whom are selected by Yunzhao. The opportunity that comes only once in 100 years, all the geniuses are unwilling to miss it, but this 1 in 10 million opportunity is not something that ordinary geniuses can grasp. It is hard to imagine how many geniuses there are in the entire Donghang 13 states. Even if Qin Wentian and the other three are very confident in themselves, they still dare not say that they will definitely win the last 3 places. It is too difficult. There are endless monsters in the Dongsheng 13 states. No one knows what kind of people will come out. However, they can at least guarantee that there will be no problems in the selection of Yunzhao. If they can't get one of the 1,000 places, then it is their incompetence. Stop. Yunzhao City, this open city has now started to bang the sky. In the void outside the city, there is a fairy army patrolling the sky. Once someone wants to fly into Yunzhao City, they will be stopped immediately. I heard that now the armies of the 81 counties in Yunzhao have been mobilized to Yunzhao City to guard here, all for selection. The people below said secretly, and strong men were constantly stopped. Only the strong men of the Xiante realm with fairy light on their bodies were qualified to continue flying in the air and step into the city. As for those below the Xiante realm, they must pass the assessment before they can enter the city. Otherwise, even if Yunzhao City is vast and endless, it cannot accommodate the audience of the entire Yunzhao land, and it will be extremely chaotic. At the same time, the real selection has already begun outside Yunzhao City. If you don't even have the qualifications to enter the city, you are not qualified to participate in the final selection. This is also to prevent too many people from filing the numbers, and the selection starts from outside the city. Qin Wentian and his men were naturally stopped. Standing outside Yunzhao City, looking at the ironclad teams, it seems that Yunzhao is very well prepared for this selection. After all, This selection is a century-long event for the 13 states of Dongsheng, initiated by the Dongsheng Immortal Sect, and the controllers of the 13 states of Dongsheng are almost all from the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. If you want to enter the city to participate in the selection, go to the assessment area to participate in the preliminary selection. If you are just a spectator, those below the Immortal stage will leave on their own. Yunzhou City will be temporarily closed. A loud voice came from the void. Every once in a while, someone shouted this sentence. That cold voice blocked countless people outside Yunzhou City. Brother Qin, let's go. Someone next to Qin Wentian spoke. It was Mu Yan. He and Qin Wentian were traveling together. They all followed the Death Blade Master. As for the identities of the few people, the Death Blade Master did not say much, and Mu Yan did not ask. The rules of the preliminary selection are to fight across borders, across a realm, and the challenger is a puppet soldier. Mu Yan and the others walked to the preliminary selection area. In front of them, there were immortal masters testing their cultivation, and then there were rows of independent areas and puppet soldiers. Obviously, everyone understood that there were a lot of people who wanted to participate in the selection, so even if it was a preliminary selection outside the city, the ability of the puppets to fight across borders was needed, which was enough to keep mediocre people out. P.S. I saw a comment saying that yesterday's 10 chapters were updated in 2 days or even 3 days. I suddenly understood why some friends said that I didn't make up for it before. It really counted. Yesterday was April 1st. You can see if there were 2 chapters updated the day before yesterday. Today will be updated normally. Yesterday's 10 chapters were just the amount of updates for April 1st. I can't afford it. Chapter 805, Cloudy Battle Arena. There are so many puppet warriors. Qin Wentian glanced at the vast area ahead, and many people were accepting the challenge of puppet warriors. Almost all the governors of the 13 states of Dongsheng came from the Dongsheng Immortal Sect, and this event was initiated by the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. How dare each state not try its best? Look at the Immortal Realm Masters patrolling in the void. The resources of a state are all being mobilized to Yunzhou City. In addition, there are so many people coming to participate in the assessment, how could there be few puppet warriors? Mu Yan crossed his arms and said lightly. What a big battle, just like my world, 1 call in 100 responses. The 13 states of Dongsheng belongs to the world of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Jian Mengchen said casually, and Mu Yan was stunned. His world? This guy is so arrogant, and I don't know where the master brought him from. Could it be that he wants to accept all 3 of them as his disciples? Mu Yan didn't know that these 3 people were actually his uncles, and that the Death Swordsman asked him to participate in the selection, which was actually a test and training for him. If he could pass this test, the Death Swordsman would consider recommending him to the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Cultivation Test. Qin Wentian and his companions walked in front of a group of immortal masters. 2 of them glanced back and forth at the 4 of them, and then waved their hands. Suddenly, a mark appeared on the chest of the 4 people's clothes. Qin Wentian had 4 characters engraved on his body, which meant that his cultivation was the 4th level of the heavenly phenomenon. Mu Yan had 8 characters engraved on his body, Zi Qingxun had 5, and Jian Mengchen had 3. The mark was for their cultivation. Go ahead. One of them said lightly. The 4 of them walked through a passage in the middle and came to the puppet battle area. Many people were already waiting here, all of whom were participating in the preliminary selection. These warriors are so powerful. Whether it is attack or defense, they are very balanced. They can completely be equal to the combat strength of stronger martial monks. It is not easy to cross the border to challenge puppet warriors. A person next to Qin Wentian whispered. However, a person next to him glanced at the person who spoke and said, if you are incompetent, don't come here to embarrass yourself. It's just a waste of time to fill the numbers. Moreover, you should know that the selection later may hurt your life. Many people around looked at the person who spoke. This person's tone was really arrogant. There were many strong people around him, each of whom gave people an extraordinary temperament, especially 2 of them, who were like stars supporting the moon. Not everything is self-aware. Many people think they are very strong, just because they have not seen more outstanding people. When they really see them, it is too late. Many people come to participate in this selection. It is expected. There is nothing strange. A person next to him said lightly. Qin Wentian also glanced at the group of people. Although what they said was reasonable, their tone was a little arrogant and looked down on others. The 2 people with the strongest aura did not say anything, but just looked at the puppet warriors in front of them calmly. "You, step out." The Xiante strongman in front pointed at one of the two people and said, "This person was wearing a tall crown, and he was handsome and graceful." Standing in the crowd, he gave people a sense of being a crane among chickens. His eyes were shining and he was in high spirits. He stepped out, and he, who was a 6th-level celestial being, came directly to a 7th-level puppet warrior. It's easy for Chang Feng to defeat the puppet soldier. Of course, Chang Feng has already locked a spot in the selection of Yun's Hao this time. Many people said with a smile. At this time, the young man wearing a high crown had already fought with a puppet soldier. The stars and celestial phenomena were shining, and there was a silver-white celestial light on the sky. A terrible silver metal storm blew up. In an instant, it seemed that a terrifying divine weapon roared out crazily, attacked and bombarded the puppet soldier. The puppet soldier was constantly attacked and made a roaring sound. If it continued, it would probably explode directly. Enough. The Xiante figure who presided over the battle said, and the young man named Chang Feng stopped immediately. "Wait over there." The Xiante strongman pointed to a direction and said, and the young man walked over there, still standing calmly, but heard that someone in the crowd seemed to be talking. Chang Feng, he is Yi Changfeng, a disciple of the Holy Academy of the All Saints Academy, with great talent. A knowledgeable person recognized the young strong man. The All Saints Academy has many academies, and the Holy Academy is the place where the most outstanding disciples are trained. This Yi Changfeng is from the Holy Academy of the All Saints Academy. "You, step out." The Xiante strongman who was supervising the battle pointed to another young man who was the center of attention and the people around him. The young man who was the center of attention wore a white robe and black hair, all of which were elegant. His long hair was casually draped over his body, making him look very chic. Duan Hong will definitely be more outstanding, someone said, and the young man in white and black hair walked out. He was at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon and faced a puppet warrior at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon. Duan Hong was seen blooming a starry sky, and terrifying ancient mountains appeared in the void, each of which seemed to be hundreds of feet high. Duan Hong waved his palm, and the ancient mountain fell down and smashed towards the puppet warrior. A terrifying roar was heard. In a moment, the Xiante strongman who presided over the battle called a halt and let Duan Hong pass. The rest of the people were eliminated and passed. Duan Hong of the Duan family, it is rumored that he is the most talented person among the younger generation of the Duan family. Whether it was Yi Changfeng or Duan Hong, they passed the preliminary selection with an extremely strong attitude and stood with those strong people who passed the preliminary selection. There were already more than 80 people gathered there. At a glance, only 1 or 2 people could match the temperament of Yi Changfeng and Duan Hong. The next preliminary selection continued, and more people were eliminated than those who passed. Even among the group of young people who had a big tone in the All Saints Academy, many were eliminated. Those who dare to participate in the preliminary selection are those who are more confident in their combat effectiveness. The elimination rate is still so high. It seems that if they are allowed to go directly, Yun's Hao City will not be able to screen them. This preliminary selection outside the city can eliminate all those who are just filing in the numbers. Qin Wentian thought to himself. At this time, the Xiante strongman who presided over the battle pointed his finger at Mu Yan and said, "You 4, step out." Qin Wentian and the other 4 had different cultivations and were assigned to different puppet soldiers. The puppet soldier in front of Qin Wentian had sharp eyes. This kind of human-shaped magic soldier has strong attack and defense. Bang! Qin Wentian's body rushed out, and the palm of his hand flowed with terrible rune light, which was extremely dazzling. He saw him slapping out with one palm and printing it. The human-shaped magic soldier raised the cold palm print and collided with Qin Wentian. There was a rumbling sound of explosion, and the puppet soldier's arm exploded directly and spread to the body, but Qin Wentian instantly retracted his power and did not directly shatter the puppet soldier. Passed. The person who presided over the battle took the puppet away and said. Almost at the same time, Mu Yan, Zi Qingxuan, Zheng Mengchen and others defeated their respective puppet soldiers. This scene made many people stare at this group of people. Their eyes were fatally sharp. Which major power did these 4 people belong to? They were so powerful. Okay, take them into the city. When Qin Wentian and those who passed the assessment gathered together, a fairy platform strongman led the way and led them directly into the city. The people guarding the city gate then turned and let the strong men step into Yun's Hao City. Someone in the city responded. It was a huge flying bird with shining fairy light, controlled by a strong man, specially to take the strong men who passed the preliminary selection. Come up. The fairy platform strongman on the bird said, and immediately everyone stepped on the huge flying eagle. In an instant, the flying eagle roared, soared into the clouds, and roared directly over the sky above Yunzhao City. Senior, where are we going? Qin Wentian asked impatiently. The next selection will be held in the Jiutian battle arena, the holy battleground of Yunzhao City. The strong man who rode the flying eagle responded. Everyone stood on the flying eagle and looked at the vast ancient city below. It was prosperous, with strong men from the immortal platform everywhere and countless palaces and towers. Yunzhao City is the main city of Yunzhao. It is extremely vast. Even the fairy-level flying beast still took 2 days to reach the destination of this trip, which made everyone understand why there were birds to pick them up. When they arrived at the destination of this trip, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with sharpness, his heart trembled slightly, and his eyes stared forward. What a handsome battle platform! Next to him, Qin Wentian exclaimed. The Jiutian battle platform is the most famous battle platform in Yunzhao. This is also the first time I have seen it. It is amazing. Mu Yan murmured and was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had heard of the Jiutian battle platform many times, but he still couldn't help but be strongly shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. I saw a battle platform shining with fairy light, floating above the clouds. On each battle platform, there was a dazzling brilliance, as if it was indestructible and could support super combat loads. There were 99 battle platforms above the entire sky. These 81 battle platforms were collectively called the Jiutian battle platform of Yunzhao. In front of the Jiutian battle arena is the Yunzhao Palace. The vast palace stretches far into the distance, all the way up to the sky, rising layer by layer. The highest palace seems to have entered the sky, and is even with the Jiutian battle arena. It is incredible. Below is an extremely vast square stand, which is also rising layer by layer. From the highest stand, you can see the scene on the Jiutian battle arena as long as you look up slightly. At this moment, this area is gathering countless figures. Every area is full of figures. The selection battle has begun, and there are sounds of mountains and seas coming from below. There are legions patrolling around the square, and people outside the square are not allowed to enter. Ordinary people can only watch the battle from the outside, but because the battle takes place on the Jiutian battle arena, they can still see it clearly. Next, this is your battlefield. The expert who controlled the bird pointed to the Jiutian battle stage in front and said to everyone. Beside them, more birds flashed over. Obviously, more experts were being brought here. If this continues, even after the preliminary selection, the number of people who participated in the selection battle will still be astronomical. All the monsters in the entire Yunzhao land have come. P.S. The update is a little late. I'm so sleepy. Here are some monthly tickets to calm my nerves. I will try my best to win monthly tickets this month and update as well. Chapter 806, Successor of the Master of Piaoxa Tower. On the flying birds, the Xianjiao stared at the Jiutian battle stage in front of them. Duan Hong asked, what does it mean to pass the Yunzhao city selection? What are the rules? The rules are very simple. Have you seen the halos on the strong men on the Jiutian battle stage? The Xiante strong man who was driving the flying eagle pointed to the Jiutian battle stage in front of him. Everyone nodded slightly. Almost everyone had a bright halo, like a halo of war, some strong and some weak. The stronger the halo of war spirit, the brighter the light. The halo is different when you stand up. When you step on the Jiutian battle stage, the halo of war spirit will naturally appear. The fighter who wins can swallow the halo of war spirit on the opponent and superimpose it on himself, from the weakest halo of 1 zhang, to the halo of 100 zhang, and the halo of 1000 zhang, which is stronger. The Xiante strongman continued, this round of selection will last for 81 days. After 81 days, those with the strongest halo of war spirit will be selected. Are there chaos among the major realms? Someone asked. If so, people of lower realms will suffer a lot. No, those in a lower realm can challenge those in a higher realm at will, without being controlled. If they win, they can not only devour the opponent's fighting spirit aura, but the Jiutian battle arena can also bestow additional color on the fighting spirit aura. Those in a higher realm cannot take the initiative to fight those in a lower realm. The other party continued to respond, look at the vast and endless square area below, and the endless figures. Except for the strong men from the Xiante who are watching the battle, everyone else may be your opponent. Moreover, there will be more people coming in the future. It will not be easy to win. Go ahead. Yes. Everyone nodded, and then stepped towards the vast square in front of them. The sound waves below were overwhelming, and the fighting spirit of the Void Yunshan battle arena was surging. Qin Wentian and his three companions walked side by side, and Mu Yan laughed and said, "The rules of this battle are really straightforward. The strong plunder the weak. You need to defeat your opponents continuously to plunder a strong enough battle aura and become the final winner. Once you lose a battle, the battle aura is swallowed up, and everything needs to start all over again. You can only win, not lose. Well, once you lose, the pressure is great." Qin Wentian nodded. After the defeat, there is still the simplest way, which is to directly challenge those people with bright battle auras and plunder their battle key. However, people with strong battle key themselves symbolize strong strength, so it is not easy to plunder them. Fortunately, the probability of us being defeated in the same realm is very small. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a wild smile. His handsome face contained a strong self-confidence in his words. Indeed, for the three of them who came out of the Xianfu realm, it is indeed difficult to find people who can defeat them in the same realm, unless they are monsters like them. This guy is even more arrogant than Changfeng. Someone nearby glanced at Qin Wentian. There are so many geniuses in Yunzhao. Yi Shangfang and others believe that they can lock in 1,000 places, but they dare not say that no one in the same realm can defeat him. After all, this selection is in the entire Yunzhao land. There are countless geniuses. You are powerful, but others are more evil. There is always someone better. No one knows how terrible the opponent is without seeing him. Yunzhao is really too big. Not to mention the most dazzling geniuses of various forces, there are countless hidden geniuses and unknown ones. By the way, Mu Yan, today is the day of the selection battle. Qin Wentian suddenly asked. The selection battle was held for 81 days before it stopped. It's the 8th day. We came relatively early. Mu Yan replied, those who come late will directly challenge those who have obtained powerful fighting spirit. That way it will be faster, but it will also be more difficult. When they spoke, their figures had already landed on the square. There were powerful people like clouds beside them, either immortal masters surrounded by immortal light, or geniuses who were going to participate in the selection battle. If you come too late, you may not have any chance at all. An old man from the Xiante said with a smile. Qin Wentian and others looked at him and asked, why do you say that, senior? Don't you know that the fighting spirit of this Yunshan battle platform has the function of increasing fighting power? The stronger the fighting spirit, the more terrible the fighting power. If you condense 10,000 feet of fighting spirit, your strength can increase tenfold. Later, you can't accumulate more fighting spirit than your predecessors, and you can't beat people with strong fighting spirit. The Xiante strong man reminded with a smile, which made Qin Wentian and others stunned, and then said, thank you for the reminder, senior. It's okay. I see that you guys have extraordinary temperaments. You should be the younger generation of the big sects. Why didn't you come with the elders? Look at those big sects Xianjiao. They are surrounded by strong people. Their sects are all looking forward to their victory and going to the East Saint Immortal Gate in Dongzhao to worship the East Saint. This person said with a smile. Qin Wentian swept his eyes over this vast area. There were indeed many strong people in the battle stage area. Some of the transcendent forces in Yunzhao were accompanied by many strong people in their sects. Coming from the side, Yi Changfang and Duan Hong went directly to a certain direction after arriving here. Naturally, they went to the place where the strong people of the family and sect were. Young people have lofty ambitions, but the road ahead is bumpy. His Majesty the Eastern Saint is high on the throne, and it is not something that ordinary people can see. As for wanting to become his disciple, it is difficult, too difficult. The immortal platform strongman sighed to himself, but did not notice that Qin Wentian had a wild smile in his eyes. He came to participate in this battle because of the assessment task of the Xianfu realm. His purpose was not to worship the Eastern Saint, but to reject the Eastern Saint. For him, this was just an assessment, an experience in the entire Eastern Saint 13 states, and an experience of fighting against the strong men of the Eastern Saint 13 states. Of course, for Qin Wentian, this assessment has another meaning. He is looking forward to standing in front of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and rejecting him once. Senior, it is because of the bumpy road ahead that life is more exciting. Qin Wentian said with a sunny smile. Well, that's right. It's wonderful that young people have such a temperament. The old man smiled and said, I look forward to your performance. Old Senior will definitely not be disappointed. Jian Mengchen responded, and then several people looked up at the Yunqian battle platform in the void. Haha, looking forward to it. The immortal platform strongman laughed heartily and looked around the vast area. He saw the powerful forces on the land of Yunzhao, occupying a region, majestic and magnificent. They had disciples of all realms. It was not easy for these four little guys to soar on the Yunqian battle stage. In the sky above the state palace of Yunzhao, all the strong men gathered. There were many powerful men gathered above the palace. In the middle direction, it was the Xianian Immortal King. Xianian Immortal King ruled the land of Yunzhao and was powerful. He set up a throne in the void and sat on it. The people around him were all powerful men from the state palace. Below him, there were many powerful men from various forces. Those people were all people of great status in Yunzhao. The strong men sitting on the seats in the void were all immortal kings, the masters of various forces, and the masters of the strongest powerful forces in Yunzhao. Brother Mu Yun is so powerful. He is at the 7th level of the celestial realm. On that Yunqian battle stage, he rarely meets an opponent. No one can defeat him. Now, he has gathered a battle aura of several hundred feet. Besides Xianian Immortal King, a girl in her 20s looked at a young man on a Yunqian battle stage with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Haha, Mu Yun is certainly good. He will definitely be able to obtain a battle aura of 10,000 feet. I hope that he will not only have a battle aura of 10,000 feet, but also change its color. Xianian Immortal King said with a faint smile, obviously thinking highly of Mu Yun. Master Mu Yun is indeed powerful. Cross-border battles are not a problem. He will definitely be able to put on a purple gold battle aura. Beside him, there was a strong man from Xiantian Immortal Mansion. The Immortal King of Xiantian Immortal Mansion laughed. Zhozan, don't be modest. Xiantian Immortal Mansion has always been good at fighting. This time, there are many geniuses in the various realms of your Xiantian Immortal Mansion competing for the battle aura. Xianian Immortal King said with a faint smile. Zhozan is the Immortal King of this Xiantian Immortal Mansion. He is extremely powerful and holds an extraordinary status in the land of Yunzhao. Immortal King, Zhou Teng, who is at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, is the youngest son of Immortal King Zan. He is extremely powerful and now has a battle aura of several hundred feet. Someone next to him reminded him, causing Immortal King Xianian to smile. I've heard that you, Zhozan, have another child. I didn't expect you to bring him here. Yes, there are also many powerful people at the 3rd level of the celestial realm on other Yunqian battle platforms, and they are all deliberately avoiding your young son Zhou Teng. All the major forces have a tacit understanding. Someone next to him smiled. Whenever a top-level genius from a major powerful force appears on a battle platform, others will give way and will not compete with him, at least not on the early stages. Maybe in the later stages, when the battle becomes fierce, there will be a crazy collision. One person has taken the initiative to leave the Yunqian battle platform. Is there any genius to fill the vacancy? At this time, Immortal King Xianian looked at an empty Yunqian battle platform and smiled. Wu Yang, go ahead. A figure on a throne not far away spoke indifferently. This force was a strong man from the Hengxin sect, the top force in Yunzhao. Wu Yang was more than 10 feet tall, much taller than ordinary people, and his whole body was filled with a sense of strength. He cultivated to the 4th level of the celestial realm, soared into the air, and stood directly on the Yunqian battle platform. Hengxin sect, Wu Yang. He roared, and the sound shook the sky. Hengxin sect, this person must be very powerful. Many people who were ready to challenge thought to themselves, shifting their eyes, and fighting safely in the early stage. Haha, the Hengxin sect has taken action, and no one dares to fight. The big men on the thrones were talking and laughing, but at this time, they saw a young man in white clothes and flowing black hair walking up and walked to the Yunqian battle platform. Interesting, someone has accepted the challenge. Everyone's eyes flashed and looked at the man. Just going to die. The Immortal King of Hengxin sect said proudly, but many people here cried out in surprise. Xianian Immortal King was sensitive and seemed to have noticed something unusual. Many powerful people from various forces looked at the young man who appeared, with a sharp gleam in their eyes. The descendant of the owner of Piaoxa Tower, Qin Wentian. A voice came out, although it was not loud, it was clear to the ears. In just a moment, In the vast and endless space, the voices gradually extinguished and became smaller and smaller. P.S. The monthly ticket is increasing very slowly. Let's work hard together. Chapter 807 Unstoppable. 2 years ago, a major event happened in Yunzhou. The Jiang family lineage founded by Jiangzhou, the holy land of refining in Yunzhou, was wiped out and razed to the ground. This incident shocked the land of Yunzhou. Everyone in the various forces knew about it. All forces were concerned about who destroyed the Jiang family lineage. In the end, the news came out that the person who destroyed the land of Yunzhou was a legendary figure in Piaoxua City, Jiangling County, a person who had passed away. This person was the owner of Piaoxua Tower. Therefore, everything about the owner of Piaoxua Tower and what happened in Piaoxua City was dug out. One shocking news after another spread throughout the land of Yunzhou and was talked about with relish. No one thought that the Jiang family lineage would be destroyed because of a small person of the third level of celestial phenomena, and no one thought that many powerful forces in Yunzhou would encounter the embarrassing situation of being completely destroyed when dealing with a person who had passed away. The legendary owner of Piaoxua Tower was also a peerless beauty, but unfortunately, he had already fallen and his soul was integrated into the city of instruments. The disturbance 2 years ago made two names resound throughout the land of Yunzhou and known to many people. One of them was naturally the owner of Piaoxua Tower, and the second name was Qin Wentian. At this moment, the young man on the Jiutian battle stage, the owner of Piaoxua Tower he mentioned, and Qin Wentian, the descendant of the owner of Piaoxua Tower, Qin Wentian. Gradually, the voice in the vast and endless space gradually became very low, without any noise, and countless eyes shut at the Jiutian battle stage where Qin Wentian was, staring at the figure in white. Is this person the Qin Wentian who was famous 2 years ago? Now, he appeared on the Jiutian battle stage. If we talk about fame, Qin Wentian's fame is probably louder than any Xiangxiang realm prodigy in Yunzhou. Moreover, right here, many major forces still have deep grievances with Qin Wentian that have not been resolved. Interesting, this kid actually appeared here. On the Void Throne, Xian Immortal King showed an interesting look and looked at Qin Wentian with interest. This boy actually dared to leave kitchen and show up. Master, many people in my Xian Immortal Mansion died because of him. This time without kitchen, we will definitely let the Xianjiao in our sect kill him on the Jiutian battle stage. A strong man from Xian Immortal Mansion said coldly. One of his descendants went to Piaoxua City and died in that battle. Seeing Qin Wentian, he naturally hated him. This boy must be killed. A strong man from Wancheng Academy said coldly. He actually showed up. This time, he must die on the Xianqian battle stage. A voice came from the direction of Jiutian Immortal Academy. Many people from all major forces wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Back then in Piaoxua City, Qin Wentian offended too many people, many of whom were top forces in Yunzhou. Now, these major forces have come to the Jiutian battle stage to watch the battle. Seeing Qin Wentian leave kitchen to participate in the selection, how could they let him go? So senior brother is so famous. In the crowd below, Zheng Mengchen saw that the vast space gradually became quiet. Countless people looked at the Jiutian battle stage where Qin Wentian was. He was a little surprised. This was too famous. It attracted everyone's attention. No one of the previous Xianjiao had such appeal. Zikingxun's eyes also flashed with a strange light. He glanced at Mu Yan beside him, and saw Mu Yan smiled and said, "This guy got a weapon city at the beginning, and was coveted by many powerful forces. A war broke out, and many people died in that war, so he offended many people. No wonder, that war must have been a vigorous war, otherwise it would not have such an influence." Zheng Mengchen smiled, and Mu Yan nodded gently. That war was indeed a sensation. At this time, on the Jiutian battle stage, the moment Qin Wentian stepped onto the battle stage, there was a halo of fighting spirit lingering around him. The halo was more than 10 feet long, and it faintly contained a fighting power. The existence of this fighting spirit could be felt. The opponent was the same, with a battle aura of more than 10 feet on his body. Obviously it was also his first battle. This person was burly, 10 feet tall, and he gave people a strong pressure when he stood there. Wu Yang also noticed the abnormality of the space, and then his eyes flashed, as if he suddenly remembered something, staring at Qin Wentian, and said, "You are the Qin Wentian who made Piaoxua City restless 2 years ago." "It's me." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. "Okay, it's just right to take your life to commemorate my first battle on the Jiutian battle stage." Wu Yang's eyes flashed with excitement, and his footsteps were stepped on, and a roar came out. A terrible repressive force rushed straight towards Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's expression to flash. The repressive force, this Wu Yang actually practiced the same power as him. Wu Yang was surrounded by the light of repression, and he pressed towards Qin Wentian madly. Every step he took seemed to have infinite power to suppress him, and his momentum was extremely surging. Those who could stand on the Jiutian battle stage had already passed the preliminary selection and were able to fight across realms. As Wu Yang was a genius of the Jiutian sect, his strength was naturally super strong. Buzz! In an instant, the stars shone, and the dream world constellations appeared. In just a moment, Wu Yang seemed to be trapped in the dream space. HMPH. Wu Yang snorted coldly, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone, and many star-linked stone tablets appeared in the space. There was a terrible light shining on each stone tablet, and the power of suppression spread from it. Kill! Wu Yang waved his palm, and the stone tablets immediately suppressed in various directions, as if to suppress Qin Wentian's starry sky. At the same time, a stone tablet went straight to Qin Wentian. A spear appeared in Qin Wentian's hand, and his virtual demon power shone on the spear light. His spear shining with rune light suddenly stabbed out, and with a loud bang, a stone tablet exploded directly, and the attack speed was incredibly fast. However, Wu Yang waved his hand, and huge stone tablets came to suppress them. Qin Wentian waved his spear, and the spear rays pierced out like lightning, breaking apart as soon as they touched each other. There were constant bangs, and the stone tablets kept exploding and shattering. Every shot was fast and accurate. Qin Wentian had wings on his back, and his figure flashed, shuttling through the stars and celestial phenomena. Wu Yang waved his hand, and in an instant many stone tablets gathered together, turning into a huge and incomparable stone tablet that suppressed and killed directly. The terrifying force seemed to lock Qin Wentian's body tightly and suppress it. Qin Wentian's spear pierced the huge stone tablet like lightning, but the spear was instantly shattered. The terrifying killing force hit Qin Wentian crazily, causing him to retreat. After leaving kitchen, it's really not possible. Choosing me in the first battle can only be said to be the most stupid thing in your life, which directly led to your fall. Wu Yang continued to move forward, but saw Qin Wentian's eyes flickering, and thought to himself, this person is at the same level as me. There is no need to prove that he can challenge across the border. As a genius of a big power, his absolute combat power should be able to reach the edge of crossing two realms. This selection battle is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This person was repelled by Wu Yang. It seems that his strength 2 years ago was only due to the power of Gupiaoxua city. Although his own combat power is also strong, it is far less than his reputation. He is a bit undeserved. Everyone saw the battle in the void and said in secret, but Jian Mengzhen was puzzled. How did senior brother hide his strength in battle? He and Qingxun knew very well that although Wu Yang was quite powerful, it would not be difficult for Qin Wentian to defeat him. If he showed too much strength in the first battle, how can he plunder the fighting spirit? Mu Yan smiled lightly, causing Jian Mengzhen to blink. Senior brother is so insidious? It seems that you are really not capable of this. Wu Yang took a big step forward, and the stone tablet spread out again, floating in the air, rushing towards Qin Wentian madly. Each stone tablet contained a powerful attack force. Qin Wentian's figure flashed forward again, and his spear kept striking out like lightning, with an attack speed so fast that it was dazzling. At this moment, Wu Yang had a brief illusion in his mind, as if there were dazzling spears shooting out from all directions in the space at the same time, with terrible light. Illusion. Wu Yang was determined and immediately knew that it was an illusion. He saw Qin Wentian's spear piercing out from the gap of the stone tablet like lightning, but this attack still needed time, and he could completely resist it. Puff. With a light sound, his throat was pierced by himself. Qin Wentian's figure was like a residual image, standing in front of him, holding the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear was inserted into his throat. This strange shot was fatal. You underestimate my starry sky, this is a dream world. Qin Wentian murmured, and pulled out his spear. Then Wu Yang fell down, and the aura of fighting spirit on his body was directly swallowed by Qin Wentian's fighting spirit, causing Qin Wentian's own fighting spirit to surge by 10 feet. Wu Yang. The strong man of Jiutian sect shuddered. How could Wu Yang die in the battle? A strong man came to clean up the battle stage. Qin Wentian held a spear in his hand, stood on the ground, and stood quietly on the Jiutian battle stage. He did not leave and continued to accept challenges. Buzz! The wind passed by, and a figure rushed straight to the sky and landed on the Jiutian battle stage. He stared at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes, stepped forward step by step, and released murderous aura. Jiutian Immortal Mansion, Jiutian Jiutian. The man's expression was filled with murderous intent. He was the brother of Zhou Jingshan, a strong man in Jiutian Immortal Mansion in Piaoxua City in the past. The two looked somewhat similar. He was furious and murderous. He rushed straight to Qin Wentian and blasted with both palms, shaking the earth. Not as good as Wu Yang. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he directly abandoned his spear and rushed out, shooting towards Zhou Jingshan like lightning. He was wearing Fu Guang armor, dazzling and unparalleled. When his palms were printed, it seemed that two terrifying star-picking hands grabbed the starry sky and destroyed everything. A terrible rumbling sound came out, destroying everything. His palms collided with Zhou Jingshan's palms. There was a loud bang, Zhou Jingshan screamed, and his arm exploded directly. Then a palm print hit his body, shattering the vitality in his body. The battle aura on Qin Wentian's body rushed out directly, swallowing the battle aura on the other side, and Zhou Jingshan's body fell directly into the air below the Jiutian battle stage. Chapter 808 The Most Dazzling. Zhou Jingshan. The people of his Jiutian Immortal Mansion looked livid. Zhou Jingshan was defeated and died. It seems that he is not as weak as imagined. He is a truly terrifying evil person. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian. He stood on the edge of the Jiutian battle stage, looking around below with a cold and arrogant look. He still had no intention of leaving the Jiutian battle stage and still wanted to fight. Who can kill him? Among the strong men of Jiutian Immortal Mansion, Zhou Zan on the throne saw Qin Wentian's cold and arrogant eyes and spoke coldly. This boy, who won 2 victories, was so arrogant, as if in his eyes, he looked down on everything and did not take the Immortal King's strong men seriously. There are not many outstanding people in the 4th level of Xiangxiang in my Jiutian Immortal Mansion. In addition to Jingshan, there is another person with strong fighting power, but he is now on another Jiutian battle platform and has already obtained 100-foot fighting spirit. Next to Zhou Zan, an elder pointed to another Jiutian battle platform in the void, where a strong man was surrounded by fighting spirit. The 100-foot fighting spirit seemed to have the spirit of swallowing the sky and was invincible. This man is a Wanfu Hao, with a fighting ring on his body, and his attack power is terrible. He is the most promising strong man in this realm of my Jiutian Immortal Mansion to impact 1,000 quota. The elder said slowly. Zhou Zan is a fairy king strong man. He usually doesn't pay enough attention to Jiutian Immortal Mansion. Except for some of his direct disciples in the fairy platform realm, the sect and disciples are all handed over to the younger generation to take care of. Then let Wanfu Hao kill him. Zhou Zan ordered indifferently, causing the old man's expression to flash with a sharp edge. Then he nodded and said to the Void Cloud Sky battle platform, Wanfu Hao, you go and kill Qin Wentian on the battle platform. Everyone looked in the direction of Wanfu Hao, only to see him fighting. His 100-foot battle aura seemed extremely majestic, and his attacking power was astonishing and terrifying. His opponent was crushed by him crazily. After a moment, the winner was decided. His fist light contained the battle ring, directly destroying and killing the opponent, domineering and fierce. Yes. After killing his opponent, Wanfu Hao's terrifying eyes swept towards Qin Wentian, and then his body trembled, soared into the air, and with a loud bang, he landed directly on the Cloud Sky battle platform where Qin Wentian was. Wanfu Hao of Jiutian Immortal Mansion has a very good reputation, much stronger than Zhou Jingshan. Now he has 100 feet of fighting spirit lingering around him, and his fighting power must be even more terrifying. I wonder if Qin Wentian can compete with him. Someone murmured on Jiutian Immortal King's side, but Jiutian Immortal King remained silent and just watched quietly. He naturally hoped that the monsters in his Yunzhao land would be as strong as possible, so that when he went to Dongzhou to participate in the final election, he would have the opportunity to perform outstandingly and not be suppressed by the people of the other 12 states. If one of the 3 people who could finally worship His Majesty Dongsheng was from Yunzhao, he would also have face. Wanfu Hao put more pressure on Qin Wentian than Wu Yang. The 100 feet of fighting spirit, winding like a dragon, circling around his body, was extremely majestic. The figure of Wanfu Hao trembled, and the stars and celestial phenomena bloomed. In the void, there was a golden light all over the sky. Endless golden patterns lingered in the air, like a terrible battle ring. These battle rings were constantly imprinted on Wanfu Hao's body, making his body burst out with terrifying battle pressure, extremely sharp, and the fighting momentum of the whole person was multiplied. Boom! Wan Fu Hao took a step, and there was a roar, and the sound of bang 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 was endless. The battle ring trembled wildly, and golden light filled the sky. In the endless golden light, Wan Fu Hao punched out, and there was a golden fist light of 100 feet that shook the world and swept out. The void trembled, with the courage to sweep through thousands of troops and invincible. His terrible golden fist light seemed to penetrate the void of heaven and earth and kill Qin Wentian. Not bad. Zhou Zhan, who sat on the throne of Jiutian immortal mansion, praised Zhou. He was such a great man. He could feel the momentum of Wan Fu Hao as soon as he made a move. How could ordinary people of the 4th level of Xiangxiang have such terrible power? Under such attacking power, not to mention the 4th level of Xiangxiang, ordinary people of the 5th level of Xiangxiang would surely die. Wan Fu Hao has practiced Jiutian Divine Fist to a very powerful level. With his understanding and talent, once he steps into the realm of Xiante, he can really destroy the immortal with one punch. The people around him were also very satisfied with Wan Fu Hao's attack. Just this one blow was enough to amaze people. It was amazing. Qin Wentian's body was shining with talisman light, as if there was a talisman armor flowing through his body. His body made a roaring sound, his flesh transformed, and his palm seemed to contain terrible starlight. A strange divine light burst out from his eyes, and wisps of purple gold light surrounded his body. He was filled with terrible suppressive power. Boom! He raised his hand and blasted out a palm. There seemed to be a dazzling palm print bursting out, suppressing the world, as if there were terrible giants hidden in the palm print. The war god fist attacked and collided with his ancient palm print, making a terrifying roar and trembling sound, shaking the world. Boom! Wan Fu Hao's body rushed out wildly, and the starry sky battle ring in the void lit up wildly. He raised his hand, but saw Qin Wentian's palm slapping the void at the same time, faster than him. Boom! Boom! The terrifying pressure came, deterring the world, and saw palm prints appearing from the void, directly suppressing and killing. Wan Fu Hao's eyes flashed, and his fists hit out angrily, and the void palm print was directly shattered, but Qin Wentian's body also pressed forward, and he had no fear at all. The star-slaying star appeared shiningly, and the terrifying suppressing force collided and intersected with the opponent's starry sky, and there were terrible figures suppressing and killing, bombarding the opponent's battle ring. Kill. Qin Wentian's star-picking palm print seemed to be able to really pick off the stars, the sun and the moon, and kill people. Get out of here! Wan Fu Hao shouted angrily, and his fist smashed the sky. The light on his body became more blazing, but he also truly felt the power bursting out of Qin Wentian at this moment, which was an endless edge that was unstoppable and suppressed the world. Qin Wentian's pupils were extremely terrifying, and the star-suppressing image was madly crushed out. Wan Fu Hao only felt that the power of the star-suppressing image needed to be resisted with force, not to mention that Qin Wentian's palm prints were monstrous, and both hands were madly attacking together, destroying the world. So strong. The crowd below only saw the palm prints of the sky and the star-picking palm prints blasting out in turn, suppressing Wan Fu Hao so much that he couldn't breathe, and could only rely on the monstrous battle ring on his body to hold on tightly, but if this continued, he would be drowned by the palm prints sooner or later. In a breath of time, there were countless collisions. Finally, the crowd saw that Wan Fu Hao could not hold on and was injured. Then a big palm print took advantage of the opportunity and hit him directly in the face. With a loud bang, such a terrifying blow directly killed Wan Fu Hao on the spot. His body was shaken out of the Yunqian battle stage, and another Xianjiao figure fell to the sky below. Defeated, dead. The 100-foot battle spirit was swallowed by Qin Wentian. At this moment, the battle spirit shrouded Qin Wentian's body seemed to roar like wind and thunder, roaring in the air. He walked out and walked to the edge of the Yunqian battle stage. His eyes swept across the world, arrogant. Really weak, no threat. Qin Wentian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of mountains and seas in the distance, which made the people in Jiutian immortal mansion look even more pale. Zhou Zhan's eyes looked around the vast void, and his expression was not good. Those who were watching from a distance were a little excited. It seemed that a peerless evil figure had appeared, and this person had a glorious experience in Piaoxua City. Many people who participated in the selection were thinking about what would happen if they were on the same battlefield with Qin Wentian. I am in this Jiutian immortal mansion, at the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon. Is there no one who can kill him? Zhou Zhan asked indifferently. The people around him all had sullen faces, not knowing how to respond. Wan Fuhao is already the strongest in this realm. In other realms, Xianshan Immortal Mansion has more outstanding geniuses, but in this realm, there are indeed none. It's a pity that his cultivation is at the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon. If he was at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon, he would definitely die. The elder next to him said coldly, intentionally changing the subject and not answering directly, but how could Zhou not understand the implication? Cowardly. Zhou said coldly, and the others did not dare to respond. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone who challenges me unless they want to kill me. You can come and fight without any worries. Qin Wentian saw that no one challenged him, so he couldn't help but speak up, which made many people secretly relieved. Those people just now were indeed going to take Qin Wentian's life. I have heard of Qin Wentian's name a long time ago. Since that's the case, I will challenge him. A handsome young man went up to the Yunshan battle stage to fight. There was no exception in the battle. He was defeated. However, after Qin Wentian defeated the opponent and took away his fighting spirit, he did not hurt the opponent too much, but just made the opponent feel a little relieved. This made many people feel relieved. Many Xianjiao characters tried to challenge Qin Wentian, and they were defeated one by one. In just a few hours, Qin Wentian won hundreds of battles in a row. His fighting spirit was 500 or 600 feet, covering his body, soaring up, and possessed a terrible deterrent power. Qin Wentian could no longer hold back and stepped onto the Yunshan battle stage, right beside Qin Wentian. He was extremely powerful at the 3rd level of the celestial realm and seized 100 feet of battle energy in a short period of time. Zi Qingxuan was the same. She had won many victories across the battle stage from Qin Wentian. Only Mu Yan had not made a move yet. He looked at the 3 people in the void with a smile. Which force did these 3 brothers join? Why were they so powerful with the master? Brother, it's great. Qin Wentian smiled at Qin Wentian and looked at Zi Qingxuan again. Come on, sister. We are going to be the 3 most dazzling people in battle energy. Arrogant. You are so arrogant. Below, a series of cold voices came out. They also knew that these 3 people were brothers. No wonder they were born from the same mold and were so arrogant that they didn't know how high the sky was. They actually wanted to become the 3 most dazzling people among the endless geniuses in Yunzhao. This was simply ignoring the pride of the Yunzhao land. Although they were all dazzling, this statement was really too arrogant. However, this also made those forces that had grievances with Qin Wentian wonder, could it be that this guy really has a powerful master to back him up? P.S. I got up at 5 o'clock today and set off to the countryside to visit the graves, so I updated so late, I'm exhausted. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809 Golden Flame Eagle. On the Yunshan battle stage, some eyes were directed at Qin Wentian who was speaking. On the 81 Yunshan battle stages, there were several very powerful figures. The battle auras gathered on them were thousands of feet, and some even had 10,000 feet of battle aura. They soared up and lingered in the sky. Standing on the Yunshan battle stage, they were like gods. The selection battle had been open for several days. The battles were fought one after another. The strongest ones had been undefeated and accumulated 10,000 feet of battle aura. Those who could accumulate 10,000 feet of battle aura were undoubtedly the top-level Xianjiao and Yunzhao. Their own strength was already extremely terrifying, and with the increase in battle aura, no one could shake them. Before, they had always been the most dazzling people on the Yunshan battle stage, shining brightly. It was only after Qin Wentian appeared that many eyes were focused on him because of what he had done in Piaoxua City. But as Qin Wentian's voice fell, the 2 people with 10,000 feet of battle aura looked at their 3 brothers. It's a pity that you and I are of different realms, otherwise, I will never let you step onto this Yunshan battle stage. One of them spoke indifferently. This person was at the 5th level of the Xiangxiang realm. He was a disciple of the Yanlao Saint sect. His name was Zhu Zhuan. He was one of the 3 most outstanding disciples of the Yanlao Saint sect who participated in the selection this time. He was praised as someone who had already secured 1,000 seats. If you were at the same realm as me, I would want the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit on you. Qin Wentian grinned, his handsome face showed a harmless look. but his voice was enough to offend too many people. Zhujuan, this person is really crazy. Another person with 10,000 feet of fighting spirit was also an outstanding Xianjiao in Yuntao. His cultivation was stronger, at the 6th level of the Xiangxiang realm. He smiled indifferently and then walked down the Yunshan battle stage. After fighting for so long, it's time to rest and give the Yunshan battle stage to others. Gu Chen, why don't you take 100,000 feet of fighting spirit in one breath, which will penetrate the sky and the earth? Zhujuan said with a smile. No hurry. Gu Chen said calmly. In just a moment, he returned to the bottom. Many people immediately made way for him. He was a truly peerless evildoer, respected by everyone. Many people looked at Gu Chen with admiration, but also with the intention of fighting. Although you are at a different realm from that arrogant boy, her senior sister is at a similar level to you. It's the same if you defeat her. A strong man from the direction of Wancheng Academy shouted at the Yunshan battle stage in the void, obviously referring to what Zhujuan said. That's right. Zhujuan smiled and looked at Zi Qingxun. It's just that I can't bear to humiliate a beautiful woman. Zi Qingxun looked up at Zhujuan and said, you are so arrogant. Hearing this, Zhujuan's eyebrows flashed with a sharp light, and then he smiled and said, in that case, I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards Zi Qingxun, with 1,000 feet of fighting spirit, looking extremely majestic, ready to crush everything. Sister, let these people see. Zheng Mengchen said, and then he looked at the person who had just spoken in the Wancheng Academy, pointed his finger in that direction, and his handsome face was still arrogant. He said, what's the point of instigating others? You can order your juniors to fight me. I will challenge you to 3rd level Xiangxiang Xianjiao. How dare you? The strong man from the Wancheng Academy scolded the void. Didn't your elders teach you how to talk to the elders? Zheng Mengchen's mouth curled up a wicked smile, and said, my elders only taught me how to teach those rats a lesson. If you don't dare to fight, just shut up. I am a disciple of the Wancheng Academy. If you defeat any of the 3 of them, you will be rewarded. The old man said angrily. It was very embarrassing to be provoked and shouted by a junior, and this kid was as crazy as Qin Wentian. I will go and kill this lunatic. Below, a young Xianjiao walked out. It was a disciple of the Wancheng Academy. Good. The old man praised. After a moment, the young man walked to the Yunshan battle stage where Zheng Mengchen was, stepped on it, and showed his murderous intent. Just based on you, with such a weak momentum, you are worthy of being called a genius. Zheng Mengchen's handsome face suddenly became extremely sharp. He opened his mouth and then suddenly roared, get out. This long roar shook the world. There seemed to be a storm that destroyed everything between heaven and earth. Sometimes it was like 1,000 demons running, trampling everything, and sometimes it was like 1,000 soldiers firing together, cutting through the void. Any wind in this storm had a terrifying killing power. The strong man from the All Saints Academy only felt that the extremely terrifying sharp blade was cutting him madly. The starlight on his body was shining, protecting his body, but there was a loud bang, and his body defense was directly shattered. The terrifying storm of destruction ran over him directly. The young genius showed a look of horror, and his body seemed to be decomposing, and it was about to turn into endless particles under the terrifying power. Bang! With a loud noise, the young genius body exploded and shattered, turning into dust and scattered with the wind. Zheng Mengchen stopped roaring, and the crowd looked at the handsome young man in horror. At this time, his eyes were so sharp that they made people feel scary. The light jumping in his eyes was like the light of a king. His eyes could make people feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. Another pervert. Everyone's heart trembled slightly, and they cursed secretly. It seems that there will be many top-notch monsters in the selection battle of Yunzhao this time. This guy who is a little too young and a little too arrogant, sounds impetuous, but I didn't expect him to have such terrible fighting power. With a roar, he killed a genius of the same realm. The geniuses who can stand on the Yunshan battle stage have proved that they have the ability to fight across borders, but they were still killed by roar. It can be seen how strong this person is. The people of Wancheng Academy are probably not good enough. Qin Wentian naturally understood the strength of Zheng Mengchen. When he saw the gloomy faces of many strong men in Wancheng Academy, he did not forget to add a knife, and his tone was undoubtedly arrogant. On another Yunshan battle stage, the battle between Zhujuan and Zi Qingxun had already broken out. Zhujuan was surrounded by 1,000-foot battle spirit, and when the stars and celestial phenomena bloomed, there were thousands of large palm prints suspended in the sky. Each palm print contained terrible power, as if all the heavens were his divine seals. When he attacked, endless palm prints crazily struck out, killing gods and shaking the sky. Watching Zhu Juan's battle was pleasing to the eye. That kind of majestic power made people truly feel the power of the Xiangxiang realm martial life cultivator. Zhu Juan's starry sky was obviously derived from the fusion of multiple true meanings. His palm prints were not only powerful and violent, but also extremely fast and heavy. Every time a brilliant divine seal attacked, it seemed to be able to crush the heaven and earth. Under his attack, Qin seemed to be extremely passive and could only use his powerful speed to move, but he was still shocked and retreated. The attack is indeed very strong. It seems that the person who can win the 10,000 feet battle aura is not an ordinary person. Coupled with the amplification power of the battle aura, his combat power has doubled again, and Qin seems passive. However, Qin has not started the real battle yet. Qin Wentian glanced at the battle over there and said secretly, only to see Zhu Juan surrounding the divine seals of the heavens and pressing towards Qin at this moment, and said proudly, "You are not my opponent, I will send you down." Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying golden flame shot up from Qin's body and shot straight into the sky. Her body seemed to be burning, covered with bright golden flames like the sun. Her eyes flashed with a breathtaking light. It seemed that a super strong blood power burst out from her body. "Do you really think you are strong?" Qin's eyes seemed to shoot out golden light like the scorching sun. She was bathed in flames and stepped forward. Stars appeared in the sky, but her stars were more dazzling than the sun, with dazzling golden eagles. Behind her, a huge golden eagle phantom also appeared. On her back, a pair of dazzling and boundless eagle wings grew. Below, many people stood up straight, staring at Qin. This blood power was so strong that even if they were far away, they could faintly feel the pressure from Qin. Zhu Juan was also stunned. He obviously did not expect that the woman standing opposite him would be so terrifying. Buzz! The dazzling light flashed past, and Qin's body turned into a beam of light, rushing towards Zhu Juan like a divine eagle. At this moment, Zhu Juan's power completely exploded. He condensed the ancient seal in his palm, and the stars and celestial phenomena shone down. The light of the infinite divine seal was overwhelming, strangling out and bombarding Qin, who was rushing towards him. Qin's pupils shot out a monstrous light, and there was a terrifying light bursting out, causing the palm prints in front to break directly. At the same time, she grabbed forward with her palm. An endless divine eagle seemed to rush forward with her, destroying everything. The dazzling palm prints kept exploding and breaking, and Qin's body rushed to Zhu Juan without any hindrance. "You are not worthy to talk to me." A lone and arrogant voice came out of Qin's mouth. She blasted out with her palm, and a terrifying divine eagle passed through and directly pierced Zhu Juan's body. It actually passed through his body. Zhu Juan trembled all over, revealing a look of fear. The fighting spirit on his body was madly dissipating. The 10,000 feet of fighting spirit directly belonged to Qin's body. A loud bang was heard, and Zhu Juan's body dissipated into the air, turning into golden flame light, and disappeared. Qin, who sees the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit, was bathed in the glory of the divine eagle, and had the aura of 10,000 feet of fighting spirit. She was like a goddess of heaven, standing there arrogantly. Her golden eyes swept towards everyone. Wherever she passed, ordinary people did not dare to look into her eyes. She seemed to be a natural female god of war, with an extremely powerful fighting body and super terrifying blood. "Senior sister, awesome!" Qin Wentian praised. This battle was indeed amazing, making everyone's eyes focus on her. Looking at the three fellow disciples on the Jiutian battle stage, everyone seemed to feel the compelling light blooming from them. Where did these three people come from? If the people of Piaoxua City saw this scene, they would definitely not doubt Qin Wentian's words that he came from a super powerful force. P.S. After the update, shout for a monthly ticket. Chapter 810 Young Warrior. Qin. This person's name is Qin. She is a fellow disciple of Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian. What sects do these three come from? Everyone stared at the three peerless demeanors on the Jiutian battle stage. If they were just outstanding before killing Zhu Juan, then Qin's battle made the auras of the three of them even brighter. Zhu Juan was originally a demon character with a multiplied power increase. With the increase of the war energy, he was still killed by Qin. This means that Qin's strength is more than one level stronger than Zhu Juan. Zhujuan is a demon Xianjiao of the Yunlao Saint sect. The Yunlao Saint sect is the most core force in the land of Yunzhao. Their position is next to Xianai and Xiangwang and others. At this moment, many people from the Yunlao Saint sect stood up from the empty chairs and stared at Zi Qingxun on the Yunqian battle stage with a terrible cold light in their eyes. Zhujuan was not only deprived of his 10,000 feet of fighting spirit, but was also directly wiped out. He didn't even have the chance to return to the Yunqian battle stage. His Yunlao Saint sect also lost an outstanding genius. Zhujuan was originally a strong man who had locked in the Yunzhao land promotion list, but now, he has fallen. Who can kill these three people? A strong man from the Yunlao Saint sect said coldly. These three people are too arrogant and don't know how to restrain their edge. These three people should be killed. The strong man from the Wancheng Academy echoed coldly. The strong men from many forces wanted to kill Qin Wentian and his men. However, at the same level, it was not easy to kill the three of them. It was not something that ordinary geniuses could do. If you want to kill us, come on, but be prepared to be killed. Qin Wentian said coldly, my senior brothers and sisters and I will occupy these three Yunqian battle platforms until the end of this round of selection. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. When others provoke him, he becomes even more arrogant. The people below thought to themselves. The appearance of these three people gradually made the battle on the Yunqian battle platform have a smell of gunpowder, and the wonderful battle really began. On the other Yunqian battle platforms, some extremely demonic figures also appeared one after another, gradually showing their edge, seizing the brilliant battle aura, dazzling. A figure appeared on the battle platform where Qin Wentian was. When this person appeared, there was a cry of surprise from below, followed by a thunderous roar, as if countless people were looking forward to this duel. It's Yan Xianan. This man took away the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit in 5 days, and then stepped down from the Yunqian battle stage. Although he is at the third level of the Xiangxiang realm, once the stars and celestial phenomena bloom, he is simply invincible. He kills whoever he meets and rarely encounters an opponent. Later, no one dared to challenge him, so he stepped down from the Yunqian battle stage. He definitely has a chance to compete for the top 100 seats in Yunzhao. He is a seed of the 100 seats, and his strength is super terrifying. Many people whispered, making those who came later also excited. It seems that the masters are going to duel. Qin Wentian is too strong. He can kill the enemy with a roar. It's super scary. Yan Xianan has also never met an opponent. Now the two of them collide, it must be a shocking battle, which makes people look forward to it. Many powerful people from major forces also showed coldness, which made this guy rampant. Now that he meets Yan Xianan, he is probably dead. I didn't want to make a move so early. I wanted to wait until you had seized the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit, and then I would make a move to defeat you. Yan Xianan looked at Qin Wentian and said, however, your words have successfully aroused my interest. I'm afraid you can't stay on this Yunqian battle stage any longer. Are you strong? Qin Wentian stared at Yan Xianan, and the wild light in his eyes became more and more intense, as if the stronger the challenger, the more interested he was, stimulating the wildness and fighting desire deep in his heart. 10,000 feet of fighting spirit, even if you increase it tenfold, I can still defeat you easily. There was a fanatical light in Qin Wentian's eyes, and his fighting spirit was blazing and bursting out crazily. Arrogant. Yan Xianan floated forward, waved his palm, and the light shone. His starry sky appeared. In this starry sky, there were all kinds of things running, and the void was shaking. Behind Yan Xianan, it seemed that a god elephant as high as 100 feet appeared, sacred and majestic, inviolable. Above the god elephant, there was a monstrous halo, with a fighting spirit that trampled on the heavens. Yan Xianan's divine elephant star celestial phenomenon has appeared. This is a star celestial phenomenon that can trample on the heaven and earth. Its power is too terrible. This Yan Xianan must also have a strong bloodline and a strange physique. Everyone saw this scene and said in secret. Then, Yan Xianan waved his palm, and the myriad things came down to kill. The iron hoofs trampled on the heaven and earth. The whole void was oppressive. Each war elephant seemed to be transformed into an unparalleled power. Tens of millions of war elephants were like the power of 10 million trampling. Before the attack came, Qin Wentian's body was constantly shaking. The terrifying war elephant halo attacked and trampled on his body. At this moment, tens of millions of war elephants came to kill, presenting a doomsday scene. People of the third level of celestial phenomena can be so powerful. This Yan Xianen is too terrible. He must be in the top 100. Everyone thought in their hearts. Seeing Yan Xianen's attack, there was another sound of mountains and seas below. Such a strong attack, let's see how the arrogant and handsome young man resists. Roar. A roar that shook the world came out, as if the whole world was a storm of destruction. With Qin Wentian as the center, the empty space of the world seemed to have turned into an ancient battlefield of killing. With his roar, countless ancient war beasts and millions of divine soldiers gathered in the storm of heaven and earth to destroy everything. A rumbling sound of shock came out, and the attacks of the two collided. Millions of war elephants came to kill and confront the storm, with a hidden momentum of the collapse of the sky and the earth. Kill. Yan Xianen stepped forward, surrounded by brilliant holy light, and the might of the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit burst out crazily. The divine elephant behind him let out a thunderous roar, which was extremely terrifying and was bound to break through everything. But at this moment, in the brilliant storm, Qin Wentian was bathing in the storm of destruction. He was covered with a layer of gorgeous battle armor, and a terrifying kingly aura bloomed on his body. His eyes were no longer soft, but only infinitely sharp, able to penetrate people's hearts, as if he would make people surrender with just one glance. Countless figures below stared at Qin Wentian, all of them were shocked. Such a temperament, completely transformed into an ancient war god. Who is this Qin Wentian? Get lost. Qin Wentian roared again. He seemed to be an ancient king, a war god. His roar caused a number of extremely powerful generals to appear in the void, clearing the way for him and conquering the world. These generals were wearing armor and frantically destroyed all obstacles in front of them. One by one, the war elephants were directly chopped to death. Yan Xianen and Qin Wentian were facing each other, and the shock in his heart was the strongest. He couldn't imagine that there was such a terrible person in the world. With a roar, he could summon ancient war generals to fight for him. What kind of person could have such power? A fist of light came, as if thousands of generals had used their skills together, and there was an absolute kingly fist that penetrated everything. Yan Xianen was protected by the light of the divine elephant behind him, and the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit lingered around him. Endless fighting elephants rushed over and guarded him on both sides. He saw the power of destroying all living beings coming from the front. The fighting elephants wailed, and the fighting spirit was broken. His body took advantage of the momentum to retreat. The kingly fist still blasted out. With a loud bang, he was shaken all over, but he had already left the Jiutian battle stage. The 10,000 feet of fighting spirit on his body was directly stripped off. Qin Wentian walked over and swallowed the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit on his body. This Jiutian battle stage is also very magical. As long as you are defeated and leave, your fighting spirit will be immediately deprived. If you leave by yourself, it won't happen. The crowd saw that the sacred king walked to the edge of the Jiutian battle stage and looked at the figure of Yan Xianen, who fell down with serious injuries indifferently. The 10,000 feet of fighting spirit surrounded him, making him even more arrogant. Now his strength has increased tenfold. Who can still defeat him? Unless you plunder enough fighting spirit on other battle stages and then fight him, but Yan Xianen still lost with the 10,000 feet of fighting spirit. It is too difficult to defeat this boy. The space below was silent at first, and then there was a deafening roar that shook the earth. Yan Xianen was defeated, seriously injured, and almost died. The king standing on the Jiutian battle stage no longer felt the arrogance of his words not long ago, as if this young king should be so arrogant. So powerful, Yan Xianen is no match at all. Everyone was amazed in their hearts, and those powerful figures looked at them with burning eyes. If they had met such people, they would have taken them in as their disciples and trained them. Moreover, as soon as they appeared, there were 3 of them. These 3 people are all very powerful. Qin Wentian, who is famous in Yunzhou for his weapon refining in Piaoxua City, is the most mediocre among the 3 fellow brothers. You can imagine how terrible these 3 people are. Of course, no one has yet tested how strong Qin Wentian is. After all, his opponents are limited in strength. If you want to know how strong a person's limit is, you can only have extremely strong people fight him, just like Zhu Zhuan and Yan Xianen. Their appearance made everyone see the strength of Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxuan. A strong opponent can play the best foil effect. The old man in the Xianta realm, who had been chatting with Qin Wentian and the other 3, was also absent-minded at this time, and then he shook his head and laughed. I didn't expect it. I just saw a few juniors casually and thought they were just young and frivolous, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. It's really amazing. Birds circled in the void, and more strong people kept coming. On the Jiutian battle platform, more and more evil people appeared. Qin Wentian, Qin Wentian, and Qin stood on the 3 Jiutian battle platforms without any defeat. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and more terrifying figures appeared on the 81 Jiutian battle platforms. Some of them guarded the Jiutian battle platform undefeated and plundered the monstrous battle aura. At this time, Qin Wentian had a battle aura of 30,000 feet. Qin had a battle aura of 30,000 feet. Qin Wentian had a battle aura of 25,000 feet. These 3 people seemed to have a chance to seize a battle aura of 100,000 feet and shock the world. Chapter 811, Xian Immortal King discusses Xianjiao. Yun's Hao selected 1,000 strong men at the Jiutian battle arena to go to the Dongzhao Holy Land to participate in the Feast of the Dongsheng Immortal Gate. This round of selection is divided into 81 days, and now, it is almost halfway through. The outstanding monsters in Yun's Hao have almost arrived. After nearly 40 days of fighting, some of the top monsters have gradually emerged and become well known. These people have never been defeated and are considered to be the seed strongmen of Yun's Hao. They will be the powerful forces going to the Dongsheng Immortal Gate and have the opportunity to compete for the opportunity to enter the Dongsheng Immortal Gate. As for obtaining the top 3 seats in the entire Dongsheng 13 states, becoming the most dazzling 3 people, and worshipping the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, these are not dared to think about yet. At least, you must be far ahead of others in the selection battle of Yun's Hao before you can have such an opportunity. After all, in addition to Yun's Hao, there are 12 states, and I don't know how many peerless geniuses there will be. Moreover, with the gathering of the Xianjiao figures from the entire Yun's Hao land, the speed of the battles was getting faster and faster. The 81 Jiutian battle platforms had almost no time to breathe, and they kept welcoming one battle after another. Some Xianjiao who were not very strong wanted to use the Jiutian battle platform to temper their own combat effectiveness. They went to the battle platform continuously, and fought again and again after repeated defeats. At the end of the battle, everyone was furious. Once they won, they would be merciless and directly kill such people. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to plunder a 10-foot battle aura from them every time. Nowadays, there are many strong people with a 10,000-foot battle aura. Some people have been staying on the Jiutian battle platform, as if they will not get tired, but some people like hunting. They see who has more battle auras, and then go up to hunt and plunder, and then go down the battle platform to rest and prepare for the next hunt. The cycle repeats, and the speed of plundering battle aura is very fast. Therefore, even if many strong men have a battle aura of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of feet, they are still terrified, because they cannot guarantee that their battle aura can be included in the top 1,000 seats, so they need to plunder through fighting, but the hunter-like eyes below give people great pressure, and powerful people may appear at any time to plunder their battle aura, and this has happened many times on the Jiutian battle stage. But even if there are many extremely outstanding evildoers, Qin Wentian and the other 3 are still among the most dazzling Xianjiao. The 3 of them have fought so far and have not been defeated, so those peerless figures will no longer easily provoke the 3 of them. Once they are defeated, their battle aura will be taken away, so the Xianjiao are also very cautious. Another problem is becoming more and more obvious. As those peerless evildoers plunder the battle aura of thousands of feet, it becomes more and more difficult to defeat them. Therefore, the stronger the strong, the more difficult it is for the people behind to defeat them. Xian Immortal King sat on the throne, quite satisfied with his selection battle. As for the grievances between people and major forces, he was not very concerned. After all, at his level, the celestial realm was nothing to him. It was too far away from him. Throughout the ages, those who entered the Immortal King realm in 10,000 years were already peerless monsters. These people still had a long way to go. At the beginning, he was also young and frivolous, traveling around the world, showing his edge. Since the battle, those true Xianjiao have shown their edge. Xian Immortal King, who do you think has the qualifications to go to the Dongzhao Holy Land Dongsheng Immortal Gate to compete with the Xianjiao of the 13 states, and has also achieved impressive results there? Someone asked Xian Immortal King with a smile, actually asking Xian Immortal King who he was most optimistic about. Haha, I also want to know what Xian Wang thinks. Zhou Yu from Jiutian Xianfu has reached the 8th level of the celestial realm. He has the spirit of fighting against the sky and is born for fighting. He should be able to enter Xianai and Xianwang's eyes. Zhou Zan from Jiutian Xianfu said with a smile. Although he was provoked by Qin Wentian and others before, he still had the bearing that a fairy king should have. He couldn't kill those 3 people on the Jiutian battle stage, so he could only let it go for the time being. Zhou Yu must have been a descendant. He practiced many fairy methods of Jiutian Xianfu and his comprehension was extremely strong. In addition, his fighting star soul was indeed dazzling. He could be called one of the most dazzling prodigies on the Jiutian battle stage this time. Xianai and Xianwang commented, making Zhou Zan laugh with satisfaction. Xianai and Xianwang didn't need to flatter anyone like him. Strong is strong, weak is weak, and he naturally wouldn't say anything casually. Mu Yun is not bad, his brilliance is gradually showing, he will be one of the top 10 this time. Xianai and Immortal King smiled again, his eyes fell on one of the Jiutian battle platforms, where his junior Mu Yun was, who was at the 7th level of the celestial realm. Mu Yun is really amazing, he has a chance to join the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. The people around him nodded. There are 2 good people in Wancheng Academy, Yi Changfang and Qi Fan, they should be disciples of the Saint Academy of Wancheng Academy. Xianai and Immortal King smiled, Yi Changfang was at the 6th level of the celestial realm, Qi Fan was at the 5th level of the celestial realm. Xianai and Immortal King has a good eye, these 2 are disciples of the Saint Academy of Wancheng Academy, they are very outstanding. The strong man of Wancheng Academy nodded. Xia Hanjiang from the Yunlao Saint sect is very good. Xianai and Immortal King continued, this Xia Hanjiang, his cultivation is at the 6th level of the celestial realm. Pang Shanai of this Hengxin sect has strong combat power. The 2 geniuses cultivated by Zhexianju, Xiuji and Xiuju, are both very powerful. Zhexianju is the richest force in Yunzhao. You must have spent countless efforts on these 2 people. Xianai and Xianwang said, looking at a large force next to him, which was the super casino Zhexianju force that was famous in Yunzhao. Haha, it's also these 2 brothers who are powerful. The people of Zhexianju laughed. What about Gu Chen, isn't he also very strong? Someone asked. Although Gu Chen is not bad, he is probably slightly inferior to these people. Besides, there are 3 guys there. Any one of these 3 is better than Gu Chen. His talent should only be comparable to that of Mu Yan, the disciple of the Death Swordsman. Xianai and Xianwang pointed at Qin Wentian and the other 2 and said with a smile. Of course, in addition to the above people, Gu Xianchen, although I don't know who trained him, is also incredibly strong, with a domineering name. I guess he is probably the descendant of Gu Fengzi many years ago. Everyone's eyes flashed, staring at a young man below the Yunqian battle stage. This person has a terrifying fighting spirit. Even if he stands below, he is still very dazzling. No one around him retreats when they see him. Hearing what Xianai and Immortal King said, it seems a bit like it. An old generation of fairyland strongmen next to him responded. Gu Fengzi was a legendary figure in the past. He had set off an uproar in the land of Yunzhao. He had fought against many powerful forces with his own strength, and forcibly pulled out many forces and wiped out the whole family. Later, he himself died in the encirclement and suppression. If this Gu Hanshan is his descendant, he must be an extremely dangerous person. And Xiao Hong and Su Yeking, although I don't know where they came from, they are extremely powerful and talented. Xianai and Immortal King commented one by one. Are there no people at the 1st and 9th levels of celestial phenomenon? Someone asked curiously. For now, I haven't found any amazing people in these 2 realms. Because the 9th level of celestial phenomenon has to send some people to the selection outside the city, it is impossible for them to fight on the immortal platform, so there are many people participating in the battle. There are also many people participating in the 1st level of celestial phenomenon. Although many powerful people with 10,000 feet of fighting spirit have emerged, it's a pity that no one who can surprise me has appeared yet. I hope there will be some later. Xianai and Immortal King said slowly. I basically agree with Xianai and Xianwang's vision. It's really sharp. The people he pointed out are all extremely talented. I just don't know how they rank in Xianai and Xianwang's mind. A strong man asked curiously. This is really difficult. The 3 people I like the most are Gu Hanshan, Jun Mengchen, and Mu Yun. Gu Hanshan gives me a strong feeling. Jun Mengchen is young and has terrible potential. He is different from everyone else, as if he is a natural king. As for Mu Yun, he is my descendant, so I naturally think highly of him. Xian and Xian Wang laughed and said, secondly, I am more optimistic about Zhou Yu, Zhuji's brother and sister, Qi Fan, Zi Qingxuan, and Xiao Hong. These people are also very extraordinary. Finally, there are Yi Changfeng, Xiao Hanjiang, Peng Shanyu, Su Yeking, and Qin Wentian. Xian Immortal King spoke slowly and said with a smile, of course, these people are all extraordinary, and their strength has not been fully unleashed. What I can see is only the surface and some of my own influences, which may not be accurate. For example, Qin Wentian sometimes gives me an ordinary feeling, but this ordinariness contains an extraordinary and amazing energy. At least so far no one has been able to defeat him, but he has not given me the same sense of amazement as his junior brother Jian Mengchen. The rumors about him in Piaoxia City shocked the whole of Yunzhou. I am looking forward to him being as arrogant here, so that I will know that I have misjudged him. Maybe he can only do this much now. A strong man from Jiutian Immortal Academy spoke up. No one in their sect was valued by Xian Immortal King, but they had nothing to say. Xian Immortal King had a sharp eye, and it was indeed difficult for their disciples to be on par with these people. It was possible to challenge them. The battle continued. It seemed that more than half of the 81-day selection battle had passed without anyone noticing. It had already been 63 days, and there were still 18 people left. In the past few days, everyone had also seen how vicious the vision of Xian Immortal King was. In addition to a few peerless figures who came forward from behind, the people he valued before were all invincible and advanced all the way. The weakest person's fighting spirit aura was 50,000 feet, which was extremely terrifying. The stronger, with their own strength and the current increase in fighting spirit, it was difficult for anyone to defeat them, unless they collided with each other. Brother Qin, you have to work harder. Sister Qingxuan and I both have a fighting spirit of 100,000 feet. At this time, Jian Mengchen smiled at Qin Wentian. Of course, he would not question Qin Wentian's strength, but thought that Brother Qin was a little low-key. Now he only had a fighting spirit of 60,000 feet, and many people behind him were catching up. Okay, Qin Wentian nodded. He looked around the Yunqian battle stage. After a moment, his eyes locked onto a peerless genius who also possessed a 60,000 Zhang battle aura, Xiao Hong, who was at the same level as him. Chapter 812 Powerful. Xiao Hong's strength is extremely strong. He appeared later and plundered the battle auras of many strong men, so that he could reach a battle aura of 60,000 feet in a short period of time. Moreover, when he introduced himself, he did not say which sect he was from. It could be a mysterious force, or it could be relying on his own practice, but if it is the latter, it would be more terrifying. Most of the most outstanding Xianjiao figures who appeared here came from large sects and forces. The reason is very simple. Some talented people are easily valued when they are young, and then they are taken into large sects and trained. The guidance of the strong, the powerful skills, and many training methods can help them grow quickly into powerful figures. Therefore, it is obviously more difficult to grow by relying on one's own strength, but at the same time, if one grows to be as powerful as those people with big forces by relying on oneself, then this person is even more unfathomable and the danger may even be higher. Xian Immortal King also highly valued Xiao Hong and placed him in the second echelon, while Qin Wentian was only placed in the third echelon by him, which shows his appreciation for Xiao Hong. The moment Qin Wentian's eyes fell on Xiao Hong immediately noticed it. His eyes turned and stared at Qin Wentian, and a dazzling light flashed in his deep and dark eyes. Among the people in the fourth level of the celestial realm, there are three most outstanding people on the Yunqian battlefield, Zhuju, Xiao Hong, and Qin Wentian. Xiao Hong plundered the 60,000 feet of fighting spirit aura, Qin Wentian did the same, and Zhuju was not far behind. The three of them did not attack each other, but it did not mean that they did not have such thoughts in their hearts. Perhaps, their ultimate goal is to defeat each other and seize the terrifying fighting spirit aura of more than 100,000 feet, which is extremely dazzling. Therefore, when Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Hong, he immediately felt the peerless fighting spirit in his eyes. It was a fanatical fighting spirit, deep and terrifying. His body slowly turned around and faced the Yunqian battle stage where Qin Wentian was. There were several battle stages beside them, but when he looked over, the battle stage in the middle seemed to be non-existent. Qin Wentian also turned around and looked at Xiao Hong. The two bodies were facing each other, and the fighting spirit aura made a terrible roar, as if it felt the fighting spirit between the two, roaring non-stop. At this moment, countless people raised their heads to look at this scene, and their hearts suddenly trembled. Qin Wentian, is he going to fight with Xiao Huang? Both of them have a 60,000 Zhang fighting spirit aura lingering around them, reaching the sky and the earth. If they fight, who will win? It's really exciting. A shocking whistling sound had already sounded below the Jiutian battle stage, causing many people who were looking at other Jiutian battle stages to retract their gazes and wondered, what happened? Up there, Qin Wentian and Xiao Huang. Someone reminded them, and immediately, everyone looked towards Qin Wentian. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their hearts seemed to tighten. Finally, a strong duel was about to take place. I'm afraid that these two people couldn't afford to lose. Once they were defeated, they would have to start from the beginning to plunder the battle aura. Xiao Hong's body soared into the air, suspended in the sky, and floated towards the Jiutian battle stage where Qin Wentian was. A terrible battle intent swept out, and the battle aura lingered in the sky. He let out a terrifying roar, and covered his body with the light of battle. Xiao Hong took the initiative to challenge. Everyone's expression flashed, and their pupils shot out dazzling light. They didn't see Qin Wentian's eyes, and thought that Xiao Hong was provoking Qin Wentian. At this moment, a layer of terrifying rune light was flowing on Qin Wentian's body, and his whole body seemed to have dazzling runes flowing, covering him with immortal and demon armor. In the void, Xiao Hong had already descended above the Jiutian battle platform where Qin Wentian was. He was seen floating in the sky, with a monstrous battle light in his eyes, and he was invincible. He waved his palms, and the stars shone. Above the sky, terrifying golden arms appeared, and dazzling runes flowed on the arms. This was one of the starry sky phenomena condensed by Xiao Hong. Everyone had seen him fight with a starry sky phenomenon before, and his control was extremely terrifying. The starlight continued to shine, and Xiao Hong's second starry sky phenomenon appeared, with a deep and terrifying purple-black light flowing. A series of terrifying magic hooks appeared above the sky, and the cold light on the magic hooks made people feel terrified. Go! Xiao Hong and Qin Wentian didn't say a word. Standing in the void, Xiao Hong launched an attack. The terrifying starry sky radiated out and enveloped the void. Countless golden arms covered the entire world and grabbed Qin Wentian's body. Once his opponents were caught by these arms, they were immediately restricted and unable to move, and then killed by the magic hook. Boom! Qin Wentian's body became huge. His body covered with star armor swelled up. In just a moment, it was 100 feet high, like a terrible giant. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Hong in the void. His eyes were frightening. Is this going to exert force? When everyone saw Qin Wentian's body of 100 feet, they all felt that this evil person was really going to exert force to fight. The body of 100 feet, with brilliant rune light flowing on the surface, was extremely dazzling, like a real immortal demon, with unshakable majesty. Arms that covered the sky and the sun came and grabbed Qin Wentian. Those arms were unable to hold Qin Wentian's body of 100 feet. Xiao Hong's expression did not change. The endless arms seemed to surge and become even larger. The light was overwhelming. This time, they did not grab Qin Wentian, but came directly to kill him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Qin Wentian's huge body continued to grow, expanding from 100 feet to 500 feet body. His body seemed to touch Xiao Hong in the void. The terrifying palm print of the arm fell down and hid him, but there was no way to shake his defense. The runes flowing on the immortal demon armor were extremely terrifying. Is your attack so strong? Qin Wentian looked up and said to Xiao Hong in the void. His defense was too strong. The Dharma body cultivated by the owner of Piaoxa Tower and the immortal demon body refining technique cultivated with a heavenly demon oracle bone put on the immortal demon armor for him. Once he stepped into the realm of the immortal platform, as long as the immortal demon body refining technique kept up, his body would be more terrible than ordinary immortal demons, like an immortal soldier. Although he is still at the realm of celestial phenomena, with his attainments in runes and the immortal demon body refining practiced with a heavenly demon oracle bone, plus the power of the Henshin immortal demon Ju, even if it is just physical defense, he has become powerful to a terrifying degree. Xiao Hong's golden arm starry sky phenomenon is mainly to control the stars, and the attack ability is not terrible, so it cannot shake Qin Wentian's incarnation of 500 feet. Xiao Hong's expression turned cold when he heard Qin Wentian's words. There was a monstrous purple-black demon cloud in the void. Behind Xiao Hong, It seemed that a demon king's shadow appeared. Above the sky, the terrible demon shadow blocked the sun's rays and enveloped the Jiutian battle platform. With a crashing sound, the magic hooks fell from the sky, locking the world in all directions. Among them, a terrifying magic hook turned into 1,000 feet and tore towards Qin Wentian's huge body. If this magic hook hit someone, it would kill them instantly. At this moment, there seemed to be bright starlight shining above Qin Wentian's head, and the star-suppressing star image appeared. In an instant, the power of supreme suppression burst out, and many huge phantoms of the sky-suppressing phantoms stood proudly. Qin Wentian punched out, and many huge bodies that suppressed the world burst out at the same time. The huge magic hooks that fell down seemed to be suppressed by the suppression force. One after another, the huge bodies bloomed with peerless brilliance and swept across the sky. Qin Wentian's power, coupled with the power of the star-suppressing star image and the power of the heavenly immortal demon art, the attacking force that burst out was truly earth-shattering. Wherever it passed, no grass grew, and everything was suppressed. Boom boom. The devil hook exploded and shattered, and the endless huge body rushed towards Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's face darkened. The huge body of the demon king in the void let out a terrifying roar, projected down, and swung the sky-stealing devil hook. Boom. Qin Wentian's 500 Zhang body trampled on the Jiutian battle stage, causing the battle stage to tremble violently. The huge body actually soared into the air, and the huge body with a terrible luster all over the body made the space emit a roaring sound. The 60,000 Zhang battle spirit roared, and Qin Wentian punched out with both fists at the same time, destroying the world, and no one could stop his offensive power. At this moment, the Zhanmizun body in the void, which was glittering with brilliant rune light, seemed to be centered on Qin Wentian's fist light, and at the same time transformed into a fist light that could destroy everything, sweeping across and attacking the terrifying demon head. A terrible explosion sounded, the magic light exploded, and the terrifying demon body was penetrated. Xiao Hong now had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his body was covered with magic hooks. He frantically resisted the attack, but the power of Zhenmi was merciless and continued to destroy his defense. Finally, Qin Wentian's fist that could destroy everything attacked, and Xiao Hong's body seemed so small at this moment. His body trembled violently and spit out blood. Roar. The aura of fighting spirit on Qin Wentian's body swallowed up and directly took away Xiao Hong's fighting spirit, and Xiao Hong's body was directly collapsed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he flew dozens of miles away and disappeared. The 12,000-foot battle aura wrapped around Qin Wentian's body, rising up with a terrifying roar. The 500-foot-tall huge body stood in the sky, like a peerless god of war, indestructible, invincible, and invincible. Powerful. Everyone's heart trembled secretly. This was the real battle. Although Xiao Hong was powerful, he didn't seem to be enough to be Qin Wentian's opponent. It seemed that Qin Wentian had only been fighting small battles before, and no one could force him to fight. Until this moment, he began to show his tyrannical power, the power to destroy everything. In the selection battle of Yunzhao, Qin Wentian can rank in the top 3. P.S. Monthly tickets, don't be squeezed to the back. Chapter 813, Raging Qin Wentian. Sure enough, he can be even stronger. Who are these 3 guys? Xian Immortal King couldn't help but praise. He had ranked Qin Wentian in the 3rd echelon before, just because Zhen Mengzhen and Zi Qingxun had shown their tyrannical strength and amazing strength, but Qin Wentian hadn't. Although he was powerful, he couldn't make him feel amazing. Until this battle, Qin Wentian finally broke out. Fighting with the powerful Xiao Hong, Qin Wentian's body turned into 500 feet, like a god of war, giving people the feeling that he was invincible and indestructible. Xiao Hong's offensive means were already very powerful, but in the process of fighting with Qin Wentian, it seemed that he couldn't show his strength. Qin Wentian was like a giant, using the power of destroying everything, crushing everything, making Xiao Hong look very small. Qin Wentian's means were still not as brilliant as Zhen Mengzhen and Zi Qingxun, but he showed the most violent power. From beginning to end, he gave people the feeling that he was powerful and no one could defeat him. Qin Wentian, Zhen Mengzhen, Zi Qingxun, any one of them is enough to make any powerful force fight for them, enough to become the first pride of a powerful force. These 3 people are actually brothers from the same sect. Xian Immortal King couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to know which sect they came from. It should be impossible for them to be from the same family. Their strengths are different and the difference is too big. Everyone has his own characteristics. It can only be a sect. Many forces nearby who have grudges against Qin Wentian didn't look very happy, but they had to admit that Qin Wentian was powerful. Defeating Xiao Hong was enough to justify his reputation. His talent was rare in the entire Yunzhao. Now, he can also be put on my most promising list. Xian Immortal King said in a low voice, without emotion. It's a pity for Xiao Hong, a peerless genius, who is already very powerful, but he was defeated so miserably. Although his life was saved, I don't know if he can cheer up. Xian Immortal King looked at the injured Xiao Hong in the crowd below, and saw that there was still blood on the corner of Xiao Hong's mouth. He stretched out his hand to wipe it off, and looked up at the 500 Zhang body on the Yunqian battle stage, and the 120,000 Zhang fighting spirit, which was the glory that was taken by stepping on him. The battle is not over yet. Xiao Hong walked to place, then closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Although a long time has passed, there are still more than 10 days. These days are enough for him to make a comeback and plunder enough fighting spirit aura to rank in the top 1,000 seats. However, he must be cautious and cannot lose again. He can't afford to lose. Xiao Hong is not weak, he is already amazing. Even with such a setback, he can adjust so quickly and immediately enter the state of adjusting his breath. This mentality is not something that ordinary people can achieve. It's a pity that he met the more amazing Qin Wentian. The crowd said in their hearts and looked up at the Yunqian battle stage. Qin Wentian, who was 500 feet tall, was covered in a radiant glow. Just standing there, he gave people a terrifying and oppressive aura. Even the strong men on the adjacent Yunqian battle platform could feel the powerful fighting spirit coming from Qin Wentian. The fighting spirit aura of 120,000 feet was really too terrifying. Brother, you are really amazing. You surpassed me in just one battle. Qin Wentian grinned. The fighting spirit aura on his body was 100,000 feet, which was also extremely dazzling, but Qin Wentian was only 60,000 feet just now. He surpassed me in just one battle. This was probably the confidence of Brother Qin. He was not in a hurry to plunder the fighting spirit, because in his eyes, the fighting spirit auras of all the strong men on the Yunqian battle platform were all plunderable. As long as they didn't reach the end, they might be prepared for him. Boom. At this moment, Qin Wentian stepped out. With a body of the god of war of 500 feet, he left the Yunqian battle platform where he was, wearing the immortal and demon armor, and walked towards another one. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink again. What was this guy going to do? The Yunqian battle arena that Qin Wentian was walking towards was the Yunqian battle arena where a Xiangxiang level 5 expert was. This Xiangxiang level 5 expert was wearing a 10,000-foot battle aura, which was extremely dazzling. He was obviously also a super powerful Xianjiao figure. However, in front of Qin Wentian's 12,000-foot battle aura, he immediately looked much more mediocre. In addition, Qin Wentian's 500-foot huge body pressed over, as if to crush all his edge. Qin Wentian is going to start fighting the Xianjiao of the Xiangxiang level 5. Everyone was startled. After defeating Xiao Hong, the madman seemed to be unable to satisfy the appetite of the Xiangxiang level 4 expert. Next, he was going to plunder the battle aura from the Xiangxiang level 5 expert. The terrifying aura of 12,000 feet of fighting spirit, the extremely powerful combat amplification effect. Even if he only relies on this amplification, he can have dozens or even hundreds of times the power. For Qin Wentian, it is not too difficult to fight against a 5th level of Xiangxiang who only has a 10,000 feet aura. On the contrary, if he fights against a 4th level of Xiangxiang, it will be a real bully. I am afraid that among the evildoers coming from the land of Yunzhao, there is no one of the 4th level of Xiangxiang who can compete with Qin Wentian, who has 12,000 feet of fighting spirit. When the Xianjiao of the 5th level of Xiangxiang saw Qin Wentian's 500 feet body pressing down, he immediately felt a suffocating pressure. His extremely sharp eyes seemed to have the light of the immortal demon war god, dazzling and incomparable. I want your fighting spirit, Qin Wentian said, and then his palm crushed out, and the sky seemed to be blocked. On the huge palm, the flowing rune light pierced people's eyes. The palm print that was brewing could pick off the stars in the sky and suppress the sun and the moon. Asshole. The 5th level Xianjiao roared and resisted frantically, but saw the endless battle aura carrying a monstrous palm print. The void seemed to be crushed, let alone people. The millstone-like palm print directly suppressed it, and all the enhanced attacks were crushed. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's palm print directly hit the battle platform, and then lifted the opponent's body in his palm. Roar, roar. The violent battle aura roared out, swallowing up the opponent's 10,000 feet battle aura. The Jiutian battle platform next to it had light shooting out. In an instant, Qin Wentian's battle aura became even more terrifying, as high as 130,000 feet, and it was attached with a color, which was purple gold. The 130,000-foot purple gold battle aura was so dazzling. Moreover, Qin Wentian's conquest seemed to have just begun. His huge body of 500 feet continued to step out and walk towards another Jiutian battle platform. There was also a Xianjiao figure of the 5th level of Xiangxiang. Seeing Qin Wentian pressing forward, his face froze. Although he had an 8,000-foot battle aura on his body, he had no faith in victory. Every time Qin Wentian approached, he felt that the 8,000-foot battle aura on his body seemed to be leaving him. The fact was indeed as he imagined. Qin Wentian, who carried a 130,000-foot purple gold battle aura, was unstoppable. With just one blow, he injured him. Although Qin Wentian could take his life, he showed mercy. For him, as long as they were not those who wanted his life, he would not kill them. Cultivation is not easy. If there is no grudge, why bother to kill so many people? The purple gold color of the battle aura on his body became brighter, nearly 140,000 feet, rising up and rushing into the sky. If it were not for the powerful people with excellent vision, it would be almost difficult to see the end of the battle aura. Qin Wentian, bathed in the aura, was like a god of war. He stepped out again, and every step he took frightened the 5th level Xiangxiang masters on the Jiutian battle platform. Even though they were one level higher than Qin Wentian, they still had no confidence in defeating the 500-foot immortal demon god of war. Many masters on the Jiutian battle platform even stopped fighting, staring at Qin Wentian, their hearts slightly shaken. Is this bastard going to surpass Jiutian and become the person with the most dazzling battle aura? Jiutian was at the 7th level of Xiangxiang, and had a battle aura of 180,000 feet, making him the person with the most battle auras, but Qin Wentian was already catching up. Not long after, there were very few Xiangxiang 5th level prodigies on the 81 Jiutian battle platforms, and almost all of them were plundered by Qin Wentian, making the 5th level Xiangxiang masters with a battle aura of 10,000 feet dare not step onto the Jiutian battle platform again. At this moment, the aura of fighting spirit on Qin Wentian's body has become more and more brilliant, and has reached 170,000 feet, rising up, as if it is shining with the aura of fighting spirit on Jiutian on a battle platform not far away. The two of them looked at each other inadvertently. Qin Wentian's huge body exudes a fierce and domineering aura. No matter who is in front of him, his eyes are so indifferent and arrogant. Jiutian stood with his hands behind his back, and seemed to be confronting Qin Wentian. He stepped out and walked to a Jiutian battle platform next to him. There was a strong man in the 8th level of the celestial realm. Jiutian, he also began to plunder the strong men of higher realms. In order not to be surpassed by Qin Wentian, he must take the title of the first person in Yunzhou this time. This is his determination, and no one can surpass him. However, at this time, Qin Wentian just glanced at Jiutian calmly, without any fighting spirit, as if he had no intention of competing with Jiutian at all. He took a step forward and landed directly on a Jiutian battle platform. This step made countless people's hearts tremble fiercely, and their eyes stared at the void. He himself had no intention of competing, but this move seemed to be a provocation to Jiutian in the eyes of everyone. Even Jiutian had a dazzling light flashing in his eyes. This madman is crazy. Many strong men stared at Qin Wentian in the void and said, it was too crazy. The Jiutian battle platform that Qin Wentian stepped on at this moment had a Xianjiao figure of the 6th level of Xiangxiang. He had to fight across 2 realms, and the Xianjiao who could come here was originally a demon figure who could fight across the border. This Qin Wentian, if not crazy, what was it? Chapter 814 7-Star Swordsman. Qin Wentian challenged the 6th level celestial realm warrior, crossing 2 realms. After Jiutian and he stared at each other, Jiutian, who was poised to take the first place, began his journey. With the 7th level celestial realm, he challenged the 8th level celestial realm, taking the same path as Qin Wentian, fighting across realms, and seizing the purple gold battle aura. But at this moment, Qin Wentian wanted to cross 2 realms. Everyone naturally thought that Qin Wentian was declaring war on Jiutian. If you challenge me across 1 realm, I will be more domineering than you and cross 2 realms. Such courage is shocking. His opponent who crossed two realms was not an ordinary person. He was also a proud figure who had seized the 10,000-foot battle aura. At this moment, he could still stand on the Jiutian battle stage and become the champion. There was no weak person. The weak people did not dare to stand on it, and their battle aura would only be plundered by others. Li Yu held a sharp sword in his hand, and his sword energy soared into the sky. His eyes were like a sharp sword that could penetrate everything. Although Qin Wentian's body was 500 feet tall, he still truly felt the might of the Lingshan sword, which could threaten him. Li Yu was the opponent of Qin Wentian on the Jiutian battle stage at this time. He was a powerful sword cultivator with the 6th level of Xiangxian cultivation. His swordsmanship was amazing. He defeated many strong men and seized more than 10,000 feet of fighting spirit aura along the way. Moreover, those who were interested knew that he appeared on the Jiutian battle stage very late, and it didn't take too much time to seize the fighting spirit aura. Qin Wentian, this guy, he actually challenged Li Yu of Xingluo sword sect. He was too brave and crazy. Someone below recognized Li Yu. Li Yu also had a great reputation and was a proud figure of the powerful Xingluo sword sect. Haha, Li Yu, the 7-star swordsman of Xingluo sword sect, has an extremely amazing swordsmanship. I'm afraid that Qin Wentian's 170,000 Zheng fighting spirit aura is not so safe this time. Even if his fighting power is amazing, the gap in realm is there. Li Yu is not a soft person. A strong man who is familiar with Li Yu's strength secretly said. The strong men of Xingluo sword sect also came. When they saw this scene, their eyes shot out swords. Only one old man said, "This is a rare opportunity for Li Yu. Once he defeats Qin Wentian, he will have a fighting spirit aura of 180,000 Zheng. Except for Guz Hanshan, there will be no second person. Next, he doesn't even need to fight, he just needs to rest below. 180,000 Zheng will be a super terrifying number. Even after this round of selection, few people can reach it, and it will definitely not exceed 10 people. Your fighting courage is admirable." Li Yu's eyes were like two sharp swords, staring at the huge body in front of him. He was not afraid of himself at all, but had an extremely strong fighting spirit. He was Li Yu, the swordsmanship genius of Xingluo sword sect. Facing a person 2 realms lower, how could he lose his confidence in fighting? No matter how powerful Qin Wentian was, he must always have extremely strong self-confidence. This was the confidence of a swordsman. If a swordsman did not even have self-confidence, how could his sword shine? But in this duel, you will lose the 170,000-foot fighting spirit aura you seized. Li Yu's voice seemed extremely calm. Suddenly, a terrible sword energy storm blew above this Jiutian battle platform. In the void, an extremely dazzling pattern appeared. This pattern enveloped the world, as if it was a picture of a giant sword, and also like a picture of a sword formation. He stretched across the sky, containing infinite sword power. Sword energy beams shot out and enveloped Li Yu's body. At this moment, Li Yu was like a peerless swordsman. His whole person was like a sword. I am also good at swords. Qin Wentian's body was 500 feet long and so huge that it seemed that he could crush Li Yu into pulp with just one slap. However, he would not underestimate the opponent in front of him. The Dharma body cultivated by the owner of Piaoxo Tower could certainly make him stronger, but if his opponent had enough power, he could still destroy him. The sword-killing star phenomenon shone, and endless sword power surrounded Qin Wentian's huge body. Both of them were like swords. Qin Wentian's sword was domineering, like the king of swords, and would dominate everything, while Li Yu's sword had life, could destroy everything, and contained an astonishing destructive pressure. Li Yu took a step forward, and the whole person turned into a sword light. His body descended in front of Qin Wentian in an instant. The sword slashed out, and the star pattern in the void shone down. 100-foot sword light really cut through the void, cutting out a white light, which was extremely neat. If this sword was slashed on Qin Wentian's body, I'm afraid that the huge body would also be cut off. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the sword-killing star in the void shone with dazzling light. One after another, terrifying swords fell and turned into a dazzling sword curtain. However, Li Yu's sword slashed directly and split the sword curtain directly from the middle, cleanly and neatly. Obviously, if you just want to use the sword-killing star, it is impossible to stop Li Yu's sword. The Xianjiao figure of the 6th level of the celestial phenomenon, his attack will never be that simple. I saw a terrifying black giant sword vibrating out and striking forward. With a loud bang, the void seemed to tremble. The black giant sword was like a king's sword, killing everything. Li Yu's sword slashed and collided with a black giant sword. A ring of sword light spread around, causing Qin Wentian's body to suddenly step on the ground, and his body was covered with dazzling runes. He let the halo slash on his body, but it could not break his tyrannical body. But when the sword fell, Qin Wentian suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and a terrible sense of crisis descended on him. Then he saw Li Yu in front of him. The sword pattern in the void enveloped his body, as if draped over him. The second sword slashed out, slashing from bottom to top. This sword was a line of sky. When the sword fell, a line appeared in the sky, from bottom to top. If it hit the opponent, it would be cut in two. Bang! Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky. Although his body was 500 feet long, his speed was still like lightning. He rushed directly into the void. The black giant sword went down to kill the air. It seemed that a terrible vortex of sword energy appeared, crushing everything. Qin Wentian's eyes swept over Li Yu. He saw that the opponent's body was like a sword beam, and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, it appeared in his waist area, and a sword swept across. The terrifying sword contained a terrifying pressure. Li Yu took advantage of his small body and gave full play to his amazing swordsmanship. Qin Wentian's terrifying palm print was covered with terrifying runes, and he grabbed the terrifying sword in front of him. His palm had the power to destroy everything, which was more terrifying than a magic weapon. Bang! The sword slashed on the big palm print, and a brilliant starlight burst out. Qin Wentian only felt a burning pain in his palm. The sword light seemed to cut off his indestructible big palm print, but at the same time, Li Yu also felt a terrible shock and destructive force. The palm print that could take off the sun, moon and stars came to kill, and the whole space was trembling. Li Yu's body dissipated like a flash of lightning, standing in the void, with a sword picture suspended above his head reflecting on his body, making him look like a ray of light, bathing in the supreme sword power, dazzling. Li Yu understood that even if he could hurt Qin Wentian with a fast sword-killing technique, he could not seriously injure the opponent. If he wanted to defeat his opponent, he would still need to rely on stronger offensive means. Although you practice swordsmanship, how can you compare with me, a pure swordsman? Li Yu made a stroke with his palm, and a huge sword picture seemed to appear under his feet, which was in harmony with the sword picture in the void. The sword picture was dazzling and boundless, and it flowed wildly. Swords appeared from the sword picture, and many figures of Li Yu appeared with it. Boom! A sword might that destroyed the world suddenly erupted, and the sword picture above the void and under Li Yu's feet intersected. Endless sword energy of destruction appeared on the two sword pictures, making that space become illusory, and many figures of Li Yu danced with swords at the same time. Kill! A cold whistle sounded, and 7 Li Yu bodies were like 7 stars, killing at the same time, turning into 7 directions. Each sword swallowed and spit out 1,000 feet of light. The sword light was dazzling, killing everything, and piercing Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the king's sword broke through the air and killed. Suddenly, endless sword might in the void killed at the same time, heading forward to kill, and collided with the 7-star sword. The power of the 7-star sword was so strong and boundless, like 7 meteors streaking across the sky. It penetrated directly, broke through the defense of the sword of the king, and continued to kill Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's palms slashed, and a huge ancient shield appeared in the void. He attacked with both palms, and the ancient shield radiated supreme light. A rumbling sound was heard, followed by a cracking sound. The 7-star sword broke his defense again and came to kill. Destroy. Qin Wentian's palms covered the sky and the earth, and the light shone. This time, his palms finally blocked the remaining power of the 7-star sword. However, Li Yu's second sword arrived again, still the 7-star sword technique, but this time each of the 7 swords contained the power of robbery and thunder, and killed instantly. The 7-star swordsman is worthy of his reputation. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw the scene over there. It was really amazing. On the Jiutian battle platform, the sword power was flowing, and it was firmly controlled by Li Yu's sword power. A dazzling golden light bloomed from Qin Wentian's body, and the purple gold star soul shone. In the void, there appeared a body like a god. Behind Qin Wentian, the purple gold phantom that seemed to have one was 1,000 feet tall, and the whole body was covered with rune light. Purple gold star soul, he is indeed a purple gold star soul. The crowd had already guessed that Qin Wentian had a purple gold star soul. The celestial phenomenon of suppressing the stars had a hint of purple-gold color, which could be seen from this, but when the star soul really bloomed, people still felt the trembling in their hearts. Qin Wentian punched out, and suddenly a huge figure came out to suppress and kill at the same time. The destructive power of the sword seemed to be suppressed, and the sword energy was no longer so crazy. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted angrily, and his footsteps stepped on the sky. The huge figure behind him burst into endless divine light, reflecting madly. The light of destruction continued to bloom from the godlike body, turning into a terrifying suppression body that strangled and covered the world. If Li Yu was just an ordinary celestial figure of the 6th level, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the killing power of his star soul. The starry sky derived from the purple gold star soul can directly destroy everything. He can attack and kill by standing there. Everyone was shocked and amazed at Qin Wentian's strength. P.S. I want to update 3 chapters today. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 815 The Strongest Collision. The tyrannical and unparalleled power of suppression and the indestructible swordsmanship collided, and the terrifying light of destruction bloomed on the Jiutian battlefield. The crowd saw the endless suppression of divine aura attacking, and the bodies that looked like gods strangled Li Yu. At the same time, every time Qin Wentian's fists and palm prints blasted out, it was earth-shaking. Li Yu had a sword diagram on his head and a sword formation under his feet. The 7 stars were surrounding him, dancing between the sword diagrams, and slashed out with swords. Each sword seemed to contain peerless power, and the sound of the sword whistling was earth-shaking. What a strong collision, the two of them are fighting crazy. Everyone stared at the Jiutian battlefield. Qin Wentian stepped out step by step. Under this peerless sword power, his suppression power seemed to be stronger when he met a stronger one. He stepped forward without retreating. He wanted to destroy everything with the power of suppression and suppress the opponent's swordsmanship. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and a terrifying 300-foot-long spear came into being. His body rushed out, and a shot burst out, and endless divine aura flowed. When the spear shot out, there seemed to be an invisible pressure in front of him, covering the void, and then the rumbling sound of suppression resounded through the world, as if the void was about to be suppressed and shattered. The sword light was extinguished inch by inch. The suppression power contained in Qin Wentian's spear was too terrible, making Li Yu's swordsmanship seem to be disrupted. Boom! Another step forward, Qin Wentian's body kept approaching Li Yu. His spear swallowed and spit out thousands of feet of light. The light of the stars and celestial phenomena reflected on the spear, and the light flowed on the tip of the spear, as if it contained a wonderful rule of power. Bang! Another shot. This one seemed to contain Qin Wentian's 2 years of understanding in the war world. Endless power gathered at the tip of the spear and spread from it. A burst of spear light flashed and appeared. This space seemed to be the absolute space of the spear. The sword technique was immediately shattered when it touched. Li Yu felt an irresistible force coming. The 7-star sword might bloomed wildly, and the sword diagrams kept flying out, but they were directly suppressed and shattered under the spear light. Although the spear was small, the tip of the spear seemed to contain all the power of Qin Wentian's star soul and the stars and celestial phenomena. Gathering infinite power on one point, the power born will be even more terrifying. Bang! 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 This shot was unstoppable, destroying everything in front. The sword diagram was shattered, Li Yu's body exploded back, and the long sword danced, but was directly shattered. Puff! With a light sound, the spear's ray pierced directly into his chest, causing Li Yu's body to stop. With a roar, a 170,000-foot battle aura was swallowed up, engulfing the battle aura on Li Yu's body. The pressure that destroyed the world suddenly disappeared. Qin Wentian stood there with a spear in his hand, looking at Li Yu and said, "You lost." Li Yu glanced at the spear in his chest. Although it penetrated his body, it did not destroy the vitality in his body. It was obvious that Qin Wentian showed mercy. This injury was not fatal to powerful Xiangxiang realm martial life cultivator. Li Yu looked at Qin Wentian deeply, then turned around and went to the bottom of the Jiutian battle platform. In this battle, he was defeated without words. The Xianjiao of the 6th level of Xiangxiang realm was defeated by him. He is too powerful. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, above Qin Wentian's head, there was a purple-gold battle aura of 180,000 feet, which was extremely dazzling. However, Qin Wentian was still not the most dazzling. When he was fighting with Li Yu, Gu's Hanshin defeated 2 opponents in succession. The aura of his fighting spirit had reached 200,000 feet, reaching the sky and the earth. However, The color was not as dazzling as the aura of Qin Wentian's fighting spirit, because Qin Wentian defeated Li Yu across 2 realms, and the color was dazzling. Moreover, the amplification power of fighting spirit might be stronger. At this time, Guz Hanshin glanced at the Yunqian battle platform where Qin Wentian was, and whispered, "It's a pity that your realm is a little lower." As soon as these words came out, countless eyes looked at Guz Hanshin. The two of them had a faint tendency to compete with each other before. Even if Qin Wentian had no intention of doing so, his actions made people think that he was confronting Guz Hanshin head-on, snatching the most dazzling aura of fighting spirit, and at this moment, Guz Hanshin's words seemed to be a response to Qin Wentian. No one could take away his first place. If your realm is higher, you won't have any chance. Just one voice was heard, and everyone's eyes looked at the handsome young man Jian Mengtian on another battle platform. He had a faint smile on his lips, staring at Guz Hanshin with a light jumping in his eyes. He didn't take Guz Hanshin seriously at all, even though the other party's fighting spirit aura was the brightest at this moment. You have the most battle key auras, but it's only because you've been down there all the time, and you plunder whoever you see with the most battle key auras, while my senior brother Qin has been guarding his Yunqian battle platform and has never gone down to accept any challenge, until the few battles not long ago, when he began to really collect battle key auras. Even so, he has caught up with you. If we used means to seize battle key auras like you did, both senior brother Qin and I would have had battle key auras of more than 200,000 feet. Jian Mengtian said casually. Guz Hanshin looked at him and smiled. Really? Well, you can try now to see if you can make your battle key aura surpass mine. HMPH. Jian Mengtian snorted coldly, stepped forward, and was about to accept the challenge, but heard Qin Wentian say, "Mengtian. Senior brother." Jian Mengtian turned his gaze and looked at Qin Wentian. "What's the use of fighting spirit to us?" Qin Wentian said, "It's just the selection of Yun's Hao. This is not our goal." Jian Mengtian's expression flashed, and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, "Brother Qin is right. This is just the selection of Yun's Hao. Our goal is at Zhuangsheng Immortal Gate." What a big tone. Guz Hanshin smiled. The first aura of fighting spirit is indeed dazzling, but if compared with the improvement of strength, fighting spirit can be abandoned. Qin Wentian said lightly. Jian Mengtian smiled and nodded. "Brother is right, I must learn from you. This is my opinion. If Mengtian, you have your own ideas, just follow your heart." Qin Wentian nodded to Jian Mengtian. Qin Wentian likes the character of his junior brother very much. When he is quiet, he is like a handsome boy, not arrogant or impatient. When he is fighting, he is arrogant and I am the king. Who can compete with me? Moreover, although he is arrogant, he respects him and King Xuan very much, which shows that he is kind by nature. Qin Wentian reminded him twice because Jian Mengtian was too concerned about other people's opinions and his cultivation of character was still a little bit poor. Of course, if Jian Mengtian was the kind of person who couldn't persuade himself, Qin Wentian wouldn't say anything. After all, the Xianfu realm was a special force, and it was normal for brothers to be at odds with each other. Although they were both disciples of the Xianfu realm, if their personalities were not compatible, there was no need to be too close, and they could just respect each other. It was only because he liked Jian Mengtian's free and unrestrained personality and truly regarded him as a friend that he would talk about these things. I understand. Jian Mengtian nodded, but he was thinking, was Brother Qin fighting so frantically to temper his own fighting power? What a ridiculous talk. A sarcastic voice came. Guz Hanshin stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Qin Wentian. He said indifferently, "It seems that my seizing battle energy is not to enhance my combat power. Standing on the Yunqian battle platform, I have to temper my own combat power and seize the most dazzling battle energy aura at the same time. What's the contradiction? Your words are too hypocritical." Qin Wentian glanced at Guz Hanshin and saw that the other party had a slender figure and amazing momentum. Standing there casually, he gave people a sense of supremacy, as if he was there, and no one else was allowed to be more outstanding than him. Just as he said, since he was standing on the Yunqian battle platform, he would seize the most dazzling battle energy aura. Qin Wentian's body was seen flying into the air, and then he took a step forward. With just one step, his body of 500 feet crossed the space distance. His huge body stood directly on Guz Hanshin's Yunqian battle platform, coming so suddenly. Under the Yunqian battle arena, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Many powerful men opened their mouths and looked at the scene in the void in astonishment. Even many powerful figures sitting on the throne of the void on Xian'an Immortal King's side could not help but be stunned for a moment, and did not come back to their senses. Qin Wentian, he actually walked onto the Yunqian battle stage where Jiutian was. This was not just madness, but courting death. What kind of cultivation was Jiutian? He was at the 7th level of the heavenly phenomenon realm, and he was also the person with the brightest battle aura in the selection of the Yunqian battle stage so far. Although Qin Wentian was already a monster, he was 3 levels behind Jiutian. If this was not courting death, what was it? If it was said that Qin Wentian could possibly defeat an ordinary figure of the 7th level of the heavenly phenomenon, everyone might believe it, but this was Jiutian, with a battle aura of 200,000 feet, who could compete with him? Jiutian was also stunned by Qin Wentian's arrival, and was stunned. Although he had a verbal dispute with Qin Wentian, he still would not have thought that Qin Wentian would dare to set foot here. It belonged to his territory, and no one could take the initiative to provoke him. At least in the selection battle of the Yunzhou land, there would definitely be no such person. Let me see how strong you are. Qin Wentian whispered, his fighting spirit roared, his spear still tightly grasped, the purple gold star soul shone, and stars and celestial phenomena appeared in the void. Jiutian laughed, a proud laugh, his hands trembled, and suddenly his whole body was surrounded by a monstrous fighting power. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Jiutian walked forward. Even though Qin Wentian's body was 500 feet long, Jiutian had only absolute confidence when he walked. Behind him, a purple gold dragon appeared, full of endless majesty. In the void, dragons floated in the sky, devouring the world, and the entire sky and earth became violent. Jiutian also has a purple gold star soul. These two people are both peerless figures. Unfortunately, Qin Wentian's cultivation is too weak, far behind Jiutian, and he may be vulnerable. If he had the 7th level of celestial phenomena, the two would be able to have a peak duel. Boom! Jiutian punched out, and there seemed to be a purple gold dragon circling on his fist, roaring out, and the giant dragons roared, extremely ferocious, swallowing Qin Wentian, shaking the world. Although Jiutian was very small, he was not noticeable at all when standing in front of Qin Wentian, who was 500 feet tall, but his punch had the power to shake Qin Wentian. P.S. Second update, the monthly ticket is coming soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816, Giving and Gaining. A terrifying blood-red light shone from Qin Wentian's body. A trace of demonic color flashed across his face. His huge body and the demonic aura that bloomed at this moment made him look like a peerless demon king. The spear trembled and violently struck forward. One dragon after another roared and engulfed the world. Qin Wentian's spear was entangled with a purple gold dragon. The dragon kept roaring and trembling, emitting a shocking power. The other dragons rushed over one after another, trying to swallow Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian trampled on the earth, and a stronger purple gold light burst out crazily, summoning the stars to shine. Above the stars, it seemed that there were star beasts, roaring crazily and rushing out, colliding with those purple gold dragons. Humph! Jiutian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. A 1,000-foot dragon rolled his body towards the void. The dragon's palm actually lifted him up to his head. Jiutian, standing on the head of the dragon, showed a kingly demeanor. His clothes fluttered, and he was invincible. Then, Jiutian walked out, his body trembled, and suddenly he was surrounded by a terrifying purple gold dragon light, which enveloped him and was extremely dazzling. "How can you fight me?" Jiutian shouted coldly, and grabbed out with his palm. In an instant, a dragon arm stretched out angrily, indestructible, as if it could break through all defenses and grab Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was solemn, and his fighting spirit reached the extreme. The destructive power of his starry sky was all crushed when it attacked, and it was impossible to stop Jiutian's attack. He held the spear tightly in his palm, and his body trembled. The huge body of 500 feet held a 300-foot spear. When this spear was stagnated, the void seemed to stagnate and was about to collapse under this spear. The dragon arm that Jiutian blasted seemed to turn into gold, and it also contained terrible destructive power. Just like Jiutian, His magical attack obviously contains the power of stars and celestial phenomena, which is the power of fusion. The simple grasping force you see is not just an ordinary grasping force, just like Qin Wentian's spearmanship, which has a terrible power of annihilation and a powerful force field that can destroy and suppress everything. Today, Qin Wentian, whether it is the star-picking palm print or the spearmanship, is strengthening with the strength of his own strength and the understanding of martial arts. He has integrated the power of his own understanding into it, and the power is shaking the sky. He grabbed it with one hand, which seems to have only the power of picking stars, but in fact it also has the power of annihilation. When the terrifying spear collided with the purple gold dragon arm, the spear was broken and kept bursting. The terrible attack was about to hit Qin Wentian's body. His palm was flowing with monstrous rune light, and it seemed that 9 palm prints were violently blasting out. A horrible shocking sound came out, and Qin Wentian's body was shaken back to the edge of the Jiutian battle platform. He groaned, and his palm was painful, as if there were traces of blood. However, Qin Wentian straightened his body, standing there like a mountain, as if he would never fall. His eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. A loud rumbling sound came out. At this moment, he did not continue to use the spear, but rushed out directly, slashing his palms towards the void. Starlight shone down, and the stars were reflected in his palms. The earth-shaking power was so great that even the strong men on the Jiutian battle platform next to him were frightened. "You think it's useful?" Jiutian's robe fluttered, and he spoke coldly. His body seemed to be covered by a real purple gold dragon, transforming into a 1,000-foot dragon body. He blasted out with his palm, and the dragon roared and blasted out his arms. The two attacks collided again. Qin Wentian's body trembled violently, but he only took a step back and attacked again. The stars and celestial phenomena rioted, shooting out thousands of feet of brilliant light, constantly suppressing and killing. Jiutian sneered again and again, and the dragon roared wildly. The crowd below only saw a 1,000-foot-long dragon running wild. Qin Wentian was under the dragon's attack and kept fighting desperately. This was a battle between a dragon and a giant, extremely brutal. The giant was repelled many times, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth, but it seemed that he would never give up. The dragon became even more angry and ran away completely. Jiutian stared at Qin Wentian coldly and said, "It's unreasonable. Since you want to die so much, then I will grant you your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared wildly, and the void seemed to tremble. Above the sky, many purple gold dragon shadows appeared, gorgeous and boundless. The Dragon King roared, and all of these purple gold dragons attacked at the same time, emitting a 1,000-foot-long light. The purple gold dragon arm grabbed Qin Wentian and wanted to tear him apart completely. Qin Wentian also roared wildly, with a demonic aura surging. His body soared into the air, and the light of the stars and celestial phenomena fell down and enveloped his body. He seemed to have transformed into that god and destroyed everything. Kill! With a roar, with Qin Wentian as the center, a number of annihilating figures attacked from all directions, resisting the attacking force. Instantly, a terrible rumbling sound of shock came out in the void, and the violent turbulence was shaking. Qin Wentian, who was in the center of the turbulence, seemed to be submerged. Jiutian walked forward. At this moment, there was no dragon shadow around him, only himself. He raised his hand, and endless divine light bloomed from his fist, with a holy light of battle that soared into the sky. A cold light flashed in Jiutian's eyes. He blasted out the fist of the god of war, disturbing the world, piercing through the void, and killing into the turbulence. Bang! A heavy muffled sound was heard, and the hearts of the crowd also beat. Boom! Another extremely heavy explosion sounded, and then everyone saw the battle aura on Jiutian's body pounced out and swallowed over there, and a huge body went directly to the far distance, as if it was crushed into the distance by this punch, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. "Senior brother." Jian Mengchen's expression tightened and stared into the distance. Even Zi Qingxun's beautiful eyes condensed and looked in the direction of Qin Wentian. Many other strong men looked at Jiutian. The terrifying battle aura of 380,000 feet seemed to have become a legend that could not be surpassed. First and second, the battle aura gathered on one person's body. This scene was too shocking. At this time, Jiutian was too dazzling, as if he was the peerless war king, and no one could compete with him. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Jiutian uttered a cold voice, and the battle aura on his body slowly converged. However, the battle aura of 180,000 feet was there, and he was radiant just standing there. Although Qin Wentian is strong, the gap between their realms is too big. 3 realms? Gu Hanchen himself is peerless, how can they fight? Everyone thought in their hearts. In your eyes, challenging you by leaps and bounds is just overestimating one's own ability. At this moment, Zi Qingxuan spoke coldly, looking at Gu Hanchen and said, if it were you, Gu Hanchen, would you have such courage? Gu Hanchen's expression flashed, and he looked at Zi Qingxuan and said, this kind of courage is stupid. If he and you change angles, you will never have such a belief. Of course, if you really change, he is 3 realms higher than you, there is no need for such a battle. I am afraid he can crush you with a wave of his hand. Zi Qingxuan said indifferently, and when this fell, everyone immediately showed a hint of interest. After a conversation, that is the gap of 6 realms. Indeed, I am afraid that the ending will be very interesting. What you said is too empty. Gu Hanchen said lightly. At this time, besides Ian Immortal King, Jiutian of Xianchen Immortal Mansion said lightly, 180,000 feet of fighting spirit. After this battle, the biggest winner of the selection battle in Yunzhao is undoubtedly Gu Hanchen. Ian Immortal King smiled lightly and said, it depends on how you think. I don't think Gu Hanchen is the winner and Qin Wentian is the loser. At least, Qin Wentian's goal has been achieved. In my opinion, this is more important than winning the fighting spirit aura. After these words fell, Jiutian raised his eyebrows, and then his perception rushed out, only to see Qin Wentian standing in the void in the distance, his breath floating, and there was a faint unusual breath flowing on his body. The expressions of the other strong men also changed slightly, and many people's expressions even looked a little unhappy. He first fought Li Yu, and then fought Gu Hanchen. It was not just to seek a fight, but to use external forces to break through the shackles and achieve the effect of breaking through the realm. Although he has not entered the fairyland, he has already reached the 4th level of the celestial phenomena. It is not easy to break through a realm, and it requires timing. He gained insights in the battle, got the opportunity, and gave up the aura of fighting spirit, so it was not important. Ian Immortal King admired Qin Wentian very much. Sure enough, after a while, everyone saw Qin Wentian walking towards the Yunchen battle platform. Seeing the aura of fighting spirit wrapped around Gu Hanchen with 180,000 feet, his eyes were very calm. Thank you for your fighting spirit. Gu Hanchen said coldly, arrogantly. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with an indifferent smile, as if disdainful, and then saw him strolling to a battle platform, where the battle platform of the super genius Zhuju of Xianzhou was located. She was surrounded by an aura of fighting spirit of tens of thousands of feet, dazzling. A 300 zang long spear shone, and Qin Wentian thrust out with a spear, descending with the power of supreme suppression. Zhuju's expression suddenly changed, and the supreme pressure seemed to crush her, and an extremely powerful aura emanated from her body. Bang! A terrible shock sound came out, and Zhuju, who was also a peerless genius and at the same level as Qin Wentian, was knocked off the Yunchen battle stage by Qin Wentian's spear. In just a moment, Qin Wentian once again had a 50,000 zang battle aura on his body. So domineering. Everyone's face trembled. Although they were both peerless geniuses, Zhuju seemed so fragile in front of him. This Qin Wentian was too strong, even though he lost to Gu Hanchen. If you want a battle aura, you can get it at any time. Qin Wentian spoke indifferently, but his voice gave people a sense of extreme arrogance, but he did have the capital to do so. Thank you for your strength. There may be a chance to exchange hands in Dongzhao. Qin Wentian looked at Gu Hanchen calmly, and then went to the bottom of the Yunchen battle stage. After a while, he came to a place alone and sat cross-legged. The aura on his body fluctuated violently, as if there were signs of a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Gu Hanchen's face turned pale. Although he won the 380,000 zang battle aura, was he really the winner? Although the battle aura is dazzling, it is nothing to mention in front of the realm that the martial monks pursue at all costs. In order to break through, Qin Wentian challenged Gu Hanchen and really gave up the 180,000 zang battle aura. P.S. The 3rd update is here. Although there is only one more chapter, I will try my best. I hope everyone will keep up with the monthly tickets with more efforts this month. Wuhan thanks you. Chapter 817, The Yunzhaoland Selection Battle ends. Everyone also felt a strong fluctuation of Qin Wentian's breath, and the starlight shone. There was a buzzing and whistling sound in his body, which rushed out of his body and shook the void. What a big movement, Qin Wentian, he is about to break through. The crowd was shocked, and in an instant, They seemed to understand. No wonder Qin Wentian suddenly went berserk after being silent for a long time. He first fought a strong man in the 5th level of the celestial realm, and rarely met an opponent. He then fought Li Yu in the 6th level of the celestial realm. After defeating Li Yu, he still did not stop and challenged Gu Hanshin in the 7th level of the celestial realm. He did not fight for the aura of fighting spirit, otherwise there would be better choices, like Xiujiu. If he defeated her, he could directly seize the 50,000 Zhang fighting spirit and surpass Gu Hanshin. But he did not challenge Xiujiu before, but kept crossing realms. He was for the realm. Qin Wentian must have felt that he had reached a critical point, and used the powerful force of the outside world to stimulate himself to achieve the effect of breaking through the realm. Obviously, he did it. After that, he took away Xiujiu's 50,000 Zhang battle key, just to keep his qualification. With this 50,000 Zhang battle key aura, Qin Wentian would not be ranked after 1,000. If he wanted battle key, he could take it with the raise of his hand. But in front of the realm pursued by martial cultivators, even if it was a dazzling battle key aura of 180,000 Zhang, he could still give it up without any attachment. Even if it was just a chance to break through, and it might not really be possible to break through, he still did not hesitate and challenged directly. In this way, is Qin Wentian really a loser? Although Gu Hanshin's 380,000 Zhang battle key aura was dazzling, Qin Wentian had achieved a realm. Both of them were winners, but thinking about it this way, Gu Hanshin's 380,000 Zhang battle key aura did not seem as dazzling as before. Brother Qin has more than just courage. You are still far behind Brother Qin. Jian Mengqian looked at Gu Hanshin, which made Gu Hanshin's face darken. Then he laughed wildly and said, I won the battle and almost took his life. In your eyes, it's a far cry. If there is a chance to fight next time, I will never give him a chance to survive. After that, Gu Hanshin stepped on the other side of the Yunqian battle platform. Facing a powerful Xianjiao figure of the 8th level of Xiangxiang, Gu Hanshin's fist blasted out, sweeping away everything. The fist of the god of war directly blasted the opponent's body off the Yunqian battle platform and swallowed the opponent's battle aura. Such a strong force made the crowd's hearts want to fight. After the aura of 380,000 feet was amplified, his pure power was enough to compete with the 8th level of Xiangxiang. Who could compete with him on this Yunqian battle platform? Sure enough, there is no chance later. You have to be careful on the Yunqian battle stage. Everyone thought to themselves that those strong men have gathered terrible battle auras. If you try to grab the battle aura now, you will be spotted immediately. When you grab a certain amount, you will become someone else's prey. With such a battle aura amplification, what is there to be proud of? Just when Gu Hanshin was so powerful that he shocked the heroes, Jian Mengqian sneered. He walked to the Yunqian battle stage, a world-class genius, with a roar, and transformed into the ancient god of war. With one punch, he destroyed everything, like an ancient fist, and also knocked the opponent off the Yunqian battle stage. It seemed to be a provocation to Gu Hanshin. He only had a battle aura of 100,000 feet, and he could do the same thing easily. Gu Hanshin, why are you so proud? After Qin Wentian left, Jian Mengqian, his junior brother, confronted Gu Hanshin. It was amazing that this pair of brothers were really arrogant and dared to fight against this guy. At least, no one could suppress the brilliance of the Xianjiao on the Yunqian battle stage in Yunzhao. However, Qin Wentian did not go on the Yunqian battle stage again. Until the end of the selection battle, he practiced quietly alone. His cultivation level successfully entered the 5th level of the celestial phenomena. His aura became more surging and his brilliance shone. At the same time, the Xianjiao characters mentioned by Xianai and Immortal King all emerged. In addition, several Xianjiao characters rose later and showed their brilliance, but no one could surpass Gu Hanshin and Jian Mengqian. Gu Hanshin and Jian Mengqian seemed to be fighting in the air, constantly plundering the aura of fighting spirit and defeating all the Xianjiao characters who stood in the way. After the 81-day selection battle, the battle aura on Gu Hanshin's body was already extremely strong, more than 500,000 feet long, and had a rich purple-gold color. The Yunqian battle stage where he was standing seemed to be shrouded in the purple-gold battle aura, which was extremely dazzling. Jian Mengqian was no less impressive. He fought madly to plunder the battle aura and shouted at Gu Hanshin from a distance. He was invincible and became the second most dazzling person. He took away the battle aura of 360,000 feet. He plundered countless battle auras of Xianjiao figures. These two people were far ahead of other strong men. They were too dazzling. The third person is Mu Yun, the descendant of Jiutian Immortal King. He is at the same level as Jiutian at the 7th level of the celestial realm. However, Jiutian, whether deliberately giving face to Jiutian Immortal King, has always avoided a clash with Mu Yun. Mu Yun eventually seized a 200,000 Zhang battle aura, and his strength is very strong. Some people believe that if Jiutian fights Mu Yun, without considering the increase in the battle aura, it may not be a sure win, and even if he wins, it will not be easy. Next, there are the Xianjiao with a battle aura between 100,000 and 200,000 Zhang. There are not many of them, only more than 10. There are a lot of people with a battle aura between 10,000 and 100,000 Zhang. After all, there are 81 Yunqian battle platforms here. Many strong men are fighting and plundering silently, and some strong men will stop fighting after seizing a 10,000 Zhang aura. At this time, Qin Wentian has also stopped practicing. In the vast land below, countless figures stand up and stare into the void. Jiutian Immortal King stood up from his throne and said with a smile, "Those who think they can rank among the 1,000 seats, stand on the Yunqian battle stage and let everyone see your fighting spirit aura." As soon as he finished speaking, many powerful figures flashed and stepped onto the 81 Yunqian battle stages. In an instant, the terrifying fighting spirit aura surrounded the sky, extremely dazzling. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he also walked to a Yunqian battle stage. Jun Mengchen and Zi Qingxun were beside him. In just a short moment, nearly 3,000 people stepped onto the Yunqian battle stage, but many powerful people glanced at the others and found that their fighting spirit auras might be ranked behind, so they consciously walked down. After some time of adjustment, soon there were only more than 1,000 people left on the 81 Yunqian battle stages. Among them, Jiutian, who had a fighting spirit aura of 500,000 feet, was naturally the most dazzling. His fighting spirit aura rushed into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. Everyone, take a close look at the battle aura on your body. 1 Zhang less is still less. Now there are 1,070 people. The 70 people behind, please go down consciously. A strong man besides Jiutian Immortal King spoke up. After carefully scanning the people around him, he saw that he was ranked last, and he went down one after another. As the figures walked down one after another, there were exactly 1,000 people left on the Yunqian battle stage. Congratulations to everyone. Jiutian Immortal King smiled and said, "The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect is hosting a grand event for the 13 states. My Yunzhao is one of the 13 states. The selection is in place this time. Everyone, take a rest for 7 days. Come here to gather at this time after 7 days. I will personally lead you to the land of Dongzhao. When you arrive in Dongzhao, the monsters of the 13 states will gather. The competition will be more exciting. There are many strong people. I hope you can have an outstanding performance and let my Yunzhao land also benefit from it." Jiutian Immortal King is really polite. The people below said in their hearts, "There is one more thing I want to state in advance. Maybe you may have some conflicts during the 81-day selection battle, and you may even defeat and kill the children of some powerful forces in the selection process, but this is a battle, and life and death are inevitable. No one or any force may retaliate against them, otherwise, they will be enemies of Jiutian and Dongsheng Xianmen, and you will have to bear the consequences yourself." Jiutian Xianwang's voice became more serious, which made the faces of many powerful people around him gloomy. This sentence was obviously a warning to them. Although they sat with Jiutian Xianwang and had extraordinary status, belonging to the top forces in Yunzhao, Jiutian Xianwang would not be polite in terms of principles. The selection that Dongsheng Xianmen launched only once 100 years ago was a major event for Dongsheng, 13 states. Dongsheng Xianmen attached great importance to it. These people were selected from Yunzhao. It was Jiutian Xianwang who personally watched the selection. If they were assassinated, it would be a slap in the face of Jiutian Xianwang. All grudges must be put aside. If you want to settle accounts, wait until the grand event of Dongsheng 13 states is over. Now, you can't. Even if there is a huge hatred, you have to put it aside first. Otherwise, where's the majesty of Dongsheng Xianmen? Next, issue the tokens for this selection ranking. Jiutian Xianwang said again, and suddenly many Xiante figures flashed to the Yunqian battle stage, each took out the token, and then engraved words on it and handed it to everyone one by one. Not long after, Qin Wentian obtained an ancient order. On the ancient order, the background was the word cloud, representing the land of Yunzhao. On this Yunzhao order, Qin Wentian's name and a number, 27, were engraved. Next to Qin Wentian, Jun Mengqian's Yunzhao order also had Jun Mengqian's name and a number, 2, engraved on it. Zi Qingxun's ancient order had her name and the number, 5, engraved on it. That number represented their ranking in the Yunzhaoland selection war. At this time in 7 days, come here together, were this ancient order, and set off together. Xian'an immortal king said loudly, and his voice spread over thousands of miles. His words fell, which meant that the Yunzhaoland selection war officially ended. It's over. Everyone stared at the figures in the void, among which many unforgettable, peerless and brilliant figures were born. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 818, State Formation. The selection battle of Yunzhaoland ended, and the strong men on the 81 Yunqian battle platforms gradually dispersed. Those who failed to be selected sighed secretly, but there were some outstanding people who were still invited by major forces. After all, there were too many Xianjiao characters participating in this selection battle, and it was extremely difficult to be ranked in the top 1,000 seats. In fact, except for those most dazzling people, many Xianjiao characters who were ranked in the top 1,000 seats were not much different in terms of talent. Even if they were ranked after 1,000, some people's talents were still very outstanding. Although the war was over, Yunzhao City was still extremely lively, and the topic of discussion in the restaurants on the streets was all about this selection battle. Gu's Hanshin is so powerful. He is at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon realm and has great strength. He has seized a battle aura of 500,000 zhang. It is simply unimaginable and terrifying. The reason why Gu's Hanshin is so crazy is that he is stimulated by his two fellow apprentices, Qin Wentian and Jun Mengqian. These two are really powerful. Qin Wentian was originally invincible and seized a battle aura of 180,000 zhang. At that time, Gu's Hanshin only had 200,000 zhang and his advantage was not obvious. But Qin Wentian gave up the 180,000 zhang battle aura to challenge him and broke through the shackles of realm. Only then did Gu's Hanshin widen the gap with the other geniuses, and Jun Mengqian finally took second place. Mu Yun, the descendant of Xian'an immortal king, is also powerful. He seems to be much more low-key, but no one has ever really threatened him. Gu's Hanshin is at the same realm as him, but didn't he challenge Mu Yun? Of course. In fact, Gu's Hanshin's absolute combat power has not erupted. These most dazzling people are always much more outstanding than others. After all, this is just a selection battle in Yunzhao. Their eyes may be on Dongzhao, where there are many strong people and countless geniuses. I don't know what kind of brilliant people will appear. Unfortunately, I can't go there. My cultivation is too low. When I get to Dongzhao, I'm afraid the event will be over, haha. You can spend some money to teleport there. The price is too high, I can't afford it. On the street, the crowd talked and laughed. Many people sighed that their cultivation was too weak. The fairyland world was too big. The weak could only stay at one angle throughout their lives, and they couldn't even take a good look at this world. Even if there was a large formation that could cross space in an instant, ordinary weak people couldn't afford such a price. This is the sadness of the weak, and it is also the reason why the fairyland is so strong in martial arts. If you don't pursue martial arts and become a strong person, you can't see the fairyland and the magnificent mountains and rivers. In an inn built between ancient peaks in Yunzhao City, Qin Wentian was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed past. He raised his head and looked forward, and saw that there was a strong kingly aura blooming there, and the air was filled with a powerful aura. With one step, Qin Wentian instantly came to a huge rock on the cliff of the ancient peak, and saw Jun Mengqian sitting on it, with a surging aura and roaring. At this time, Zi Qingxun's figure also came. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, staring at Jun Mengqian in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel waves of pressure. In the Xianfu realm, Senior Sister Su once said that fellow disciples generally don't recognize each other outside, but because the three of them took on this trial together, they were allowed to walk around as fellow disciples. Among the three fellow disciples, she has the highest realm. However, after the selection battle in Yunzhao, Qin Wentian has now entered the 5th level of the celestial phenomena. Like her, Jun Mengqian is about to break through and enter the 4th level of the celestial phenomena. They are all chasing after her. The disciples of the Xianfu realm are too outstanding. The first requirement to be met is the purple gold star soul. Being with fellow disciples of the Xianfu realm is indeed very stressful, But it is precisely because of this that there is a strong motivation to move forward. The more you are with a group of outstanding people, the more potential can be stimulated. Otherwise, if you are with a group of mediocre people, you will be far behind others when you reach a certain level. If you have no goals or are complacent, that is dangerous. Many people have emerged in Yunzhao. There will be more strong people in Dongzhao. This training mission will not be easy. Zi Qingxun said. Qin Wentian smiled and said, of course, the geniuses of the entire Dongsheng 13 states gathered together, and more than 10,000 people were selected to gather in Dongzhao. How could it be easy? Are you confident? Zi Qingxun's beautiful eyes turned and fell on Qin Wentian's handsome face. No one can know the outcome until the end, and we don't know the rules of the battle after going to Dongzhao. We can only say that we should do our best. Qin Wentian looked at Zi Qingxun and said with a smile. Zi Qingxun looked away, and there was no ripple in his beautiful eyes. The two stood there quietly until a long roar was heard, and Jun Mengchen broke through and stepped into the fourth level of the celestial realm. So cool. Jun Mengchen stood up, his edge shining. After discovering Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxun, his surging aura subsided. He turned around and said with a smile, Brother Qin, Sister Qingxun. Awesome. Qin Wentian praised. Jun Mengchen smiled innocently. His handsome face was very good looking. If you have not seen him fighting, you can't imagine his madness during the battle. Brother is amazing. He has already broken through on the Yunqian battle stage. Jun Mengchen said sincerely, speaking of which he should thank Brother Qin. He fought madly on the Yunqian battle stage later, which was also inspired by Qin Wentian and the battle with Guz Hanshan. This is why he has accumulated a certain amount of experience. Finally, when he relaxed in the past few days, he unconsciously felt the signs of breaking through. Cultivation is so wonderful. Sometimes you break through in battle, sometimes you break through in silence, and sometimes, like Jun Mengchen, you suddenly calm down after a crazy battle and unconsciously feel that you are going to break through. But no matter what, the breakthrough of a martial life cultivator is the result of his own accumulation, and it comes naturally. Consolidate your cultivation realm. We are about to go to Dongzhao. Qin Wentian did not say much. Jun Mengchen nodded and looked into the distance. Dongzhao, he is here. This is the first trial of the Xianfu realm. We must win and grab one of the 3 places. For 7 consecutive days, Yunzhao city was prosperous. After the 7th day, countless figures gathered in the Yunqian battle arena area. At the same time, 1,000 strong men also arrived. Today is the day they gathered and went to Dongzhao. 1,000 strong men, mighty, occupied a piece of void. Guz Hanshan attracted the most attention. He was tall and slender, and naturally exuded a peerless edge, as if he was born with a genius. Guz Hanshan's eyes swept through everyone, and his eyes paused for a moment on Qin Wentian and Jun Mengchen. His thin and sharp lips seemed to have a terrible sharpness, and his extraordinary pupils faintly emitted a provocative fighting spirit. Qin Wentian looked at him calmly, while Jun Mengchen held his head high, with a fascinating aura coming out of him, and he was not afraid of Guz Hanshan. Although you have broken through to the 4th level of the celestial phenomenon, you are still not good enough in front of me. Your provocation is not qualified. Guz Hanshan ignored Jun Mengchen, and was extremely cold and arrogant. Humph, the battle rules of Dongzhao have not been determined yet, so don't say anything too early. Jun Mengchen snorted coldly, but heard Guz Hanshan laughing wildly, turned his eyes away, no longer looking at Jun Mengchen, but still made an arrogant sound in his mouth. If there is a chance to hand over, I will let you stay in Dongzhao forever. As soon as these words fell, there was a faint murderous aura in the void, which made everyone sigh secretly. This Guz Hanshan was really arrogant. He did not hide his murderous intention at all and directly threatened Jun Mengchen. At this time, the immortal platform figures came one after another. Even Qin Wentian and his friends saw the helmsmen of various forces in Yunzhao. Those immortal kings seemed to be preparing to go to Dongzhao together. But this was also normal. The once-in-a-century event of the Dongsheng 13 states was initiated by the Dongsheng immortal sect. The helmsmen of all parties naturally had to be present at the scene and go to pay homage to the Dongsheng immortal sect at the same time. After all, the entire Dongsheng 13 states were ruled by the Dongsheng immortal sect. This trip was an experience and an opportunity for these geniuses, and for these strong men. It was to pay homage to, make a pilgrimage to, and pay homage to the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. In the Dongsheng 13 states, the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor was the king, the Dongsheng Majesty, who lived in the Dongsheng Immortal Palace and sat high on the throne. Xian'an Immortal King also appeared with a group of strong men. He glanced at the Xianjiao and saw that everyone was wearing the Yunzhao order, and he couldn't help but smile. This time, we will be teleported directly through the space formation of Yunzhao Prefecture. This formation can cross the distance and directly lead to Dongzhao. Now, let's set off with me. Xian'an Immortal King said, and then turned and walked towards the extremely magnificent prefecture where he lived. Everyone moved forward and followed Xian'an Immortal King. The 13 states of Dongsheng were all ruled by Dongsheng Immortal Sect. In the 13 states, there were powerful space formations. This was set up by Dongsheng Immortal Sect in person, so that when something big happened, it could come instantly. However, this formation could not be used at will, and outsiders had no chance to use this formation, except this time. When the strong men saw the 12 space formations filled with golden light, they were quite shocked. The 12 formations passed through the other 12 states. In the center of the middle formation, there was a huge war dong. This formation led to Dongzhao. The extremely dazzling spatial light swept across, piercing the eyes. Xian'an Immortal King said, "Go up in batches." According to the numbers on the Yunzhao order, the first batch, 901 to 1000, will go up. As soon as he finished speaking, 100 people stepped forward and stepped onto the formation. When the spatial formation was opened, a strong spatial light was extremely dazzling. The world was filled with terrible spatial fluctuations, and the 100 strong men disappeared before their eyes. The second batch. After a moment, Xian'an Immortal King said again, "I saw batches of strong men constantly stepping onto the formation and then disappearing from here." When the last batch of people left, Xian'an Immortal King and his men also stepped onto the formation. With the brilliance of the formation, their figures disappeared. There were legions guarding them around. They looked solemn, but in front of the formation, there was no one. In a short period of time, the Xianjiao people selected from the land of Yunzhao left the land of Yunzhao. They all embarked on the journey to Dongzhao. Chapter 819, Meeting an Old Friend in the Imperial City. Dongzhao, the most prosperous state among the 13 states of Dongsheng, is known as the leader of the 13 states of Dongsheng. Most of the most powerful sects in the 13 states of Dongsheng gather in Dongzhao, including the ruler of the 13 states of Dongsheng, Dongsheng Xianmen. Dongxin City is known as the imperial city of the 13 states of Dongsheng. The vast and endless 13 states of Dongsheng are headed by this imperial city. It is impossible for ordinary people to live in the imperial city forever. They can only be passers-by in Dongxin City, living in restaurants and inns, and cannot have their own place. Dongxin City has extremely strict jurisdiction, more than any other city. There are patrolling strongmen all day long, patrolling in the vast and boundless imperial city. Here, you are not allowed to rob or kill people at will. If there is a life and death hatred, you must step onto the decisive battle stage, otherwise, you are not allowed to kill privately. Therefore, although Dongxin City is the largest city in the 13 states of Dongsheng, it is probably the city with the least killing. Under the feet of the Holy Emperor, you are not allowed to do evil. At the end of the imperial city, there is a fairy mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, known as the Eastern Fairy Mountain. On the Eastern Fairy Mountain, lives the supreme figure of the Eastern Saint 13 states, the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor. Because of the special status of the imperial city, the average cultivation of the martial arts monks in the imperial city is amazingly strong. It can be said that the fairy characters are everywhere. It is the most prosperous and powerful city in the Eastern Saint 13 states. It is not an empty statement. Even ordinary fairy kings dare not be too arrogant in the city, because there are many people in the city who can destroy ordinary fairy kings. No one dares to offend the younger generation of young people with lower cultivation in the Xiangxiang realm here, because they must have a background, otherwise they would not live in the imperial city. They are not qualified and can only be passers-by at most. In Dongxin City, there were many strong men coming and going on the wide ancient streets. At a certain place, many strong men stopped one after another. The flashing figures in the void also stopped and looked forward. There was a bright beam of light coming from the sky. There was a terrible void fluctuation in the beam of light. Then, a mirror seemed to appear in the void. There were many strong men in the mirror. The next moment, a dazzling golden light shone, and a group of figures appeared directly in the void. There were hundreds of people. Moreover, The strong space fluctuation was still there. In a blink of an eye, another group of strong men came. The people in Dongxin City who saw this scene were not surprised. They glanced at the ancient orders on the chests of these people, and then heard a powerful immortal sitting on the cloud in the void laugh. The geniuses of Yunzhao are teleporting here. The other 12 states of Dongsheng 13 states have teleportation arrays directly leading to Dongxin City. These days, through these teleportation arrays, geniuses from all sides have gathered and arrived one after another. Yes, once 100 years, it is another grand event. Even now, I still remember the scene 100 years ago. Time flies. An immortal next to him took a sip from his wine gourd and said with a smile, "It's a pity that after 100 years, we still don't even have the qualifications to be invited to watch the battle. We can only be ordinary spectators in the distance, haha." The person next to him laughed, as if he was mocking himself. "You want to be invited? At least you should step into the Immortal King level first. Even ordinary Immortal Kings may not be invited. Those Immortal Kings who are famous in the area will also come for this event." How old is the Immortal King of Immortality? I wonder if he has aged a little. A mere 100 years is just a blink of an eye for those people. However, there is one person who will be very proud this time. This person is the owner of Qin Immortal Mansion, Qin Immortal King. Of course. A few years ago, Immortal Emperor Dongsheng suddenly accepted Qin Immortal King Xian'ai, the descendant of Qin Immortal King, as his disciple. It is said that Xian'ai performed quite well after he became a disciple and was appreciated by His Majesty. Of course, Qin Immortal King was very proud. We are getting off topic. Look, thousands of geniuses from Yunzhao have arrived. That person should be the Xian'ai Immortal King from Yunzhao. The two men stared at the void. Not only them, but everyone in this area was looking over there and saw thousands of geniuses descending from the sky. People from Yunzhao have arrived. Everyone whispered. It was said that the 8 states' geniuses had already arrived. The people from Yunzhao should be the 9th state to come to Dongxin City. After Qin Wentian was teleported here, he steadied himself and then looked around. Seeing that the people nearby had calmed down, he secretly sighed that Dongxin City was indeed an imperial city. In addition, the teleportation distance of the teleportation formation was really terrifying. It spanned an endless territory and teleported them directly from Yunzhao to Dongzhao Imperial City. Follow me. At this time, the voice of Xian'ai Immortal King came, and then he led the way in a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed. The team of more than 1,000 people was magnificent and looked extremely spectacular. There were strong people stopping to watch below. Brother, this imperial city of Dongzhao is really prosperous. Qin Wentian looked at the magnificent ancient buildings and the powerful people coming and going below and sighed. Moreover, I can't see anyone fighting at a glance. The imperial city has its own rules, and you can't fight at will. Someone next to him explained, making Qin Wentian nod his head, so that's how it is, I'm ignorant. A few hours later, everyone came to a very prosperous area. This area is very large, with dense restaurants and inns, and there are many young powerful people here, all of whom are people in the Xiangxiang realm. After seeing them, these young powerful people looked up one after another, and their smiling eyes flashed with sharp intentions. At the same time, many people below were talking. Is this the person from Yunzhao? I wonder how strong he is. A young man looked extremely sharp, his eyes pierced into the void, and he actually had a fierce fighting spirit. We are here. You can stay in any restaurant or inn in this area. With the ancient orders on your body, you don't need any compensation. Dongsheng Xianmen has arranged everything. You can choose your own place to eat and stay. Xian'ai and Xianwang said to the crowd. Also, don't go far these days. This area of 1,000 miles should be enough for you to move around. I will summon you as soon as I have news. Xianwang, when will it start? Someone asked impatiently. I don't know. After the arrival of the 13 states of Dongsheng, they will gather in this area. They should not have arrived yet. Wait for the summons of Dongsheng Xianmen. There are already many Xianjiao figures here, Xianjiao from other states. You can also learn about them first. Xian'ai and Xianwang responded, and then said, also, random fighting is not allowed in the imperial city. Be quiet these days, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if something happens. Okay, go your separate ways. As he said that, he waved his hand and took some people away, not even his junior Mu Yun. As the ruler of a state, Xian'an Immortal King had to take people to visit the strong men of Dongsheng Immortal Sect first. He himself also came from Dongsheng Immortal Sect and was a disciple of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. We are finally here. Let's go and find a place to stay first. Thousands of strong men headed down one after another. Qin Wentian and his 3 brothers were naturally together. Others were in groups of 3 or 5, and there were also lone travelers. Many eyes shot towards this side. Qin Wentian's expression flashed, and then they found that these people's eyes were not on him, but on Jun Mengchen beside him. The second person in Yun's Hao, such a young person. Someone whispered, staring at the ancient order on Jun Mengchen's chest, and then looked at Ziqingxuan. Among the 3, 2 were quite dazzling. Jun Mengchen was the second and Ziqingxuan was the 5th. Of course, the one who attracted the most attention was undoubtedly Gu's Hanshan, who was engraved with the word 1. The people here didn't know what happened in the selection battle in Yun's Hao, which was an infinite distance away. They only looked at the ranking on the ancient order. The first person is always the focus of attention. The first genius in Yun's Hao, I wonder what his talent is. Some people below were already discussing. Qin Wentian and the other 2 had landed on the ground and were walking around. There were people everywhere observing them. Many of them also had ancient orders on their chests. They were obviously geniuses from other states, and many were locals. I don't know much about the geniuses in Yun's Hao, but Yun's Hao is located in a remote area and ranks low among the 13 states of Dongsheng. It should not be very good, and it certainly cannot be compared with the 3 states of Dong's Hao, Qian's Hao, and Li's Hao. These 3 states rank the highest among the 13 states of Dongsheng, with the most major forces, and naturally more geniuses, more outstanding, and more likely to be better at the top. Haha, no matter what, our Dong's Hao must be the strongest. Dong's Hao is full of geniuses. In addition to those top monsters in Dong's Hao, some disciples trained by super strong people will also steal the limelight. I heard that the beautiful fairy king Wenhu Fairy King, one of her disciples named Hua takes will come. Well, one of the disciples of the fairy king Jiutian, the capable general of His Majesty Dongshen, seems to be attending this banquet. It's too lively, and there are so many geniuses. The people who were talking and laughing were slightly excited and looking forward to it, just waiting for this banquet to be held. Qin Wentian and the others continued to move forward, and people along the way were discussing. At this moment, Qin Wentian's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes stared at a figure in front of him. He was a little surprised at first, but then a smile flashed in his eyes. The figure was very handsome, with an upright posture. He stood there casually, revealing an extraordinary demeanor. The other party was also a little surprised, and then laughed and said, I didn't expect that we would be able to meet again in the fairyland after only a few years. Qin Wentian, long time no see. Long time no see. Qin Wentian smiled and looked ahead. Liu Feng is not romantic. Pinghu Duanai, Yishi Jiutian, this person is actually one of the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era, the most dazzling one, Gu Lifeng. How did you get out of the Huangji Holy Land? Gu Lifeng walked up and asked with some curiosity. The Huangji Holy Sect was destroyed, and I followed a senior out. What about you, did you join the Xianwu world? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Gu Lifeng disappeared, and it was rumored that he joined the Xianwu world. Yes, the Xianwu realm is a very powerful force under the Xianai realm. It has bases in many particle worlds and selects elites. It's a pity that you didn't come, but a person like you would shine anywhere, Gu Lifeng smiled. He still remembered that Qin Wentian had seized the first place in the ancient monument of the Xianwu realm and suppressed him. Chapter 820 Gusu Shianki. Gu Lifeng shifted his gaze to Jun Mengchen and Ziqingxuan, and said with a smile, who are these 2? My junior brother Jun Mengchen and junior sister Ziqingxuan. Qin Wentian introduced them with a smile, and pointed at Gu Lifeng and said, this is my friend from the particle world, Gu Lifeng. Haha, since you're Qin's friend, you are also my Jun Mengchen's friend. Jun Mengchen said cheerfully, and Ziqingxuan nodded slightly to Gu Lifeng. She was indifferent when she first met Qin Wentian and Jun Mengchen, but as she got to know them, it was obvious that she had recognized these 2 fellow disciples, and their outstanding degree was not inferior to her. Ziqingxuan was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that Qin Wentian was really from the particle world. Then he and Gu Lifeng should be extremely dazzling figures in the particle world. It's not easy to meet you, Qin Wentian, in the immortal realm. Moreover, I heard that Hua Taxa might come as well. In this way, The top 3 people in the ancient monument ranking of our immortal martial realm will all be here. It's really wonderful to meet someone. The immortal realm is so big that we can meet them whenever we want. Gu Lifeng seemed to have changed a little. He was taciturn and arrogant back then. Now that he met Qin Wentian again in the immortal realm, he seemed to have more to say. Who'll take Su? Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel emotional when he heard the name of this old friend again. He knew Huo Taixu when he was still young. Huo Taixu was the first on the destiny list back then. When he came to the state of Chu, he was so majestic. Later, he also won the first place on the destiny list, killed Huo Taixu's brother, and participated in the immortal martial realm trial together. Now in the immortal realm, they are going to meet again, and they will be opponents again. It has to be said that it is too wonderful. However, Qin Wentian really admired Huo Taixu. He became a disciple of the one who Immortal King and had the Immortal King's guidance in cultivation. He must be even more extraordinary now. Let's go, let's find a restaurant to sit down. All the restaurants and inns in this area are controlled by the people of the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. They are all the property of the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. As long as you have the orders of each state, you can enjoy delicious food and live without any cost. Gu Lifeng came early, so he knew more. Qin Wentian had already seen the ancient order on his chest, Jin, Gu Lifeng, 33. This means that Gu Lifeng is from Qian's Hao, and in his area, he ranks 33. Gu Lifeng had also seen the ancient orders on the chests of Qin Wentian and the other 3. At this moment, he also secretly sighed in his heart that Qin Wentian must have an extraordinary experience. Among the 3 brothers, except Qin Wentian who ranked 27th in Yun's Hao, Zhou Qingxuan was 5th, and his young junior brother was 2nd. The rankings of the 3 people were more outstanding than each other. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, and they found a restaurant to sit down together. When they met old friends in a foreign land, the 2 of them talked more. They didn't have much interaction back then, but when 2 geniuses from the particle world met in the vast and endless fairyland, they naturally felt close to each other. Gu Lifeng talked a lot. The immortal martial realm is an immortal king level force, with immortal kings sitting in charge. They value the geniuses of the particle world very much, so they set up the immortal martial realm trial in the particle world to select outstanding figures from the particle world. This is also the reason why the emperor level Saint Sect knew that the immortal martial realm was competing with them for people, but could only acquiesce in the existence of the immortal martial realm, because the immortal martial realm is powerful and has a deep background. It is a superpower in Qian's Hao. The immortal martial realm puts a lot of energy on the geniuses of the particle world, so many disciples come from the particle world. When they arrive in the fairyland, they all start from scratch. The competition is cruel. Gu Lifeng has been traveling all the way, and I don't know how many competitors have fallen, which has given him a good position in the immortal martial realm today. The competition in the immortal realm is too cruel and fierce. Not only do you have to fight with people outside, but you also have to fight with your own fellow disciples, for resources, and for the attention of the elders, because many of them are the geniuses of the particle world. The internal struggle of the immortal martial realm is particularly fierce. The weak are eliminated and the strong are promoted. It is much more difficult than in the imperial saint realm. Many of the people you compete with are very outstanding geniuses. Now think about it, the geniuses of the 8 suppression era are really nothing. Gu Lifeng took a sip of wine and said with emotion. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. The geniuses of the 8 suppression era must also grow to be more outstanding and better than before, otherwise they will be mediocre in the immortal realm. Every opponent he meets now, every genius, actually has countless losers behind him. The emergence of a peerless person is not a short-term burst of talent, but perseverance, continuous growth, and constantly making oneself more dazzling, breaking through one's own limits, in order to keep leaving his opponents behind. Qin Wentian is the second most famous person in Yun's Hao. He must be very outstanding. However, there are too many geniuses in this banquet. Among them, Dong's Hao, Qian's Hao and Li's Hao are the top 3 states with the most geniuses. The geniuses in these 3 states are also the most famous. Even after I came here, I have heard of those names many times. Gu Lifeng said slowly. Although his face was still engraved with confidence, it seemed to have lost some of his charm. At the beginning, Gu Lifeng was the leader of the 8 geniuses in the suppression era. There were endless geniuses in the imperial holy domain, and no one could match him. But in the fairyland, It was very difficult to compete with many people in the sect. Looking at the 13 states of Dongshen, there are indeed many people who are more outstanding than him. This situation also smoothed his edges and corners, making him less charming and elegant. I don't believe that the geniuses from Duangzhou, Qianzhou, and Lizhou are the most dazzling. Senior brother Qin, senior sister Qingxuan, and I will definitely make it to the end. Jian Mengchen said, unconvinced. Their mission is to become the most dazzling ones. Although these 3 states are the strongest states among the 13 states of Dongshen, the geniuses who come out of different states are more outstanding than them. As soon as Jian Mengchen finished speaking, many eyes around him looked at him, thinking that this person really didn't know how high the sky was. In Dongshou, Gusu Shianqi is unparalleled in the world. Although you are the second most talented person in Yunzhou, you are very talented. However, if you want to compare with Gusu Shianqi, I'm afraid you are overestimating yourself. A person from Dongxin City said indifferently. Hearing the name he said, many people in the restaurant nodded, and someone laughed and said, anyone who wants to compare with Gusu Shianqi is asking for trouble. Yes, the Gusu family has been passed down for 9 generations. The first generation was in Gusu Pingjiang hundreds of thousands of years ago. The immortal emperor has been passed down from generation to generation, and each generation has produced an immortal king. It can be said that it is an immortal king family. Now, Gusu Shianqi is born, and he has more qualifications than his ancestors. He is a natural immortal king. He even has the opportunity to become an immortal emperor. It is said that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor has already valued him. His participation this time is just a process. The first place must be his. In the future, Gusu Shianqi will be personally taught by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The restaurant became lively after hearing the name of Gusu Shianqi. It seems that this person does not need to appear in person. A name can cause a sensation. It is conceivable how outstanding his talent is. In the world of the immortal domain, a person with a great reputation must be truly outstanding. It is rare for a person to gain a reputation in vain. Therefore, this Gusu Shianqi must be extremely extraordinary. I have heard this name the most. Gu Lifang smiled bitterly. There was a dazzling light in Jian Mengchen's eyes, and he seemed to have a strong desire to fight. He just said, I really want to fight with him. What realm is this person in? The 6th level of celestial phenomena, but it is said that he may have the super combat power to fight the 9th level of celestial phenomena. Gu Lifang's voice was solemn. The 6th level of celestial phenomena and the 9th level of fighting celestial phenomena, this was really terrifying. His reputation was resounding throughout Dongshou. How could he not be strong? Except Gusu Shianqi, there are Xia Jilfang from Dongshou, Yi Qianchen from Qianzhou, and Kang Aoli from Lizhou, all of whom are very famous. Xia Jilfang ranks 2nd in Dongshou, and Yi Qianchen and Kang Aoli rank 1st in Qianzhou and Lizhou respectively. The geniuses from these major states have already arrived in this area, Gu Lifang introduced. In addition to these people, there is a group of people whose reputations are not weak at all. They are the direct disciples of those powerful immortal kings. For example, Hua Taksu, he became a disciple of the one Hua immortal king. This competition will be extremely fierce. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and secretly wrote down these names. It was naturally Qin Wentian's expectation that the fight would be very fierce. How could the competition among the geniuses of the entire 13 states of Dongsheng not be fierce? Now, let's wait until the competition begins. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he whispered, let's go to the inn. Hearing what you said, I want to consolidate my own cultivation. Okay, let's go to the inn where I live. The environment there is quite good. Gu Lifang stood up, and everyone immediately left their seats and went outside. The ancient road outside was crowded with people coming and going. Many of them were geniuses from various states, and their eyes staring at each other revealed a sharp aura. Not long after, Qin Wentian and his companions arrived at the inn where Gu Lifang lived. There were towering ancient trees in sight and the environment was excellent. When they stepped into the front desk of the inn, Gu Lifang stepped forward and asked, I need 3 courtyards here, are there any? Yes. The person at the front desk nodded and said, yes, I will have someone take you there right away. Okay. Gu Lifang nodded slightly, and then someone took them to their residence. The inn was antique and elegant, and the flowers were pleasant as they walked along the path. The inn here was very large, and the martial arts cultivators needed to practice, so they needed quietness. Each person's courtyard was independent and very large. This inn is also owned by the East Saint Immortal sect. It's quiet and no one will disturb us. Gu Lifeng was walking on a small bridge. The group was walking and chatting. At this time, the person accompanying him pointed to the front and said, "The 3 independent courtyards in front are here. You are lucky. These are the last 3 independent courtyards left. Well, this place is pretty good." Zi Qingxuan nodded. At this time, a figure flashed quickly, and seemed to be in a hurry. He blocked Qin Wentian and others and said, "I'm sorry, we made a mistake just now. There are already guests in these 3 independent courtyards. Please find another place to stay." Qin Wentian frowned slightly. It was impossible for a martial arts cultivator to make such a mistake. The other party's words were obviously untenable. "I think there seems to be no one there," Gu Lifeng said with an unhappy look. "I'm really sorry, I was careless. Someone has already made a reservation and I forgot," the man said apologetically. At this time, a group of people were walking in the void, and someone led the way and said, "Everyone, it's just ahead." Qin Wentian and the others looked up and their faces turned cold when they saw this scene. It was obvious that the inn was asking them to make room for the people who came later, not that it was a mistake. P.S. It's a bit late, sorry, everyone remember to leave your monthly ticket after reading it, haha. Chapter 821 Banquet. Gu Lifeng looked unhappy. He had brought Qin Wentian here, but encountered such a thing. "My friends are all here to participate in the grand event of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. It seems inappropriate for the inn to do this." Gu Lifeng looked at the person in charge of the inn and said, "Everyone, this is arranged by the Holy Sun. I hope you can find another place." At this time, one of the people in the group spoke up. Hearing his words, the person in charge of the inn smiled and said to Qin Wentian and the others, "Everyone, please give the Holy Sun face." Gu Lifeng frowned. He naturally understood what the Holy Sun of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect meant. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was called His Majesty the Eastern Saint. The word holy means transcending the mundane world. In the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, there is a saying of Holy Sun, which means the nominal disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He has an extraordinary status and is the key training target of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. He has a high status in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. Once he encounters an opportunity, he may become the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. There are many Saint Sons in the East Saint Immortal sect now, all of them are demons and geniuses, and there are people in all realms. They are all disciples of His Majesty the East Saint. The few people in front of him were brought here by the Saint Sun. This inn is the property of the East Saint Immortal sect, so they naturally have to obey. Saint Sun, do you treat the guests from the 13 states like this? Gu Lifeng said a little displeased. The people who came here from the 13 states of the East Saint are all guests of the East Saint Immortal sect. Why do you have to be so serious? After all, this is the order of the Saint Sun. You just need to give face and move to another place to live. If there is a chance in the future, I can introduce you to the Saint Sun. Why bother to insist? The man said lightly. His tone was not very polite. What a joke, why should we introduce him to someone else? Jun Mengchen sneered. The man saw the Yunzhao order on Jun Mengchen's chest and said, "Number 2 in Yunzhao. No wonder you are so arrogant. But this is the Imperial City, not Yunzhao. Can you point out who the saint asked me to arrange?" This was quite impolite. Qin Wentian remained silent. His eyes were looking at the person the other party was pointing at. He actually recognized this person. He had met him once before. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor came to the Imperial Saint Realm to recruit disciples in the particle world. This person also appeared. Moreover, he was gifted and persisted to the end. His name was Hefeng. Although he was not able to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the end, the immortal Qin Wentian, who was sitting under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, accepted him as his disciple. Of course, Hefeng also recognized Qin Wentian. Back then, Qin Wentian was superior to everyone else and was almost accepted as a disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Unfortunately, this guy was ungrateful and did not appreciate the kindness of His Majesty the Eastern Saint. His master, the immortal Qin Wentian, arranged for him to be free once every 1,000 years, but in the end, he was abandoned by His Majesty. Now, this person has also walked from the particle world to the fairyland, and came here. However, the Yunzhao order on his chest, the 27th place, made him sneer in his heart. Sure enough, the pride of the particle world, no matter how dazzling it was at the beginning, was only temporary. He missed that opportunity and seemed to have become mediocre. In a place like Yunzhou, he only ranked 27th, which was pathetic. This is He Feng, the disciple of the immortal Qin Yuan, the general under the seat of His Majesty the Eastern Saint. The man said proudly, making Zhen Mengchen's handsome face appear sharp again. His body seemed to stand straighter. If others dared to be arrogant in front of him, he would be even more arrogant. Moreover, these people clearly arrived later and wanted to occupy their land. They were so rampant and called him arrogant in return. It was simply unreasonable. I don't care who you are. Since we arrived here first, we have to follow the rules. If you want to rob, just do it. I heard that this imperial city does not allow random fighting. I wonder if you, the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, can bear this restriction. Zhen Mengchen raised his head and spoke, and his aura bloomed. He was a master who was not afraid of anything. Although he looked very handsome, in his particle world, he was the king, the one and only king. He Feng's eyes had already moved away from Qin Wentian, as if he didn't recognize him. It seemed that Qin Wentian was no longer worthy of his attention. He glanced at Zhen Mengchen, then looked at the people in front of him, and uttered a slightly cold voice, "Do you really have to stay in this inn?" Zhen Mengchen was about to speak, but saw Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Yes." Everyone's expressions flickered, and they all looked at Qin Wentian, only to see him say indifferently, "The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect hosted this banquet, and we came from the land of Yunzhou. Now, the people of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect are bullying us. It's ridiculous. When have I ever bullied you?" The leader's face turned cold, but Su Haifeng waved his hand and looked at Qin Wentian. "Because of this character, you missed the opportunity to soar to the sky. After falling into mediocrity, you are still so ignorant of advance and retreat. You really have a character. Although you are guests, you must also remember that this is the Imperial City. If we meet in a battle in the future, remember to be careful." After saying that, He Feng turned around and said, "Let's go to another place. Why lower your status? You don't know how to behave." The person leading the way glanced at Qin Wentian and the others coldly, and then followed He Feng and left. Too arrogant. Zhen Mengchen's fighting spirit seemed to burst out of his body. He stared at the figures of those people and said, "It's better not to let me meet them in battle." The people in the inn seemed very embarrassed. He took a deep look at the people in front of him, and then said, "Everyone go on your own. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he also left directly. Zhen Mengchen cursed him asshole, but Gu Lifeng was a little surprised that Qin Wentian seemed to recognize He Feng. You know, an immortal king has a violent personality and has conquered countless regions. His disciple He Feng is a bit like him, very arrogant, but his strength is indeed powerful. Gu Lifeng reminded him, and several people walked towards the courtyard together. The good mood that was originally good was also destroyed, so they went back to rest. As time went by, this area became more and more lively. The remaining states also arrived one after another. Anyone walking on the road could be an extraordinary genius. Many people in the Imperial City also came to this area to watch and want to know when this grand event will be officially held. On this day, a shocking news came from this area. Yi Zixuan, the extraordinary saint of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect, invited the top 3 peerless geniuses of the Eastern Saint 13 states to hold a banquet at the Eastern Immortal Tower, the largest restaurant in this area. As soon as this news came out, countless strong men went to the Eastern Immortal Tower in an instant. Yi Zixuan was a saint. Not long ago, it was heard that he had entered the realm of the immortal platform and officially became an immortal. Moreover, he had only practiced for 102 years, and his talent was extremely outstanding. He reached the realm of immortals that many strong men could not enter in their lifetime. And the people he invited gathered the geniuses of the Eastern Saint 13 states together. It was said that there were also geniuses in the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect and some disciples of the Immortal King who would attend the banquet, which caused a great sensation. Duangxin Tower is 9 stories high. The surrounding area is full of powerful people, including the geniuses from the 13 states of Dongshen. They also want to see in advance how the most famous people are. After all, they may compete with them in the near future. Here they come. Saint Zixuan is here. At this time, someone looked up at the void and saw Saint Zixuan coming in a carriage, landing directly on the top of Duangxin Tower. The geniuses from the 13 states of Dongsheng have also arrived. It seems that they are around and ready to attend the banquet at any time. At this time, powerful people stepped into the void one after another, with extraordinary demeanor. Qian's Hao is the first, Liz Hao is the third, Qian Hao is the second. One after another, brilliant figures fell from the sky, making everyone shine. Haha, it's my honor that you all can come to the banquet. Yi Zixun's hearty laughter rang out, and the prides bowed and said politely, "You're welcome, Holy Son." Yi Zixun is considered a senior of all of you, but although he is 102 years old, he still looks young and heroic. Brother He Feng has arrived too. At this moment, Yi Zixun looked up at a figure in black. Suddenly, everyone's expression flashed and they looked at that person, He Feng, the disciple of Yun, the immortal king. At this moment, a powerful momentum was shocking. A slender Xianjiao stepped forward, arrogant. On the ancient order on his chest was the word Yun, engraved with the word number 1, Guzhanshan. This person is the number 1 in Yun's Hao. More and more strong people gathered above the Dongxin building. When a domineering figure descended, it caused a sensation again. Kang Aoli, the number 1 in Liz Hao, arrived. He had a domineering posture, flying red hair, and an imposing aura, which was extremely terrifying. Yu Qianchen arrived at the same time. The arrival of Qian Tao's number 1 shocked everyone. Yu Qianchen and Kang Aoli were both the seed Xianjiao of this time, and were praised as the most likely to become the final 3. Gu Su Xianqi, will he come? At this time, everyone secretly said, wondering if that peerless figure would come to the banquet. At the top of the Dongxin building, the banquet was set up. Yi Zixun and the others started chatting. Gu Su Xianqi did not show up. It seemed that he was the only one who did not show up. No, there is another person, the second person in Yun's Hao land, who also did not show up. Someone suddenly discovered the location of Yun's Hao land. There were only 2 people, Guzhanshan and Mu Yun. There, the second person in Yun's Hao land was actually down there. Suddenly, several figures appeared under the restaurant. One of them had the Yun's Hao order engraved on his chest. His name was Jun Mengchen, the second. Holy Son, the second Jun Mengchen in Yun's Hao has arrived. One of Yi Zixun's subordinates said from above. I did not invite him. At this moment, Yi Zixun's voice came out, and countless eyes instantly looked at Jun Mengchen, with strange expressions on their faces. The second Jun Mengchen in Yun's Hao did not receive Yi Zixun's invitation, and Yi Zixun said it in public. This was a bit embarrassing. He did not give Jun Mengchen any face at all, which was embarrassing. Jun Mengchen raised his head and looked towards the East Immortal building. He had also heard that Yi Zixun was hosting a banquet for everyone. Indeed, no one invited him, but he still came. It was not for this banquet, but just to see his opponents. If he wanted to complete the Xianfu realm trial, he would have to step on all of them one by one. P.S. The monthly tickets have been sluggish these past 2 days. I have been constantly being raped and surpassed. I beg for monthly tickets. It doesn't feel good to be raped. Chapter 822 Convening. Qin Wentian also looked up, his expression slightly cold. Yi Zixun invited all the Xianjiao to the banquet, but missed Jun Mengchen. In addition, He Feng was there, which made Qin Wentian understand that the saint who arranged He Feng to stay in their inn that day should be Yi Zixun. Although the two had never met, they had a grudge. However, it didn't matter if he didn't invite him. Yi Zixun deliberately said it in public at this time, which seemed too much, and directly gave Jun Mengchen a cold face. Sure enough, after his voice fell, the people below were boiling, and the voices rose and fell. Why didn't the Holy Son invite Jun Mengchen alone? Unfortunately, I don't know much about Yun's Hao, and I don't know what Jun Mengchen's talent is like. Could it be that the Holy Son Yi Zixun knows that Jun Mengchen is just a name for nothing? Everyone was invited, except Jun Mengchen from Yun's Hao. He must have gotten second place by chance, and he doesn't deserve the title. Otherwise, how come Mu Yun, who was third, was also invited and sat with Guzhanshan, who was first? Everyone speculated. They didn't know the situation in Yun's Hao, and naturally thought that Yi Zixun didn't need to target Jun Mengchen. It was very likely that the young Jun Mengchen himself was not good enough. After all, Yun's Hao was one of the weaker states of the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. It was normal for exceptions to occur during this election. Jun Mengchen might have been lucky to win second place. Although Yi Zixun's words embarrassed Jun Mengchen, he seemed to have no way to defend himself. After all, Yi Zixun just said that he was not invited. What could he say? Could it be that a person boasted that he was very powerful? Qin Wentian glanced at Jun Mengchen and saw that this junior brother still raised his head with a strong obsession in his eyes, But he was not angry because of what the other party said. He couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart that junior brother Jun didn't care about other people's ridicule, which showed his determination. However, Yi Zixuan slapped him in the face like this, and he didn't respond, but he was unhappy. Therefore, Qin Wentian said loudly, I heard that the number one prodigy in the 13 states of Dongshen is Gusu Xiangqi of Dongzhou. I wanted to come and see him today, but I didn't see him. Could it be that Gusu Xiangqi was not invited to attend this banquet? Qin Wentian's voice was not loud, but it seemed to cover all the noise, making this space suddenly quiet. Haha, are you kidding? Gusu Xiangqi is such a person, how could he not be invited? This guy? Everyone laughed and shook their heads. Qin Wentian, was he joking on purpose? Do you think Gusu Xiangqi is you? In the void, on the East Immortal building, Yi Zixuan's subordinate stared at Qin Wentian and sarcastically said. So, it's not that Gusu Xiangqi didn't invite him, but that he deliberately didn't come. Qin Wentian's expression changed, and his tone became a little colder, causing the noisy laughter around to disappear suddenly. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. What he said seemed to have a hidden meaning. Sure enough, they only saw Qin Wentian's eyes sweeping across everyone, and his extremely calm eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. He only heard him say coldly, that's right, Gusu Xiangqi, not everyone can invite him. The Holy Sun is just the Holy Sun. After saying that, Qin Wentian rolled up his sleeves and said to Jun Mengjin and others, Junior brother Jun, you have seen your future opponents, it's time to go. It's a pity that I didn't see the style of Gusu Xiangqi. Jun Mengjin sighed, and then the group actually turned around and left, ignoring the banquet where the peerless geniuses gathered in the void. I saw a series of extremely sharp eyes shooting from above, and one of them said indifferently, stop. This voice vibrated in the void, extremely loud, but Qin Wentian and the other four seemed not to hear it and continued to walk. The strong man stepped out and directly caught up with Qin Wentian and the others, blocking the way of Qin Wentian and the other four. This man was a subordinate of Saint Yi Zixuan, the one who just said that Jun Mengjin had arrived. Now it seems that he did it on purpose. Moreover, this man has a strong cultivation base, with a cultivation base of the 8th level of the celestial realm, and his momentum is surging. I told you to stop. The man was suspended in the air and spoke coldly. Is it your intention, or someone else's? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with cold light, staring at the other party, and the cold light emitted from his deep and cold pupils was extremely cold. The man's expression froze, then he said coldly and arrogantly, of course it's my idea. Who do you think you are? Why are you asking us to stop? Qin Wentian stepped forward, if you are from the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, you should know the rules. Get out of here. How dare you? The man said coldly, with a surging aura. This man's words were disrespectful to the Son of God. As a powerful immortal with a noble status, the Son of God could not take action, but as his subordinate, he could not sit idly by. Boom. Qin Wentian stepped out, his aura bursting out violently, his body directly floated up from the ground, and he said coldly and arrogantly, according to the rules of the Imperial City, if someone is provoked and intercepted without reason, the provoked person can unilaterally challenge under the witness of the Imperial City Patrol Army. Now, I ask all the patrol soldiers to witness for me. Not far away, there was a patrol army. They were also paying attention to the situation here. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, they all came over, took a look at the cultivation level of the person who intercepted them, and were a little surprised. Then the leader nodded and said, yes, but once you challenge, the other party can also kill you. Okay, in front of the patrol army, I challenge you now. Qin Wentian stared at the other party, causing the man to laugh wildly and said, you are looking for death. As soon as the voice fell, his aura of the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon burst out violently, but Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and a terrible spear suddenly appeared in his hand. A terrifying aura rushed out fiercely, and the long spear thrust out, suddenly surging, and there was a burst of fairy light. The man was still laughing wildly, but his face suddenly changed, and he said in a trembling voice, fairy soldiers. His body exploded back, but he saw the long spear turned into 100 feet, and with a puff, it directly nailed him to death in the void. With a loud bang, the man's body exploded, and his soul flew away. The crowd's heart trembled violently. This guy is so violent. Directly challenge, kill, too strong. With a flash of light, Qin Wentian directly put away the fairy soldiers and landed on the ground, as if nothing had happened. The four continued to walk forward, and even the patrol soldiers were stunned. "You brought shame upon yourself." Qin Wentian's voice came out, and it was unknown whether he was referring to the person who was killed or to others. On the upper floor of Dongxin building, the Holy Son Yizixun's expression was extremely sharp, as if he had penetrated the space and landed directly on Qin Wentian. However, his subordinates said that they could not stand Qin Wentian, and it had nothing to do with him, Yizixun. Qin Wentian killed his subordinates in a dignified manner, and there were also patrol soldiers to witness it. As a figure of Xiante, if he dealt with Qin Wentian, what would that be? It would just be more embarrassing. Moreover, Qin Wentian was a person from Yunzhao who came to attend this feast. He could not really do anything to Qin Wentian. After all, he was the holy son of Dongsheng Xianmen. If he killed Qin Wentian, Dongsheng Xianmen would have no prestige to speak of, and would be laughed at. Dongsheng Xianmen's reputation could not be damaged. If he wanted to kill Qin Wentian, he had to do it in a dignified manner. Guz Hanshin stared at Qin Wentian's back. He had fought with Qin Wentian before, so he naturally knew how crazy this person was. When he was quiet, he seemed harmless, but once he suddenly got angry, the energy he exploded would be amazing. The other Xianjias also looked at Qin Wentian, and then their eyes fell on Yizixun, thinking that this boy was arrogant. However, they did not understand why Yizixun would target Qin Wentian's friend Zhun Mengjin. That sentence was equivalent to an insult. However, they did not expect that a Xianjiao figure ranked 27th in Yunzhao could actually reverse the situation and put Saint Yizixun in a passive position. "Everyone, please take your seats." Yizixun quickly adjusted himself and greeted everyone. The crowd stopped talking about the previous events. For them, this was just an episode. The purpose of their coming here was to give Yizixun face and to observe their opponents. The people invited by Yizixun would be the strongest opponents they would face. Many people who hindered their progress would come from here. The crowd soon started talking and laughing, as if what happened just now was just a small episode. The people around them gradually forgot about Qin Wentian and the others. After all, in their eyes, the people in front of them were the truly dazzling ones. This incident was also just an episode for Qin Wentian and the others. Qin Wentian, Zhun Mengjin, and Zi Qingxun, the three of them always remembered the purpose of coming here, to become the strongest three people, to seize those three names, to get the reward treasures, to reject Dongshen, and to pass the test of Xianfuji. This was their unchanging goal of this trip. As for those peerless geniuses in the 13 states of Dongshen, they had to step over them one by one. In the quiet courtyard of the inn, several people were quietly practicing in their own courtyards, consolidating their cultivation and strengthening themselves again and again. In this area, 13,000 geniuses from the 13 states of Dongshen, as well as many immortal masters and people from the imperial city, gathered here. Even in the early morning, there were people walking on the ancient road, but it still showed a trace of tranquility. Dongshao geniuses, gather. At this moment, a shocking voice broke through the sky and resounded throughout the area of tens of millions of miles, like a thunder. Qianzhao geniuses, gather. Lizhao geniuses, gather. Yunzhao geniuses, gather. Qianzhao geniuses, gather. 13 consecutive voices shook the world, not only in this area, but also in the entire Dongzhao land. The 13 states of Dongsheng issued a call at the same time, and its meaning was self-evident. This is the call of the Dongsheng immortal sect. From the 13 states of Dongshen, the endless and vast area, 13,000 geniuses are finally about to fight. In the void, figures continuously broke through the air and flashed in the same direction like lightning. Countless people stood on the ground and looked up at the powerful men flashing in the void, their eyes filled with a hint of solemnity. Finally, is it about to begin? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 13 States. The people who commanded the geniuses in the 13 states of Dongshen gathered together and stood in 13 directions. As figures broke through the air, the geniuses from all sides lined up, with thousands of people in each line. The 13 states of Dongsheng are Dongzhao, Qianzhao, Lizhao, Yunzhao, Qianzhao, Jingzhao, Lizhou, Yuzhao, Yanzhao, Qiangzhao, Tain's Hao, Zima's Hao, and Mingai's Hao. The first 9 states are located in the central area, and the last 4 states are located in the 4 square areas, each in one direction. Among them, the 3 states of Dong's Hao, Qian's Hao, and Li's Hao are the leaders of the 13 states of Dongshen, with strong strength and located in the central area of the 13 states of Dongshen. The next ones are not the other 6 states of the first 9 states, but the 4 marginal states, Qiang's Hao, Tain's Hao, Zima's Hao, and Mingai's Hao. There's even a saying that the strength of these 4 states is not necessarily weaker than the 3 most famous central states. Dong's Hao, Qian's Hao, and Li's Hao are the centers, where the world's talents gather, and they are naturally prosperous and strong. As for these 4 regions, they are located on the edge, adjacent to other immortal countries or superpowers, or in extreme places. The external environment is harsh, so they must be strong. In addition, the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate also has a strong garrison mobilized there, so these 4 states are also very scary. Qiang State and Tain State are at opposite corners, and Zimro State and Mingyu State are at opposite corners. Qiang State is scorching hot all year round, and the sun's fire burns vigorously. Tain State is just the opposite. Zimro State is also extremely hot, with an extremely vast area, many desert cities, and many powerful races. The people there practice in all kinds of strange ways. The people of Mingyu State are called the State of Hell. These 4 states have their own characteristics and are extremely strong. Only the 6 states sandwiched there, Jing's Hao, Qian's Hao, Yun's Hao, Lizhou, Yu's Hao, and Yan's Hao, are relatively not so special, and their average strength is relatively weak. As for the Xianjiao of the 13 states of Dongshen, if we talk about fame, the Xianjiao of Dong's Hao is naturally the most famous. In addition, there are Qian's Hao and Li's Hao. After all, this banquet was held in Dong's Hao, and Qian's Hao and Li's Hao are the 3 central states, closest to Dong's Hao, and their fame may be transmitted. It is also for this reason that Gusu Xiangqi, Xia Jiufen, Yi Qianjin, and King Aoli are the most famous and valued by the people of Dong's Hao. But in fact, the last time Yi Zixuan held a banquet, he invited the Xianjiao figures of the 13 states. The top 3 Xianjiao figures of the 4 states in the 4 square domains were also unfathomable, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if the people of the 6 states in the middle can be ranked in the top 3, how bad can they be? With more than 10,000 strong Xianjiao figures gathering, this area seems to have a suffocating pressure, and the aura is too strong. Even if they are only in the realm of celestial phenomena, more than 10,000 Xianjiao figures standing together will form a natural aura that seems to crush everything. Qin Wentian and his 3 companions arrived and headed straight for the camp of Xianjian Immortal King. He, Jun Mengjin, and Zi Qingxun looked at the masters, and their expressions were also somewhat solemn and dignified. These were the opponents they were going to compete with this time. Many of them were extremely extraordinary. Just a glance at them would give off a faint sense of oppression. They were like clouds of geniuses. They understood that it was not that only the top 3 were peerless evildoers. Others were not necessarily weaker than the top 3. For example, Qin Wentian was only ranked 27th, but could it really be said that Qin Wentian's talent was only ranked 27th in Yun's Hao? Then there was no need for him to participate in this feast. Yun's Hao was ranked 27th, so how could he compete for the top 3 in the entire Dongsheng 13 states? Here we are. The geniuses of the 13 states have arrived one after another. The crowd below looked up at the void one by one, shocked in their hearts. Such a strong aura, many peerless figures. Gusu Xiangqi, he has also arrived, standing in the direction of Dong's Hao, in the crowd. Although he is not standing in the front and looks very low-key, I still saw him at a glance. Someone pointed to a certain direction, where there was a young man with no aura. This person stood casually, as if he was the most prominent person in the crowd. No one could block the brilliance on him. The temperament of a natural fairy king seemed to be natural, as if he was destined to be a natural fairy king, with an invisible halo on him. Some people are destined from birth that they will inevitably become world-famous figures. Gusu Xiangqi, who has been passed down for 9 generations and has been a fairy king for generations, is such a person. People around him seem to dare not get too close to him, and the light is blocked. It seems that there is a strange aura on Gusu Xiangqi that makes people look up to him. Qin Wentian also noticed Gusu Xiangqi in the crowd of Dong's Hao. His face had clear lines and sharp edges, and he looked very young. His handsome face was as calm as still water, without any ripples. His forehead was full, his eyebrows were like sharp blades, and his deep dark eyes were full of terrifying spirits. Even without focusing, they still had a fascinating brilliance. In addition to Gu Shianqi, there was another person in the crowd of Dong Zhao who Qin Wentian looked at a few more times. This person was tall and thin, with an extraordinary demeanor. He seemed to have a wild aura, and his eyes were staring at Gu Shianqi, as if he wanted to confront him. This person was the second most talented person in Dongzhou, Xia Jiufan. There are so many evildoers. Zheng Mengchen murmured beside him, and Qin Wentian and Zi Qingxu nodded slightly. In addition to these two people in Dongzhou, there are many outstanding people. That man is so strange, he is the #1 genius in Chiang province. He seems to have a scorching sun on his body, with a terrifying solar halo. Just by looking at him, I actually felt a burst of heat, as if I was about to be burned. What would happen if I fought against him? Below, the crowd exclaimed and looked towards the direction of Chiang province. Not only the #1 person, but many strong people in Chiang province seem to have their own halos. The people of Tai'an province are just the opposite. They give people a very cold and gloomy feeling. Look at the Netherworld province over there. Those people are so ugly and weird. It's so scary, just like they're really walked out of the Netherworld. There are also huge giants in the Netherworld province and Western Desert province. What race are they? There are also monks. Monk martial arts cultivators are very rare. There are quite a few in Western Desert province. This Western Desert province is located in a wild land with an extremely harsh environment. There may even be destructive turbulence from the sky, which can easily destroy a city. Once built, it may be destroyed again overnight. Therefore, Western Desert province has the fewest cities. Many places are deserts, with the most chaotic races, and all kinds of martial arts cultivators. That's right. The strength of these 4 states is very powerful. Their area borders many particle worlds. Doesn't the immortal Qin Wentian often garrison in the Netherworld province and often conquers? There were all kinds of different voices below. Qin Wentian had a strong sense of perception, and occasionally he would listen to the voices from all sides. He secretly sighed in his heart that the fairyland world was vast and wonderful. Even the 13 states of the Eastern Saint had so many things he didn't know. After entering the fairyland, he landed directly on the land of Yunzhao. The land of Yunzhao in the middle seemed to be a relatively peaceful state. The entire 13 states of the Eastern Saint had many races and strange places that he couldn't imagine, and he had never really come into contact with them. Let's go. At this time, the ruler of the Eastern State shouted, and in an instant, 1,000 geniuses in the Eastern States set out in a mighty manner. Let's go. Let's go. The rulers of the 13 states spoke one after another, and all the geniuses in the entire space set out to the direction of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. More than 10,000 strong men were marching in the air. They could overlook the ancient imperial city. The extremely powerful imperial city had no end in sight, but they could see a statue in the distance that reached the sky. That statue really reached the sky. Even if you were standing in a very far place, you could see its existence. It was the tallest and most magnificent statue in the entire imperial city, Dongxin City, and even in the entire Dongsheng 13 states. No other statues were allowed to exceed the scale of this statue, just because this statue was carved with the overlord of the Dongsheng 13 states, His Majesty the Dongshen. See that statue? It's really majestic. This is His Majesty. This statue is located at the highest point of the Dongsheng Immortal Gate, symbolizing the supreme status. Someone said, anyone who faces this statue should have respect. This is His Majesty the Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. If you disrespect or blaspheme His Majesty's statue, His Majesty can even sense it. Is it really that magical? Someone questioned. That is the Immortal Emperor. That realm is beyond our imagination. They can reach the heaven and earth with a single thought and create rules with a wave of their hands. How terrifying it is. We can't touch it at all. In short, you must be respectful when you see the statue of His Majesty. Otherwise, even if you become glorious one day, if His Majesty knows that you have been disrespectful to him, although His Majesty will not treat you in any way, he will not pay attention to you. The group walked and talked, and finally, they were getting closer and closer to the statue that reached the sky. When they were 1,000 miles away, they had arrived outside the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. There were immortal archgates, immortal stairs, and statues of the 4 supreme beings of the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate standing in front. Even the rulers of the 13 states landed on the ground and bowed to the statues of the 4 supreme beings. The strong men from all sides also landed on the ground, and then many people followed suit and bowed to the 4 supreme beings. The 4 supreme beings of Dongsheng Xianmen, the founders of Dongsheng Xianmen, are the 4 supreme figures who follow Dongsheng Xiandi to conquer the world. They are so powerful that they are unbelievable. Now they almost never show up. They are all pursuing the Emperor realm. They are already powerful to an extreme, surpassing countless immortal kings. There are also rumors that one of the 4 supreme beings must have entered the Emperor realm. The 4 supreme beings are the creators and guardians of Dongsheng Xianmen. Who dares to disrespect them? In Dongsheng 13 states, Dongsheng Xiandi is a god. They are the warriors of gods. Even super powerful beings such as Jiutian Xiandi have a big gap with the 4 supreme beings. After paying homage to the 4 supreme beings, the 13 immortal kings led the Xianjiao from all sides to walk up the stairs step by step. Then, a bell that shocked the world rang. In front, the strong men of Dongsheng Xianmen were on the stairs, smiling and welcoming the Xianjiao of the 13 states. P.S. I heard many friends say that it is very long-winded, but to construct a world background and build a vast world, it must be written in detail. What's the point of starting the fight directly without any foreshadowing? Please continue to vote for me. Chapter 824 East St. Cliff. We're here. The crowd looked forward. On the stairs, the masters had their own aura of immortals, which was gorgeous and dazzling, and they had their own pressure. However, everyone found that there was an arch behind those masters. The East St. Immortal Gate was so vast, comparable to a city, and this was just the entrance. They will be handed over to you next. The leader of the East State said, and then the immortal kings of the 13 states of the East Saint came forward one after another. The masters on the stairs made way and said respectfully, "Please come in, immortal kings. The seniors of the Immortal Gate have been waiting for a long time. These geniuses will be handed over to us." Yes. The immortal kings nodded and left, stepped into the interior of the East Saint Immortal Gate, leaving the geniuses here. You are the geniuses from the 13 states of East Saint. You can attend this feast, which shows that you must be extremely talented. It's just that the East Saint Immortal sect has never accepted mortals. Through this feast, you all have the opportunity to join the East Saint Immortal sect. However, the East Saint Immortal sect only accepts 1,000 disciples, and there will be a battle waiting for you. Most of you will be eliminated, leaving only 1,000. These 1,000 people, as long as they are willing, can become nominal disciples of the East Saint Immortal sect. This is the first step into the East Saint Immortal sect. On the stairs, a strong man with strong immortal light walked out and spoke to the more than 10,000 geniuses. No one was surprised by his words. The reason why the East Saint Immortal sect convened the 13 states of East Saint to hold this grand event was naturally to enhance its own foundation and strength and select outstanding talents from the entire 13 states of East Saint. This is only the first round of assessment. The first 1,000 people can become outer disciples. Those who pass will continue to participate in the next round of assessment. But let's not talk about this for now. Anyway, you should know that if someone can make it all the way to the end and become a top 3 figure, he will be famous all over the world and become the nominal disciple of His Majesty, the Eastern Saint. He will have the opportunity to receive guidance from His Majesty the Eastern Saint. Even if His Majesty takes a fancy to him, he may even accept him as a personal disciple. You must cherish this opportunity. The strong man said to everyone, as if this was a great opportunity for everyone. Even if these more than 10,000 people are geniuses from the 13 states of the Eastern Saint, they still need to be proud to join the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate, because the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate is the strongest force in the entire 13 states of the Eastern Saint. These people may be the most outstanding group of geniuses in the 13 states of the Eastern Saint. However, the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate itself gathers the strong men of the entire 13 states of the Eastern Saint. Most of them will still be eliminated. 1,000 people can enter the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate. The first round of assessment will be held at the Dongsheng Cliff, the holy place for cultivation in the Dongsheng Immortal sect. The leading Xiante strongmen continued to say that Dongsheng Cliff is the place where disciples below the Xiante realm of Dongsheng Immortal sect often practice. It is a holy place for cultivation. This time, it will be used as a trial place for the geniuses of the Dongsheng 13 states. Dongsheng Immortal Sect attaches great importance to this grand event. It selects geniuses from the Dongsheng 13 states once every 100 years. This selection is also of great significance to Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Dongsheng Cliff. A genius who knows this place exclaimed in a low voice, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Of course, many familiar people have already guessed it, because the cultivation of more than 10,000 geniuses who came this time is different, ranging from the first level of the celestial realm to the 9th level of the celestial realm. If you want to determine the strength of their talents, Dongsheng Cliff will definitely be one of the tests. Dongsheng Cliff does not test the cultivation, but only looks at the character and understanding. Now, you all will follow me to the Dongsheng Cliff of my Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Now all the disciples of Dongsheng Immortal Sect and Dongsheng Cliff have walked out, leaving the place for you. Let's go. The strong man said and walked towards the inside of Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Everyone raised their feet and followed. After entering, a group of people took off into the air and flew in the air. Although Dongsheng Immortal Sect is a sect, it is boundless at a glance, more like an ancient city. There are countless magnificent buildings in this city, and strong men are standing in the void everywhere looking at this side. This Dongsheng Immortal Sect is too big. Many people sighed. It is a real city. It is said that Dongsheng Immortal Sect has 100,000 direct disciples and 1 million outer disciples. If the legions guarding various parties and the subordinates of the strong men of Dongsheng Immortal Sect are counted, the number can reach a shocking number, tens of millions. This is the terrible power possessed by a top force in the fairyland. They can easily conquer a region and guard and rule countless particle worlds. In front of the East St. Cliff, many disciples stood around. When they saw the 13,000 Xianjiao coming, they looked over there with sharp eyes. Do these people also want to become disciples of the East St. Immortal Sect? I heard that there are many powerful people in this session. I hope they won't be too disappointing. The young strong man crossed his arms and said with a smile. The East St. Cliff is very large, so large that you can't see the edge. There are ancient peaks and cliffs all around, and the entire East St. Cliff is covered by a strange light curtain. This light curtain seems to be a super scary formation. The whole light curtain is flowing with brilliant light patterns. These light patterns are like incomparably wonderful patterns, gorgeous and mysterious, interweaving into a wonderful rule power, running through the East St. Cliff covered by the light curtain. The powerful men stood in various directions of the void. The figure on the immortal platform stood in front of the East St. Cliff. He turned his head and looked at everyone, and said loudly, "The East St. Cliff has its own rules. If you enter it, some of your powers will be imprisoned. However, this rule power will give you the same powerful power, which is equivalent to the power possessed by the strong men in the 9th level of the celestial phenomena realm, and the inexhaustible power of the stars. Anyone can fight madly, but your stars, celestial phenomena, and magical skills will be temporarily lost and banned. The only original power you can use is the power of your star souls. Star souls cannot be imprisoned. They are your own talents. Star celestial phenomena are also born from your comprehension. However, because you are in different realms and your perception of star celestial phenomena is strong or weak, all of the East St. Cliff is still imprisoned to avoid affecting your competition. Of course, bloodline is not banned. That is innate to you." The strong man explained, and everyone understood what he said. Star soul was their gift. If the star soul was strong, it was strong, and if it was weak, it was weak, so it was not confined. Originally, the same was true for the stars and celestial phenomena. However, the difference in the understanding of the stars between the 9th and 1st levels of the celestial phenomena was too great. Even if Dongsheng Cliff gave them the same power, the difference in the understanding of the stars was enough to easily cause completely unequal strength. Therefore, Dongsheng Cliff banned it. Bloodline, like Star Soul, has always been with martial arts practitioners, and it is also not banned. As for the magical skills, it was sealed because some people may have cultivated powerful magical skills, while others have not, but these are all outsiders, and unlike Star Souls and Bloodlines, this can be changed. Go. Dongsheng Cliff is the place where many immortals of Dongsheng Xiamen comprehend the martial arts. There are many opportunities waiting for you. If you can seize them, you will be stronger after you come out. In addition, there are many small space formations in Dongsheng Cliff. If you want to come out, just step into one of them to activate it. The last 1,000 people in Dongsheng Cliff are considered to have passed this assessment. Now, you can go in. After the man said this, he made way, and the boundless Dongsheng cliff appeared in front of everyone. Forget yourself and comprehend your strength again, which is to practice selflessness. The man whispered, and the crowd flashed and ran towards Dongsheng cliff. The light kept shining and appeared, and one after another, figures stepped into it frantically, one after another. Dongsheng cliff, the road of selfless practice. Let's go. Qin Wentian and others stepped forward together and walked directly into the light curtain. In just a moment, a void force enveloped them, and then Qin Wentian felt that his body was enveloped by the power of space. In just a moment, he appeared in Dongsheng cliff. Standing alone on the vast land, the light curtain in the sky turned into the power of rules, which continuously descended into his body and penetrated his body. An extremely powerful means of rule seemed to be rewriting his body. In just a brief moment, Qin Wentian found that he had an extremely surging sense of power. The power of rules in the void seemed to be shining with his body, and there was a wonderful connection between them that could not be cut off. Is this the power of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon? From now on, all those who step into the East St. Cliff will have the same power. The temporary difference is only in blood and star soul. Qin Wentian looked around the East St. Cliff, and his perception spread wildly. He found that there was only one person in the area covered by his perception. You can imagine how vast the East St. Cliff is. That is. Qin Wentian saw a golden space pattern on the ground. It should be the small space array mentioned by the immortal platform strongman. It is connected to the void light curtain. If you step into it, you can move out directly. It can be used to escape during the battle and avoid being killed. There was a sound of breaking air in the void. After a while, a person appeared not far in front of Qin Wentian. It was the only person he perceived. Obviously, the other party also discovered him, Qin Wentian, at the first time. A person from Jingzhou. Qin Wentian glanced at the ancient order on the other party's chest, and this person ranked not low in Jingzhou, 96th. Buzz! A brilliant star soul appeared on the man's body, which was a terrifying ferocious bird, making the other party seem to have grown a pair of wings. The fair Sora burst out and rushed towards Qin Wentian. The other party grabbed with his palm, and the terrible force directly hid him, like the claws of a ferocious bird. More than 10,000 people, only 1,000 were taken. Everyone knew what this meant. The extra people would either die or roll out through the small space formation. Qin Wentian slapped his palm and sent out a magical palm print subconsciously. However, in just a moment, he found that a strange rule power seemed to directly interrupt his palm print. No big palm print appeared. His attacking magical power had been banned. This kind of seal was a rule-breaking ban. Bang! The other party's violent and fierce claws hit, and with a light sound, Qin Wentian's body was shaken back, and blood marks were scratched on his arm. The two had the same strength, both were at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, and were at the same starting point. However, the other party used the power of the star soul, and Qin Wentian hastily used his magical powers and failed, and without the help of the star soul, he was repelled with one blow. This Dongsheng cliff is really fair. Qin Wentian raised a smile, but saw a flash of mockery on the other party's face, looking at Qin Wentian and said, "The 27th of the Yunzhou land, it doesn't seem to be that good." Chapter 825, Opportunities Everywhere. If I were you, I wouldn't be so anxious to deal with other people. After all, with your little power, you would have to get out of here if you met a powerful person. Do you think you can run rampant in the East St. Cliff just by communicating with the star soul condensed by the martial star in the 6th heaven? Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and walked forward with a bit of irony in his eyes. While speaking, two star souls bloomed at the same time, namely the Emperor Demon Star Soul and the Sword Star Soul. In an instant, his figure became violent and weird, and with a terrible sharp aura. Humph, that's all. The other party released another star soul, which was a demon body with 3 heads and 6 arms, making his figure taller and more violent. These two star souls were his 4th and 5th star souls, from the 5th and 6th heavens. The star souls possessed by these geniuses are indeed not comparable to the geniuses in the particle world. A strange blood-colored light bloomed from Qin Wentian's pupils, and the Emperor Demon Star Soul behind him seemed to become more violent. He was seen flowing with terrible blood-colored runes. This was the power of blood, not imprisonment. However, the other party also released his blood, which made him have stronger power. Many Xianjiao figures in the fairyland have blood power, but some are ordinary, and some are particularly strong. The two finally approached, and Qin Wentian's arm blasted out. There was no magical power, just the purest power. The opponent had 3 heads and 6 arms. I saw 6 arms burst out at the same time, and the killing intent in his eyes flashed. At the same time, their star souls also rushed towards each other. Bang! A violent power like a demon king burst out, tearing the opponent's arm. Qin Wentian's demon king blood gushed out, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded by a terrifying ancient demon. A terrifying demon phantom appeared, looking down at all living beings. The explosive power directly punched the opponent and flew out, and he spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The other party's expression froze, and then his figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the back. Looking at Qin Wentian, who looked like a demon king, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Qin Wentian watched the other party leave without chasing him. He restrained his breath, and the sword energy whistled. He was seen stepping on the sword energy and heading towards the distance. The East Saint Cliff, the holy place for the practice of the disciples of the East Saint Immortal sect, must have many magical things. Since the first assessment is here, it is impossible to be a simple competition of Star Soul bloodline. After a while, Qin Wentian came to a cliff. The cliff was smooth and there were many stone platforms below. Each stone platform seemed to have footprints, messy and disorderly, as if many people had comprehended the magical powers on the cliff on these stone platforms. On the smooth cliff, there were many patterns engraved, and one fengpeng after another appeared in various forms, vivid, with lines shining, as if these fengpeng were living creatures, from bottom to top, step by step, trying to break through the air, ride the wind, and transform into the fengpeng great sage, galloping in the clouds. This is a set of body techniques. Qin Wentian immediately understood that this body technique should have been carved by the predecessors of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect. His eyes flashed, and he memorized those patterns one by one in his mind, and then practiced in his dream, as if he himself had turned into fengpeng. Every shape and every flash shone in his mind. After an incense stick, Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky. Without stepping on the sword's power, he was really like a fengpeng, soaring up, and there was a phantom of fengpeng around him, as if he had turned into fengpeng. This method was left by the predecessors and is an immortal method. It is most suitable for people who are good at the power of wind and space to practice. When they practice to the strongest, they will turn into fengpeng great sage, who can shuttle through the void and flash thousands of miles. However, Qin Wentian did not stay to practice and comprehend the true meaning of his immortal method. Although this body technique is strong, it is not suitable for him, and it will take a lot of time to comprehend the power of immortals. Therefore, he just comprehended the body of fengpeng suitable for the strong in the Xiangxiang realm and left directly. Qin Wentian was driving in the wind and met several people on the way. They were all looking for a place to practice. Qin Wentian did not leave any footprints. After seeing Qin Wentian's body movement, they also wanted to chase him. This body movement was too fast. This person could comprehend this body movement in a short time. His comprehension ability must be amazing. Swordsmanship. Qin Wentian, who was flashing in the void, suddenly saw an amazing sword energy emanating from the stone wall below. His figure flashed and soon appeared in front of the huge stone wall. There were also many footprints here. There was a phantom on the stone wall that was flashing and moving, like a living thing. His sword energy was amazing. The fast sword was like thunder and lightning, and the slow sword was like a storm. The power was extremely violent when it was moving or still. Beside Qin Wentian, there was another person standing there quietly practicing. This person was a peerless genius in Dong Zhao. Although Qin Wentian appeared, he knew that he had never looked at Qin Wentian. He was quietly immersed in his own perception. He clearly understood that Dongsheng Cliff was a holy place for practicing. When coming to Dongsheng Cliff, in addition to fighting, one must try to practice to truly powerful strength and enhance one's own abilities. Once one is strong, how can one not persist to the end? Strengthening oneself is the first step. Looking for someone to fight is stupid. Only people with weak talents will do so. Qin Wentian stood on another stone platform and looked at the immortal swordsmanship engraved on the stone wall in front of him. He was immersed in it in just a moment and couldn't extricate himself. This swordsmanship is profound and powerful. Soon he seemed to come to a picture. In this picture, a person was practicing swordsmanship. The fast sword was like wind and shadow. The sword could not be seen, only the sword's shadow. When the slow sword was used, the mountain wall was cut in half. At the end of the practice, the power of the immortal sword bloomed. With one sword, The mountains and rivers were cut off. This sword technique and the sword immortal technique that Qin Wentian had practiced before, the immortal destroying sword technique is an immortal technique that burns itself to increase strength, suitable for use when risking one's life, and this sword technique is a real combat sword technique. Qin Wentian now holds the demon sword in his hand, and he really needs a set of sword techniques to match it. Qin Wentian soon immersed himself in it and couldn't extricate himself. After a while, although he still stood there quietly, he seemed to have a trace of terrible sword energy on his body, blooming wildly. In the surrounding void, even the figure of Qin Wentian appeared faintly, the sword shadow body, these shadows, born for the sword. The two stood 300 meters apart, without interfering with each other, quietly comprehending the sword. This enlightenment took a month. During this period, there were some geniuses passing by here, but they didn't come to disturb. There were not many battles in the entire Dongsheng Cliff. These geniuses in the 13 states of Dongsheng were extraordinary. They soon knew why this was the holy place for practicing Dongsheng Xianmen. It actually contained various practice methods and many secrets. If you don't practice well, it would be a waste of heaven's gifts. On this day, in front of the sword keystone wall, both Qin Wentian and the other person were emitting terrifying sword energy, and the sword energy of the two people seemed to be intersecting. Suddenly, the strong man opened his eyes, and a dazzling sword light flashed in his eyes. Then he flashed, like a terrible sword, and went straight to Qin Wentian. It was a terrible light, and it only took a moment to cut Qin Wentian off, not even a breath of time, which was extremely dangerous. However, at the moment when his figure descended, Qin Wentian burst out with a raging sword power. His body seemed to be turning very slowly, but when he slashed with his sword, he had the amazing power to cut through the sky and the earth. A long rainbow of sword energy directly crossed the sky, and the earth was cut with a terrible sword mark. The two bodies separated as soon as they touched each other. The man's eyes were like a peerless sword, piercing people's hearts. The buzzing sound of sword energy whistled, and the two went towards each other. In just a moment, the space was filled with monstrous sword power, as if there were sword shadows between heaven and earth. In a short moment, 81 sword shadows appeared on each of the two, and the sword energy bursting out was extremely terrifying. If Qin Wentian at this moment met Qin Wentian who had just entered the East St. Cliff, he could be easily defeated. To enter the East St. Cliff, you must work hard to practice and improve yourself, otherwise no matter how strong your own star soul bloodline is, you will be eliminated sooner or later. In a blink of an eye, the two swung more than 300 swords each, and finally separated again. Seeing the other's body floating in the air, he looked at Qin Wentian seriously. Yun's Hao, Qin Wentian, 27. The other stared at Qin Wentian and said, Dong's Hao, Jingaiun, 5th. Qin Wentian looked at the ancient order on the other's chest and said, this person, the 5th peerless genius in Dong's Hao, his understanding of swordsmanship is not much worse than Qin Wentian. You are qualified to advance and will not be eliminated. As soon as Jing Yun finished speaking, his body turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, heading towards the distance without continuing to fight. Qin Wentian also turned into Feng Peng, riding the wind and waves, and continued to move forward towards the East St. Cliff. Qin Wentian galloped in the void, overlooking the land below. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he saw several figures appearing in front of a cave below. They seemed to be hesitant and stood in front of the cave, not daring to enter. In front of them, there were several bodies lying quietly. Some of the bodies were incomplete, and they were obviously killed and destroyed. It was very tragic. What is in the cave that caused such a tragic battle? Qin Wentian's body stopped in the void and looked at those people. Several of them came from different states. One of them was even ranked 46th in Lijiu. They all stood outside and hesitated, not daring to enter, with struggling expressions flashing in their eyes. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he descended below in an instant. Immediately, several people looked at him, and their eyes showed sharpness. What's inside? Qin Wentian asked. Get out. One of them shot his eyes at Qin Wentian and said coldly. Swish. Qin Wentian's body was like a phoenix, like lightning and thunder, and a terrifying sword light slashed over. The man's body exploded backwards, and there was a loud rumbling sound under his feet. The sword energy split the sky, and in a blink of an eye, many sword shadows appeared in the void. The next moment, a sword was across the neck of the person who was speaking, making the man sweat all over. As long as Qin Wentian waved his hand, he would die here. Speak. Qin Wentian looked at the cave, without even looking at the man. The cultivation process of a fairyland strong man, there are many real projections. The man hurriedly said, moreover, there is already a person inside who has taken the lead, very powerful, you be careful. This person deliberately said so clearly, without lying, naturally hoping that Qin Wentian would let him go. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.